coffee stains, buzz of neon light remains, faces murmur shifting blame. Fingers tap on worn out wood, shadows move where nothing should, secrets hiding under hoods. Coffee's cold, blood runs hot, corner table, a ticking plot, whispers rise, stories rot, no escape this cursed spot. True Crime Cafe, where shadows stay. True Crime Cafe, where sins replay. True Crime Cafe, no price to pay. True Crime Cafe, every damn day. Fingers tapping blackened keys, sweat drips down, can't find peace. Eyes like daggers cut through breeze. All these ghosts, they never leave. Who's a liar? Who's a prey? Who's a hunter in this play? True Crime Cafe, where shadows stay. True Crime Cafe, where sins replay. True Crime Cafe, no price to pay. True Crime Cafe, every damn day. Tables stained with secrets deep, promises broken, wounds that seep. The jukebox screams, the lights will weep. No justice here, just lies to keep. Hey, hey, down!
All right. Welcome back to the cafe, guys. We are back open for business today. Thank you for joining me again tonight. I do appreciate you all so very much, guys. I got lucky and I got to come back. So, and we're going to do an open discussion and make it what it is. You choose, we choose, they choose, y'all choose, whatever it is. I'm sure I know where we'll be. I do have a couple things I wanted to bring up in regards to some stuff in with the Idaho case, of course. So you guys go what direction you want with it, and I will go mine, and we'll end up in the middle somewhere, hopefully. Thank you guys again for joining me. Thank you all for joining us this morning for the morning show, or this afternoon, I should say. I appreciate you very much, and thank you for being here right now. Please make sure to hit the like button, share it out, let everybody know what we're doing, and you know how that goes, and you know where we're going next. Let's see what we got here. Hello. Welcome back, guys. I must have hit the wrong button. You guys got one of my old intros. Either way, it's still good. Miss Molly made it, and they're all good. So, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Thank you guys for being here on this Monday evening. Thank you guys so much for jumping in. Hope you're all having a good day and having a great night. I appreciate you spending some time with me tonight. It is warm outside, guys. I was outside. That's why my face is still so red. I just came in a little bit ago from being outside. I'm still on fire. It is hot outside, period. Very hot. Very, very hot. We got 25 peeps, 16 likes. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. Thank you to my blue crew for joining me tonight as well. I appreciate you very much. Yeah, I saw that. I was going to see what you guys thought about the Grandma Disgrace video she just put out. Pumpkin Don's in the house. Welcome back, Pumpkin. Beach Babe popped in off the beach for a little while to hang with us. The Real Out Team, Miss Krista Marie. Good to see you. And Alicia J. Hey. Good to see you tonight. Miss Alicia, thank you for joining us here. The Done One, welcome back to you. Josie West, wonderful to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us. Busy's fizzing around in here, too. Great to see you, Busy. The Mega Stars in the house. Good to see you, Meg. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Get comfortable. Miss Jody Walters, good to see you. Thank you so much for being here, guys. Get comfortable. Let's hang out and discuss some things. DKM in the house. Good to see you, DK. Thank you for joining us. Penny Lane. Wonderful to see you again. Thank you for joining us. I want to say thank you to some of those of you I saw, by the way, over at Dinky's earlier for supporting him before and now with what he's doing. You guys are great people, amazing people, and I hope I'm going to be supporting him as much as I can with his new endeavors. I think it's going to be amazing. I think he's going to do very well with that. I'm excited for him. So thank you guys for continuing to support Dinky. I think he's a very good person, a really great creator, and he's got a great heart, and he deserves all the support he can get. So please continue doing that if you will. What in the hell, Miss Josie? We got here an Italian sub, key lime pie, and a fruit tray, and some chocolate. You can't go wrong there. You got to have chocolate. It does sound pretty good. Miss Jody, thank you for the purple hearts. So guys, for all of you that dropped these purple hearts, thank you so much. In memory of Wisdom Speaks, never forgotten, always in our hearts, forever here with us. We appreciate that so very much. Echo 444 is in the house. Good to see you. Yes, this community is amazing as far as support goes and as far as loyalty goes. They treat each other and the creators and the communities with absolute love and respect, and I appreciate that very much. Keep it real. What's happening, bro? Good to see you. Miss Tandy, welcome home. I hope you had a easy enough day at work there. It's great to have you here. I don't know. He's not leaving YouTube. He's changing his genre up. He's going to be doing something very, I think it's more fitting for him too. It's a lot more interesting. It's going to be a lot more fun for him. He'll be here still, though. Thank God. When it said goodbye, I was thinking that he was leaving. I was a little upset about that. Thank you, Josie, for that. Well, we appreciate that, everyone in here. And again, I wouldn't be here. I couldn't do this without these blue people over here. These blue people keep me on the straight and narrow. That's a fact. I do appreciate each and every one of them. I see everyone's names and I'm blind, but make sure I say hi to everyone. How can you believe I could read that, Krista? I read every word. And that's good. Yeah, that's why I take the time to say hi to everybody that comes in here. 32 peeps in here, guys. 21 likes. We're getting there. It's great to see you all. Rissa Roberts, welcome. Same to you, Miss Rissa. Same to you. Miss Tandy, hello, my dear. Good to see you. I hope you had a great day at work, and I'm glad you're off and you're able to join us here. Where's Tom Tom at? Go tell her to bring her booty in here with us too. She could probably answer some of the questions we're going to be talking about. Yes, the Blue Crew does an amazing job. Like I said, I've said it 1,000,001 times, and I'll say it 1,000,002. I could not do this without them. I wouldn't want to do this without them. That's a fact. They make my life so much easier. I'm very grateful for every one of them. Welcome, Gen 7. Good to see you. I didn't even see you in there. Good to see you. Those little tax deduction kids. Yeah, it ain't worth the tax return. I can guarantee you that much. But wasn't it? And didn't you say it was like the end of summer party or something like that, Tandy? That they get all riled up. That's all it takes. All right, let me see. Well, she started back early, Jody. She started a few weeks ago, I think. She also moved schools, so she had to set up a classroom and everything. Karma police in the house. Y'all better behave. No, I was thinking about Katie brought up doing a music show tonight too. I don't know. Yeah, her classroom was amazing. She did a great job with that. I really enjoyed seeing all the different things you did there, Tandy. It looks great. Eddie's in the house. Welcome back, buddy. Good to see you tonight. Oh, I'm sorry, Jen. It's probably some of the heat. The air is messing with people's sinuses as well. It could be both. I hope you feel better, dear. I know my sinuses are trashed. That's right. Yes. You deserve every one of them compliments. You guys did a great job on that, Tanny. That's amazing. I know I'd be happy that my child was there. That's for sure. Yes, Miss Krista, absolutely. And Miss Jen, absolutely. I hope you feel 100% better. Sorry you're feeling that way. And let me pin that. There we go. I think I did it right. Yes. Did I do it right? Yeah. It's pinned. Alicia, did I pin that right? I always screw it up. Eddie. I was going to talk a little bit about, I was reading through and watching the actual court. Thank you, Krista. And thank you, Alicia. I was watching the actual court, the Garza versus Idaho situation. And if we don't get to that, that's fine. But if nothing else, that would have been an interesting topic to talk about too. Okay, let me look and see something. Yeah, what do we have here? Can you hear me, Krista?
I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
There you go. You were loading. All right, welcome. How are you tonight?
I'm okay. How are you doing?
I'm here.
Thanks for having another live. I saw you had a good one earlier too.
It was okay. It's just a variety of different things. I try to do the morning show stuff to keep everybody somewhat caught up with the other stuff going on because we're always so deep into this.
Yeah.
Welcome, Stitches. I am me. Good to see ya. Thank you guys for popping in here tonight. 47 peeps, 31 likes. We're getting there. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable.
Share it.
Yeah, that's what I think is bothering me, Beach Babe, is the ragwood shit. It grows in bundles across the street from my house, and when the wind blows, when it happens,
Mm. I'm allergic to real like grass that's cut, so I have fake grass. But the neighbors did their grass, and now that, and of course, that bothered
like turf.
me.
You have turf in your yard?
Yeah, it looks. Yeah, yeah. I put it down, and I got it from Amazon. But yeah, I have to show you.
You bought your grass from Amazon.
Wait, I show you my whole backyard. I'm not even kidding you. Where do you see
I'm
it?
done. I'm done. I quit. I'm done.
It was
That's awesome. I've never heard that before. I bought my backyard at Amazon. I love that.
Listen, and because it's sand, it's like hard, so I just nailed it into the ground. And it's been 4 summers now and 4 winters it's lasted.
And you never have to cut it or do anything.
No. Before we go,
like
I
a
send you a
brush
picture.
and brush it back and forth. That's hilarious.
Dude, where do you see it? So people in pictures can't even tell it's not real. They're like, your grass is so green. I'm like, I know.
How big is your backyard?
It cost me about $300. I'll have to show you a picture. I can't tell. I don't know like sizes. I'm like, I wouldn't be able to tell you. It's pretty big, but I did the side and the backyard. I'll get you a picture.
And what do they deliver it in, like a carpet roll type thing, or?
Yeah, so like it's like inside. It's like an indoor outdoor carpet. It looks like.
Yeah.
And then you just put it down, and because it doesn't grow grass back there. It's been lasting me this whole time. It looks so freaking good. I have to say.
That's awesome. I'm dead. I've never heard that before in my life. I know you can put down like sod or turf, but I've never heard of anybody buying your yard at Amazon. It's amazing. I love it.
I can't wait to show you the pictures now.
Yes, I do want to see some pictures. That's awesome. That's it. What do you do? I could just see that conversation. Like, where's mom? She's vacuuming the backyard right now.
Oh, literally, yeah. I have to clean it. I use the hose. Sometimes I put soap down, and and I nail it back into the ground if a piece falls out. Yeah, it came in boxes and it was rolled out. And you should see me. I was with nailing. I'm going to nail all along the yard.
That's
I did all the landscaping too.
That is, and you're in Jersey, right?
Yeah, I'm ready to right down the shore.
Got you. Are you in a house or like an apartment, like a
duplex?
Like a duplex.
Okay. Like ones we have, like I'm on the right side or.
There's a lot. I noticed. I did a virtual tour, one time of Jersey and the shore area and all that. There's a lot of duplexes and like condos and type things there.
Yep. Very close.
That's awesome. I'm
not used to being so close to people, but we're good. I'm good. But yeah.
You probably have a firewall in between you guys, which is brick.
They're okay. Yeah.
I lived in one before, and I couldn't hear nothing, and they had 3 kids next door to us, and they were like jumping off the ceiling and shit. And I couldn't hear a word, but I come to find out they had it was a 2-foot thick wall between us. It's a firewall. It's a brick wall that goes down the middle, and that's why we couldn't hear him. So,
I do. My husband grew up in, so
I definitely want to see. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm getting it for you right now.
Amazon. I got my backyard in Amazon. That's great.
I know that does sound funny when you say it out loud.
It is awesome, Jen. I love it.
I think I have like a whole slideshow, I think.
People are like, your grass looks wonderful.
Yep.
You cut it with nothing.
All in pictures too. Oh yeah, like people come over, like I swear I'm Snow White. You'll see. Where the pictures
at? Hey, Tomboy. I was just telling you that we're live. Come on in. Hell, Paula. Welcome back with Beats. Good to see you. We're talking about Amazon backyards. She bought her backyard at Amazon, Tomboy.
Okay.
I love it. Just saying it like that's amazing.
I know. Say it out loud. That's so funny, huh?
Welcome, Miss Meg. It is.
It's great.
Tomboy, aren't you eating too? What are you guys having for dinner tonight, Tomboy? Candy said she had to mute and eat, or she probably is eating now because you ate earlier. Okay. I'm curious what everybody has for dinner. We're having sandwiches because it's too hot to have anything besides sandwiches.
We've eaten a lot of BLTs.
Nothing wrong with that. I love those.
I know. I'm addicted to them right now. Like every week, he's like, more. I'm like, I'll get more.
Yeah, it's 100%. It's definitely
it's too hot too. Yeah.
Definitely too hot to be cooking and turning an oven on unless you're at the grill, and it's even too hot to do the grill, in my opinion.
Oh yeah,
Club
definitely.
Sammys. Yep. That's one of my favorites. Turkey club sandwiches. Oh my god, I make those all the time
Yeah, on
with
toast. Definitely toast.
that thick peppered bacon. I love it.
Oh, that sounds good.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, here we go. Should I send it to your email? Where'd you go? Oh.
What'd you say there? Sorry.
Should I send the pictures to your email?
Yeah, you can if you want to. Whatever works for you.
Okay.
I do too, Jen. I can eat sandwiches like every other day. Truly.
Same.
If I could eat sandwiches, probably three days, and Asian food the other, I'm good. If I could do that. Asian food is so expensive though, so and I'm not good at making it yet, so you know.
Me neither.
Arrow Compueco. I have no idea what that is. In English, Tomboy. Ribeyes are great because I'm not grilling. That's 100%. That's too hot to stand in front of a grill. Sorry. Homemade Jewish chicken soup with matzo balls. Hey, that sounds good too, Echo. Oh, Eras. Okay, I got you. Got you. Sorry. Yeah, my wife, we do like our own subs. Okay. Thank you. You stitches. Norma. Miss Norma, good to see you. Hold on a minute, you guys. I can't get over how hot it is, though, folks. It's not even humid today. It's just blatantly hot.
Yep. Sun's hot.
Crazy. Yes.
Like blazing. Okay.
Oh my God. You've got to be kidding me. This is hilarious. While you're doing that, I'll share this with you while we're waiting on getting started. But thank you. This is amazingly hilarious. Here we go.
I need you right away. I know it's just for a few weeks more, but I can't make it without you. All right, I'll try. But just hearing your voice makes me feel a lot better. Right. Au revoir. Until tonight. Where'd you come from?
Where you think I come from?
Under a rock.
You can't talk yourself out of this one, you two-timing, beady-head weasel-eyed dude. We caught you red-handed.
Hey, Lamar, what you screaming about?
Well, Pop, we couldn't help overhearing your telephone conversation.
Just now?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Fred, out with it. Who is she?
The Zootai.
Please, Esther, let's give Fred a chance to explain.
Right on. This could make my whole day.
Rollo, why don't you go catch a bus in your teeth? Hi, it's Fred. Listen.
That was awesome. I absolutely love these baby things have been killing me. I love it, but I never would have imagined Sanford and Son like that. That was cute. Thank you so much for that, Stitches. I love it. That is awesome. Hold on, Caden. Okay, my son. Hey, Dragonfly, good to see you. Thanks for joining us.
I'll got pictures of my cats too.
It is 93. Real feel is 107. I'm done with summer. Just so everybody knows, I'm over it. I'm done with it. It's time for it to be done. I'm ready for fall leaves and that crispy, cool air. I'm just good.
Wow, I'm ready for like fires.
Yep.
Backyard fires, you know.
100%. Wait a minute. That's not it. Did you send it already?
No, I had sent you something before that. I think me feeding my squirrels before. Oh yeah, I have one of them there too. I'm sending it to you right now.
Oh, no problem. I was just making sure I didn't miss it.
Yeah.
Hey, 300. Welcome back. JK, what is up? Aunt Esther, I know. She was awesome. Boo. Boo Dago Boo. What? What'd I do?
Mm-hmm.
What did I do? Mark Schumann, my friend, good to see you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, the baby videos are like, I'm done. Like, I love them. I can watch them all day long.
All right, Chris.
You have a creek in your backyard. There you go. I'd be laying in it right now. I have a pool, but oh, and my filter, my pump blew about 5-6 days ago, right?
Oh.
And it was just a standard pool pump. It was nothing special. And we have a 18 by 52, I think it is. It's whatever. It's not super big, but it's big enough. Anyway, it just the motor stopped working, and I was like, oh shit. And I looked them up, and they're expensive. So my son, I'm telling you guys, I've told you guys before, they're always giving this kid stuff at work. Oh, I see what you're saying. Bianca, hello, good to see you, dear. Listen, dude, I can handle the cold because I can put more clothes on. You don't want to see me walking around naked, folks, because I'm telling you right now, that's what I'm about to do when it gets this hot. Thank God I have air. I would not survive that. But anyway, so and I looked into buying a new sand pump, a sand filter for our pool, right? And I was looking them up, and they're stupid expensive. So my son goes to work today, comes home. Well, both of them, they work together. My Shane and Kaden both work together. And he comes home and he's got what it almost looks new. It's a sand filtered pump, brand new pump that's connected to the filter. So one of his employees had it. I guess they had been talking about it for a couple of days since ours blew, and they couldn't have a pool anymore because they moved into a condo and it's like a HOA. You can't have that kind of stuff there. So he couldn't have a pool anymore. So he sold this $700 pump to my son for $20 flipping, and it's running my pool right now. And I was like, are you serious? Like, no, I have bad luck all the way around, but that is like, you can't go wrong with that. What up, Managa?
Are you Mayor's? Are you Mayor? Wait, M-A-R.
I'm putting it up for you right now. Sis.
Thank you. I'm like, I can't say your last name.
Mayoris.
Mayoris 74
at AOL.com. Or no, what the hell? No.
Gmail.
Forget that. It's Gmail, yes.
Mayoris 74 Gmail. I got it. All right.
Yes, it's pronounced Mayoris. The link is pinned in the chat for anybody who wants to jump up here and join us. Moonlit, welcome. Good to see you. Willard, what's up, bro? Woke up. Good to see you.
Just send it to you, I think.
Hell hotter than hell. Nope. Mm-mm. You're right, Tomboy. You're in hell in Texas. I'm close, but you're in hell. Alicia, are you guys hot there too? I know Mama Bear said it was hot for her, but let me check it. Nope, it didn't come through yet. Give it, my email's slow because it's so full. I have 24,820 things in here that I need to clean it out again.
Let me see, make sure.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. I know.
Candy always says you're hot anyway. Yeah, same thing I say about Miss Brandy. Hi, Brandy. Slow cooker in the nuke box cooked my supper. The microwave. You guys are great. I love that. StreamYard drained my shit last live this afternoon. I'm recut. I didn't know you had a live, dude. You didn't even message me. Whatever, Willie.
I know. He didn't tell me either.
I see how it is. He's doing his shows now. I ain't got time for me now. I got you. It's good. It's okay. It's all good. Dustin Butler, what's up, buddy?
Hey, Dustin.
You know I'm teasing you, Willie. Miss Bianca, it's wonderful to see you. What time is it where you're at now, Miss Bianca? I'm trying to get in line with her timeline. StreamYard drained your shit. You should plug it in. Leave it plugged in.
Does.
You were live when he was live? Again, I didn't know that. See?
Huh.
I guess I'm going to need you to give me your schedule, Willie. That way I can walk around it.
I asked him
me about this one. No, I didn't. Yeah, I did. Willie. I did. How am I supposed to be there to support you if you're live when I'm live?
And I was live at the same time you guys were live too.
I haven't seen any of yours yet. When did you start going live again? I don't
me?
get notifications. Yeah, you.
Oh, I go live every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. At 12:45 usually. Sometimes I'm late.
Okay, so do you have a link you can put in here so we can
Yeah.
support you?
Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Eddie, what's happening?
Good to see you, Dago.
Welcome, brother. Good to see you.
Hi, Krista.
Hi, how are you?
Good. What are we
What
talking about tonight?
What do you want to talk about, Eddie?
Well, I have to say, our discussion this afternoon,
Mhm.
there was something that doesn't quite sit right with me. I have to get it off my chest.
Get it off, brother. Throw it.
Okay, we were talking about, the 10-year-old missing child in Kentucky.
Jaden, yes.
Yeah. And we were discussing the mother has, released a written statement, right?
Yeah.
And I just can't get on board. The new normal cannot be that because people may, have a tendency to examine or to pick apart
Mhm.
or to try to look into and see if there's a hidden meaning in the spoken words or the body.
Yeah.
Because, of course, that is true. That would, typically be, but that cuts both ways. If someone does not speak and has only a written statement,
Mhm.
and the written statement, especially in this case where it's we love Jaden and we want him safe at home.
Yeah.
That is a far cry from getting, regardless if we know what a mother's love is, right?
Of course. Yes.
I don't have to elaborate on that and explain it to people.
Right.
There would be no stopping a mother to get on the camera, get on the news, and make a plea. Like just even briefly, please. If anyone has seen my child, has noticed anything suspicious or out of place during the nighttime hours in the area where he went missing that night, knows anything, suspects anything, thinks they may have come across any important information, no matter how insignificant it may seem, please contact the authorities ASAP.
Yeah.
Just
Right.
something. But again, it cuts both ways. If you don't do that, because there may be someone may be gonna look into your body language and try to find something sinister. Who cares, right?
Yeah.
The new normal can't be for us to believe that it's better and less suspicious that someone has a written note that they share and read by others, right?
Sure.
To me, it just it goes against anything natural or normal.
It is absolutely something I've never seen before. I have to agree, and it's abnormal. Yes. Now, is it because of what we've seen happen more recently with situations such as Summer Wells, Sebastian Rogers, many other cases? Is that why, or is it for another reason? That's what we have to be able to differentiate. And again, maybe we will find that out. Maybe it was because she knew she had the child endangerment charge in the past and knew that people were going to come for her because of that, which they did. We all know that. Maybe that's why. I mean, I agree with you. I would have, as a parent, not everybody's the same, but as a parent, I would have definitely been live on TV begging people to help me. Have you seen my son? If you know anything, you know what I mean? Let's do this, please. And there's that. It could be, oh, Miss Krista fell out the window. It could be a few different options, Eddie, but I agree with you that it's something I think, this is my opinion, it doesn't mean that it means anything, that she should have. Okay. I agree she should have, but again, we don't know why she didn't. And it could be many different things, as like I said. But, you know, here's my thought on this, and I'm going to say this just because it's how I think. If I did nothing wrong and one of my, God forbid, a child goes missing, okay, and I had nothing to do with it, and I know that, and neither did my partner, my spouse, whatever, that's what I'm going to do, is I will go to the news and tell the whole world, please help me find my child. Welcome, SRBBBBBB. Good to see you. And I'm not saying that I'm not saying that that's why she wrote the note, because she did something wrong. I'm saying I feel as if I had nothing to hide or nothing to not put out there. That's what I would have done. Now, I also got to give you another angle I was thinking about too as I was talking. Some people are camera shy. They get weird in front of cameras. Maybe are not comfortable with it. You know, things like that. It could be. I don't know. I'm just saying there's many different reasons why she could have not done it that way. But I personally would have done it. I would have been on the news right away if I had that option. That's just my opinion. Welcome, Jilly Bean. Good to see you. Twizzy Twiz. What's happening? Why am I talking about you? I haven't yet. So, is that what you were getting at, Eddie?
Well, it's just, you know, no matter what, people are going to look with a suspicious eye, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whether you do or you don't get on the news or on the camera and, you know,
That's
get
a
your
good point.
plea.
Yeah.
So who cares? And let's be real. How many people, you know, have a shady background? You know, this is just real life. And I'm sure some people have been arrested for whatever. And who cares? What does that have to do with this, right?
Yeah.
Just
I mean,
because
that's
there's
what
something in her past. It's not unusual. And this is my child, and doggone it, I will fight to the ends of the earth to get them back. And
right.
If you want to look at, you know, what I've been arrested for or what I may have done in the past, you know,
that's what she put out to the public right there.
Yeah, you carry that. You know, go ahead, look into it, examine it, and you know, judge me for it. But you carry that weight. That has nothing to do with what we're doing here today, right?
I agree with you, sir. I do. And for those of you that didn't see or hear this, real quick, this is what she gave to the public. We love you, Jaden, and we want him home. We want him safe at home. Please, if anybody see my son, Jaden Spicer, please report it to the Jackson Police Department. Thank you. We love him very much. Please do the right thing. Call the police. Please pray for us and my son, Jaden. Thank you. That's it. That's it. I mean, you know, I don't know if, you know, she's a social media person that follows things on social media. We saw what happened with the Nova Scotia kids when Malaya made her very weak. One interview that she did talking about the kids that, you know, she was immediately suspected, but that was her fault because of the way she did it in that sense. So maybe she was worried about that. I don't know. There's really no good reason, in my opinion, to not scream to the world if your child's missing, to get as much help as you can, in my opinion. But
and again, I want to you know, encompass this, preface it with saying this is, I'm not judging her one way or the other because she chose to do it in that style.
I got you.
That is not kind of what brings me up here. I'm just saying that can't be the new normal for us to just capitulate and say, well, because people, if she got on the camera, people are going to do this or that.
That's going to happen. It's going to happen anyway. You're right. You know,
that can't be what we, you know, our default, you know.
I agree.
That's not our new normal.
No, I agree. And that is, in that sense, it shouldn't be. But like you said, though, even if the woman would have got up there and did a whole hour-long interview, as compared to sending this letter out. She would have still been ridiculed. I promise you that. And I agree with that. Tonka said maybe she just couldn't talk publicly. And that's what I was saying, Tonka. Some people don't handle that, can't do that, and was maybe upset that she wouldn't say what she needed to say. But yeah, it can't be. I agree with what Eddie's saying is we cannot accept and have that become what the new norm is when a child goes missing. I agree with you on that. That is 100% true.
And if we're being honest with ourselves, to not get out there and to try your best, even if you are camera shy, and to make that plea publicly, that is, let's be real. That is a bit suspicious.
Agreed. Yeah.
Not saying it means anything, but I mean, it is.
No. I agree. I do agree. I don't know what happened to Krista. The link is still pinned if you want to jump up there. But no, I agree with you, bud. And it shouldn't be. It shouldn't, like, there should be. I'm sure law enforcement has talked to her. I'll say that much. But, if you're going to ask the public for your help, I think you need to be there in person to do that. That's just my feeling.
It's a better look.
It definitely is. And I think that's why Daniel Martell was doing what he was doing. He even said that he wanted the public to see. Now, I'm not saying I believe him wholeheartedly, but he didn't want the public to think he did something wrong. And that's why he did the multiple interviews that he did on the news. Well, I don't know. And like I said, maybe she feels some sort of way. It's okay, Alicia. You don't have to. And that's understood. Not everybody's going to feel the same way about that. It's okay. We have, it's okay to disagree on these things all the time. But I feel like you should have put your face out there. You should have shown the public, this is your child. This is what you feel. That's just how I feel. I agree with that. I do. And again, it can't be from here on out. We just don't see the parents, we don't, I don't know. I agree with that. It can't be the new norm. That's the best way I guess you could put it, Eddie, the way you put it. And like I said, it's going to happen either way, Alicia. And Eddie said the same thing. So I don't see, unless, like I said, there's a lot of people that have anxiety. They can't get in front of a camera. That can't do this. They can't do that. Or, if she's a blubbering mess, if you go back to Sebastian, when Katie Proudfoot went on her first interview, she couldn't talk. Chris had to do all the talking. She couldn't say anything because she couldn't talk. Maybe that's where she's at with this. I don't know because we haven't seen her. And that's true too, Bobby. It's better content for creators to have a video that can play and analyze 24/7. And it's something that people, to spread the word, rather than showing this note. There's no emotion or emphasis on this note. Okay. Your emotion, I think, is part of your request for help. Am I wrong by saying that? I think the emotion behind what you're saying should show why you're asking for help, in my opinion, if I'm saying it right.
No, you said it right. Now, without comparing it to another case, I'm not, there's no point to do that because each one is their own.
Agreed. Yes.
Case study. So that's not what we're discussing right now. So again, if the person is uncomfortable, regardless, I mean, what they're looking for is red flags, not, examining if they're the way they speak is proper, right? So
yeah,
again, nothing. If a person has nothing to hide nothing.
Sure. Yeah. Agreed. That's the truth. That is the truth. That is a very good point too. I do. Like I said, I have to agree. And there's some people that will disagree, and that's okay. We're all adults. We're all friends here. We can agree and disagree on different situations. I feel that way fully. Doesn't make anybody any better or any worse than each other. But I do agree that I would be doing that. And I think that that's something that should be done. That's just, again, an opinion that I have. And there's still, that's something else I wanted to pull up while I was sitting here. 1 second here. Now, I will say one thing. I've seen people say, you know, like I even said it earlier, that the parents get attacked right away, blah, 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 so on and so forth. And I was talking to my wife about that too. And she's like, yeah, but honey, but like what ends up, do you think that has happened? And I said, hold on a minute, guys. My dog is. Sorry about that. Shoot, what the heck was I saying?
Why do you think that happens? Something like that. When people get on the camera, and people try to judge or examine what they say.
People, especially out in this world here, people like pick apart everything. Okay, I've done it.
I thought you were going for like that happens because inconsistencies in their story.
Well, and that's what I was getting ready to say. What that's where I was with my wife. Thank you for bringing me back. She said, you know, the reason why everybody has become that way is because in a lot of senses with the cases we've looked at, it has been the parents. Okay. And like you said, though, every case is its own specific cases. They're not all identical. They're not all going to be the same. And we've seen that happen. So therefore, in turn, we get used to analyzing that in that aspect. Okay. There have been a lot of parents in a lot of the cases we've looked at that have been guilty of what has happened. So that's understood. Hold on a minute here. I'm trying to catch the chat too. Did I miss it? Or do I not see it? Answer yes. And that's fact right there. Parents are damned if they do and damned if they don't. So like I said, that's how I felt. She's going to be shredded anyway. So I wouldn't have cared, period. Like I said, I don't give a shit what you think of me. This is my child. I want him found. Please help. And that's it. And I think that if people see that, though, is what I was trying to make. And that's what I was showing. She agreed with me, too, that if people see you pleading and it shows the emotion that you have and the way you're acting, I think it helps in that situation. And people may not be as hard on you in some senses until they find out anything in your history, which they're going to attack it anyway, like we said. So it doesn't matter. I wouldn't care. I don't care what people think of me. I'd rather be Karen Latimer than Steve Gonsalves. That's a good point too. And people do stuff. That's a fact.
Karen Laramie. Yeah.
Or Laramie. I was going to say Latimer, but I knew who you're talking about.
Yeah.
Think about all the missing kids that you don't hear about. It's not. Oh, of course not. No, it's not always the parents. We see the ones that it is the parents because it's an anomaly, not the norm. Well, and that's why we see it, I think, because that's how it ends up here. So therefore, a lot of the cases, that's what I was getting to the point of, Alicia. Thank you. But that's what I meant, because they come here when it is in that aspect, the parents per se. That's why it's the norm for people that come out here. And then they automatically have that thought process. And like I said, I just wouldn't care. As a parent, I don't care. I know that people are going to pick me apart in one way, shape, or form. And people are just ignorant nowadays. They will look at the woman and they were like, did you see her mugshot? Yeah. Well, she's fat now. That's what I'm saying. People judge you for everything. So, like, excuse the phrasing, but fuck you. Fuck that. I don't care. This is my child. This is what we're talking about. Not my weight, not my previous charges, not my drug problem if I had one. Or even if I have one currently, it doesn't matter. I want my child found. That's how that should be. But it's not. That's the sad part. So if she has a fear of that kind of thing, I can understand it. But I just wouldn't care. I agree with you on that, Eddie. It wouldn't matter. You know, of course, that's what. And I'm not saying that that's what. I wasn't judging her, Alicia. All I'm telling you is that's what people do because she looks different now. They're going to tear you apart. Like you have missing teeth. That means you're a bad person. You have, like with the Nova Scotia kids. Well, look at the backyard. That must mean they're bad parents. That doesn't always mean that. Like I said, we've seen people that live in multi-million-dollar homes that have, drive Bentleys and Lamborghinis and have money falling out of their ass, and they're bad parents. That doesn't make a difference. So, welcome, Miss Charlene. Good to see you. But I agree with you on this one, Eddie, that it can't be the new norm. It can't. Welcome back, Krista.
Sorry.
And Dago, we have to also observe that when people go looking for something, when it's not there, they move on and look elsewhere for what they're looking for. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, if people are judgmental, the parent has to come to terms with, in reality, it's oftentimes someone that is in the close social circle to the missing person.
Right.
And that's just the way it is in cases like those. So the way to handle that is, here I am, front and center. Examine me, please do. Eliminate me all you want. Look into my past and make sure I'm not guilty of this, and then let's move on so we can get to the true answer here.
That's it. That's the best way to look at it. I agree with you. Do what you got to do. Shred me, tear me apart. Meanwhile, let's move on and find my child. Agreed. That's how I feel about it too. Because it's going to happen either way. So just take it head on and do it. Now, like I said, we don't know this woman. We don't know that if there's anxiety, if there's whatever, but you got to bite the bullet sometimes. This is your child. And again, here's the other thing. She hasn't had this child for I don't know exactly how long. She didn't raise him. Her mother did. And so maybe she doesn't know how to deal with this situation. I don't know, folks. I can't give an answer on that one. Welcome, Rach. But this is... It's a different world than what it was 25 years ago. I'll say that much, okay? And things are changing. And I agree that I would not be comfortable with if law enforcement, because somebody said maybe that's what they wanted her to do. I don't know, okay? We heard in the Nova Scotia case that she lied and said, well, RCMP said that I shouldn't do news things. That's not what it was. She just didn't want to talk to the public because she couldn't deal with whatever was going on, I guess. I don't know. Welcome again, Rach. Good to see you, dear. So I don't know. I don't know. It's how you take it. Everybody thinks differently on different things. I do agree with you on this, though. I do.
Well, thank you. I just had to get that off my chest. I feel better.
No, absolutely. I get it, bud. I get it. It's what it's all about, guys. Open discussions are about everything and anything. By the way, sorry, it's been a bad day today. We had the explosion in Pennsylvania. I know you guys saw that. We also have another mass shooting that happened.
Right.
Here, I'll show you that real quick if you didn't see this. Give me a quick second here.
News on this Monday afternoon, everybody. I'm Jason Wheeler. We begin with breaking news at the top of the hour coming out of Austin this afternoon. Police say 2 people have been shot and killed outside a Target store this afternoon. I want to take you to the scene right now. This is a live look there at the scene. This is in North Austin. Police say that 3 to 5 people were shot in that parking lot of that store there in North Austin this afternoon. They say that one of the victims is a child. 2 of those victims have died. Right now, though, we're still trying to get more detail on this. Police have not revealed the ages or any other information. Now, police say the suspect stole a car in the Target parking lot and drove away, but that he was quickly tracked down and arrested. Of course, we don't have any word at this point on motive as to what led up to this shooting there in...
Let me make a quick statement. Mama Bear threw this up. This is a very good point. Look at Ruby Frankie. She was abusing her kids on YouTube for years and millions, and no one said anything. Very true. We also had another creator out there, Daddy of 5 or whatever the hell it was, doing the same thing. Nobody said anything for a few years, and then all of a sudden, then it became a problem. So these are good points, you guys. Every direction we look at this, everybody's making good points. Welcome, Raquel. Good to see you. Ruby Frankie was beyond insane, in my opinion, but still, good point. Good point.
She seemed like brainwashed a little bit. at the end? You think? No, she just always been like that.
She's a sociopath, in my opinion. Just saying.
They've always been this way, that way.
I mean, it's possible. It's possible, but you don't know.
Yeah.
You don't know.
There were things she was doing though, like that's just
Right.
How could it have gone on for so long?
Nobody said a word because
That's
she's
fucking
supposed to. I'll tell you why it went on so long. Because everybody looked up to her. Everybody thought she's this great person. Blah blah blah.
Mhm.
When behind the doors, you don't know what's going on. So they're in turn. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's the problem. And no answer. That's why I said I don't like leaving my house, folks.
Yeah,
It's not safe to go anywhere anymore.
Nope. I get nervous just going to the boardwalk. Like it's so many kids. Like there's fights all the time. They have knives now, and you're young. They're 18, 19 years old.
Agreed. Yes, ma'am.
It's not, and that's like that's my home, like my bubble. I don't. But like I stay behind my gates, and I just don't like to leave. I really don't. I go out maybe once a week. I mean, everything I need is here. Like my tanning bed's here, my podcast is here, my food's here, my weed's here, my cats are here, my plants are here, my podcast.
Your backyard from Amazon is there.
Yeah, I sent you the pictures.
I'm gonna grab it. Yeah, it wasn't a mass shooting; it was a carjacking.
But
it
still,
went wrong.
listen,
It's still
I live in
multiple
Philly
people's
too.
lives.
Like Philly's really bad too.
Right.
Can't go anywhere.
Agreed.
Very nervous.
Honestly, I don't think that kids should be influenced. No, at all. I think you should have to be an adult, period, or at least later in your teen years before you can do something like that. And I think there should be a ground rules and all sorts of rules. But no, it ruins kids' lives, in my opinion. I'm sorry, it does.
Remember Vine?
Ryan.
Vine, remember Vine?
Oh, Vine, yes, I remember Vine.
And they're like 13, 14 years old, and they're like making money on Vine.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it's not. Granted, everybody wants to make money, but it ain't. No, it turns you into a different. It takes their childhood away.
Yeah, there's that one chick. They said she was missing at one point. She's called. I can't remember her name, but
There's been multiple TikTokers that have either been attacked, killed, assaulted, stalked.
Self-aliving.
Yes,
self-aliving.
A bunch of agreed.
And too young, like ethics, too young, and then something happens. Like I've had 2 or 3 times where I've had shadow bans, like where I got like literally had to start over, lost everything, and then like if you're a young kid and that's what you all of a sudden you make this money and you're like, oh crap, and then they take away your entire TikTok.
Yep.
That's awful, and that's for a young kid. That's so much. You're right. I think they should have age limit. It should be at least 18, I think.
Right. And yes, Raquel, I've been saying that for years, and it's not all parents, but there's quite a good handful of them.
Yep.
That they allow the internet and social media and cell phones to raise their children. They don't do it. Now, we do have some awesome parents out here, so thank God that are still raising their kids the way they should be raised. Excuse me, I'm sorry. But yeah, 100%, folks. And that's the problem, is that's why these kids end up doing certain things.
Yeah.
Okay. But there are kids that do have good parents that are teaching the morals still, that are doing it every day and regardless, you know what I'm saying? So that credit is deserved where it's due, in my opinion.
My best friend took her kids out of school. She was like, she just she homeschools them because after COVID, she just realized that, they'll learn more from us.
There's that, and a lot of people now are afraid to send their children to school because, well, we know why.
Yep.
Let me finish this video real quick. I'm sorry, I didn't get to finish it.
No.
That parking lot this afternoon. Police have closed several streets in that area, and I believe that they're giving us an update right now. So let's take a listen in.
For a hot shot call, officers arrived within 4 minutes. When officers arrived, they were met with 3 people that were shot inside the parking lot of Target. The suspect fled the scene, stole a car from the scene, took that car, wrecked that car, then hijacked another car. He was then found by Austin PD in South Austin, where he was taken into custody after a tasing. We have 3 people that are deceased. This is a very sad day for Austin. It's a very sad day for us all. And my condolences go out to the families. At this point, looking at the suspect, we have a male white suspect who appears to be 32 years of age, does have a mental health history. And all of that is very new. It's a new, very, early in the investigation at this point, but he has been apprehended. I'd like to thank our public safety partners again. It is quite amazing to arrive on scene here and see Fire, and EMS, Austin AISD, all here helping and supporting. At this point, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Chief Lutgritz for some words.
Good afternoon. Robert Lutgritz, Chief of Austin Travis County EMS. Austin Travis County EMS received our initial calls at around 2:19 p.m. 4 minutes later, first units arrived on scene at 2:23 p.m. The initial responding units arrived and found 3 victims. Two of those were pronounced on scene by Austin Travis County EMS. One was transported to a local hospital where they were pronounced at the hospital. In addition, one additional individual was treated on scene for unrelated injuries. At that point, I'll turn it back over to Chief Davis.
All right, we'll take a few questions. And again, understanding this is a very new investigation.
Do we know what led to this? And I want to know where that car was hijacked and if the person who was driving that car was injured.
At this point, we believe that was one of the people that was shot, but it was in the Target parking lot where the first car was taken. The first car crashed. The subject then ran into, I believe it was a Volkswagen dealership to take another car.
And if that car was hijacked from the Volkswagen?
I believe so, yes.
What led to the shooting?
We don't know if there was an altercation or what. At this point, we're looking at video. People that are within Target are moving out of Target. We're moving some over here to the PetSmart and the Dollar General. If their car was involved or anywhere near the scene, they're going to have to stay here until the investigation's over and get another ride out of the area. But at this point, we're not sure what. Not that anything could perpetrate this, but
no sense if it was random or if there was something that led up to it.
Exactly. Yes. I can't hear you.
Do we know how many people were in the store when it happened?
How many people were in the store? No, I don't know.
It happened outside the store.
It happened outside the store. Yes.
Can you share anything about the victim?
We do not. I don't know anything about the victims at this point. No.
Was it a child?
I don't know that yet.
We see that a lot of people inside of that store. What is that?
That's right. So that's emptying Target. We want to empty the store and reunite them and get them out of here if they were not a witness to the scene. But the cars are going to have to stay here until we're done with the scene.
Can you tell us where in South Austin the suspect was apprehended?
I'm not sure. Jay, do you have an address in South Austin? 2400 block of La Costa.
Does he have any connection there, or that's just where he was found?
That's just where he was found.
Was there a chase that led you guys?
No, I believe it was a call for service. I believe the subject got out of the car. Another person called. I don't know what the behaviors were at that point. And again, we're talking, this is within the last 25, 30 minutes. So I want to get this information as quickly as possible to you. So what that call for service was, I'm not aware of, but officers responded quickly and an apprehension was made. All I know is it was a Volkswagen that was taken. I don't know if it was a Volkswagen dealership, but it was a Volkswagen. He does have a rap sheet here with us, but there is some emergency detention holds. Again, our thoughts are with the family. This is a tragic time. Our thoughts are with the officers and EMS and fire who have to come and do the work here at the scene, forensics, everyone that's doing the scene. Again, a special thanks to AISD for coming over and helping out. It was a big scene, a lot of cooperation, and truly impressive the amount of cooperation that the city alone does together. So thank you all for coming. Thanks.
Thank you.
Very sad. People need a hobby or something, something. So this just like, guys, I'm going to run up to Walmart and grab some groceries, or I'm going to go to Target for this or this and that. People are becoming afraid to do anything. People order and have their food, their groceries delivered now. They have clothing from Amazon delivered. People don't want to go anywhere. That's not healthy, folks. We shouldn't feel that way, okay? But it happens. I'm one of them people. I don't like going out in public. And when my family goes without me somewhere, guess what? I'm on the phone constantly. Everything good? You okay? What's going on? Where you at? What's going on? You know what I mean? I'm paranoid. We go into I haven't been in a restaurant in years now, but you go into a restaurant and sit down. I face the door and I stare at it. I have to sit somewhere where I can see the door and watch what's going on around me because I'm scared, paranoid.
Yep.
It's not healthy. And that's where we're at in life now. And it's a sad damn thing.
I don't want to be like that because I do like to be around people. I like to go out and do things, but I'm scared to death to do it now. Like you said, like I have anxiety. COVID gave me a reason not to leave. You know what I mean? It gave us like permission not to do things. And I was like, I didn't mind it at all.
I think it made the people, because I have anxiety too, and yeah, I think it gave us a reason to be okay with that. But I think
Yes.
at this point now, it's a little bit too much.
Unhealthy.
I've started venturing out more because I know it's not healthy, and I still do it though. When I go to like Walmart, okay, first off, I hate going to Walmart. I always did, but I'm just saying, when I go to Walmart, they're doing their thing, and I'm constantly doing this.
Yep.
That's all I do the whole time. Okay. And my kids and my grandkids have to stand right in front of me, right next to me. Jesus, I did that with Caden even last year, and he's bigger than me.
Yep.
But again, I don't trust people because, as Alicia always says, people suck.
Yep.
And it's just gotten worse over the years. So it's not good. Something needs to change somewhere, folks, and I don't see that happening. So at that point, we just have to accept what it is. And as always,
I don't mind leaving. I don't mind leaving, staying here. I would stay here. I don't really.
Right.
And I really don't like people coming here either. I feel like it's awful. It looks like I look like I want to entertain, but it's all just for me.
Guys, we have a concert series around here that we have an amphitheater, and we do a lot of tribute bands, and then regular bands would come to this thing, and we went every summer. Okay.
Yep.
They have 25 shows for the tribute bands, and then in between those shows, like Billy Joel showed up one time. The Red Hot Chili Peppers were here one time, so we used to go to these shows, and they're very cheap, which is why they're outdoor shows at an amphitheater. Guess what? No, this is the third year I haven't been because of all the shit started feeling weird. Things started happening, and I'm just not comfortable with it. I'm just not.
And then you think it's your instinct. You're like, and like you think, okay, I'm just being paranoid. But then you're like, no, what if it's my instinct and I'm not listening? And I just I'll talk myself I'm not going.
Yeah, right. You get into a crowd of people, and
we want to leave. My husband's the same way. He doesn't mind staying here either.
Right. My wife, two of her friends for her birthday had bought her tickets to go to see Cyndi Lauper when she came here. Okay. My wife is an 80s kid all the way around. She loves it.
I love it.
She just went and saw New Kids on the Block not too long ago too. But the Cyndi Lauper concert, she just went to that last week. I'm like, please be careful, please be careful, please be careful, please be careful. And I call her all the way there, and then after a certain amount of time, where you at? How'd it go? You good? John's on the way home. Okay. I'm just saying, it's a scary thought nowadays. It really is.
Well, I had to take Ubers to City Winery, like with the live podcast shows, the ones in New York, and like I had to take an Uber, which was fine because I don't need to drive that far. But I got maybe like, I don't know, 3 or 4 miles down the highway, and I convinced myself that the Uber driver was going to murder me, and I made him get off and drop me off, and I went home. I convinced myself that he was going to murder me. Like, I was like, I said, let's go to Wawa. And we went to Wawa. I said, can you get off and go to Wawa? And then I said, it's okay. I'm just going to get home. I called my husband, made him come get me.
Right. I gotcha. I've had these conversations with Brandy, my wife. She's like, listen, hon, if something's going to happen, it's going to happen.
That's true.
If it's that time, it's that time. She goes, I'm not going to stop living my life because now she's a little bit more, what's the word I'm looking for? Like more alert. Alert. She's a little bit more alert than she would have been in the past, but she doesn't want to just not live. And I get that. I do. And nobody should have to feel that way. But, that's why we all, I don't know. You don't need to have anything anymore, Borg. We can carry, and a lot of us do. We carry out in the open, and wherever we go, you can't take it open. Like you can't have it visually showing and walk into a store or certain places with it. There's signs up, but a lot of the people where I live at open carry because you don't know what's going to happen, and I do.
Like weapons. I have weapons all over my yard, like in certain planners. I have things because if I have to run a certain way, because I have it all planned out, and I have like weapons in the house because I'm by myself after 4:45 in the morning, and I'm on TV. I'm on the
I'm on
YouTube.
That's
so
another reason why. Like I said, I have. Everybody knows I have what I have right here next to me. I have something up near the door. And if somebody comes to my front door that don't belong there, they're going to get answered with something different because I just don't trust people anymore.
I know. I think I even have a K-bar knife. I was like, I have like it's a thing of hunting knives, and I was like, is this a K-bar? Is this a K-bar? Is this a K-bar? I'll have to bring it in here and show you. But I have it like I usually have it sitting in my
Right.
my cushions.
Look at the stabbings that happened at Walmart and TC. A guy with a
My Walmart too, man.
concealed carry took him down. Yeah.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
and that's that's why we have that now.
Yep.
And that's why they passed the stand your ground law here, and it doesn't matter if you're gonna come at somebody. You're going to get met with something. I'm just telling you.
Right. Yeah.
We have the right to defend ourselves, and damn it, we're going to, and our children. That's it. That's all there is to it. I hate to say that. I'm a very loving person. I love people. I don't want to hurt somebody. But if you my family or me, you're not leaving the same way you came.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm a little person, and like I have 5 clearly posted signs on the fences, in the windows. Do not pass go. Do not come in my yard, because it's happened 3 or 4 times. Well, people came after me or came and tried to break in the house, and I have anxiety. Like I have PTSD from growing up. Like our house got raided when I was a kid so many times. I just really have like, I don't like people just coming to my house. And a couple of people have done it. And it's like, we're not allowed to defend. We're not allowed to, use weapons, but.
Right.
Do you like that grass?
It looks pretty good. It definitely does. That's awesome. You did that. I love your plants too. I love the big plants.
My God, they're my Mustafa banana trees. They grow back every year and they get bigger and bigger and they've multiplied. All the plants I have, I every summer I plant myself. Everything. I did everything myself.
That's awesome. I like your little pool. That's cute.
Oh yeah. I say like there's a bunch of them. Yeah. It's crazy because like it does look like real grass and it feels like real grass.
It does. It's probably softer than most grass too. It looks good.
And those pools, like I get one of them every year. Like you probably use it every year, but like those pools are less than $200.
Yeah. And if it's just you and whoever's there with you, that's what else do you need?
Yep. Exactly.
Now that's I see your little kitty thing.
Oh there. Yeah, I think. Oh, there's my Covey. Isn't he cute? He looks like a little.
Oh, he is adorable. I love it. I like your backyard. That's nice.
Thanks.
Very nice. And you can tell it's comfortable for you. That's what you.
My
know
God.
what I mean?
Yeah, we got the privacy fence finally because we're so close to everybody. I needed it so bad. I'm like you. I just don't trust fucking anybody. Like I just don't, and I'm scared to be by myself. But like that's my peace back there.
Right.
I don't forget where my weapons are, my knives. But like we're not allowed to defend. We're not allowed to do that in Jersey. So
no, I know a lot of places aren't. And no, I'm not going to say that, Texas. I know why you said that too. I'm not saying that, but listen. When we were a concealed carry state, and I had that, okay, and then they passed the law because everybody was doing it anyway, and you can open carry on it as long as it's holstered, or it's in your. You can even carry in your pocket if you want to, but most people carry in a holster. I have a sling that I can carry on under. I don't like to visually show it. Like
I think we're gonna jump me for that.
We had a guy that was walking down the road downtown last summer that was carrying a 12 gauge on his shoulder, and they were like, "What are you up to there, bro?" They and you're not. They're allowed to stop and ask you questions if they have questions, which they should. A guy's carrying a sawed-off or a 12 gauge shotgun on his shoulder, walking through town. Like, why? If you're gonna carry, do it with some class and have a little bit of character. That's all I'm saying.
Exactly. It's not.
Yeah, Ohio's definitely open.
I'm not trying to show everybody. You're just trying to be safe.
Yes, and if somebody, you don't have to. It used to be back in the day. My family was in law enforcement.
Yeah.
And they used to tell the story. If you're gonna shoot somebody who tries to break in your house, shoot them and drag them back in. That was the whole thing. Everybody used to say.
That's what we said.
It had to be that way.
Right.
Anymore. And before, if you shot somebody in the back, you would get charges against you because they're getting away. And you're not supposed to do that.
Right.
We passed the stand your ground law. Somebody steps on my porch and I don't want them there. I have the right to do what I want. Period.
I don't like calling the cops. So
I just looked it up. New Jersey has a duty to retreat.
What is it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Krista. It's a duty to retreat.
What's that? Tell me, what's that? So I have to retreat, right?
Run away from the situation rather than defend yourself.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Sure.
Take every possible.
I mean,
I'm just paraphrasing,
I have my plans. Like I have but still, I listen. If you're I have cameras too. Like if somebody comes in the house, they're gonna get shot or they're gonna get stabbed or something. Because I know I'm a felon and I'm not allowed to have the weapons. But I'm not gonna let them kill me first.
No, and here's the thing.
No,
The whole thing is maybe it will make people think twice. That's why I like it, because if somebody knows they see you carrying something, it might make them think twice before they try to attempt to attack you. If somebody knows, well, I don't want anybody to know what I have, even though I just told the whole world. But if you come in the door, you're going back out. You're not walking back out.
You're not leaving. Yeah, I told my husband. I said, I'll wait, and we'll have to bury him in the backyard because I'm not gonna go to prison if somebody came here. And there's nothing for them to come get. I don't know why anybody would come. Like a couple, like I have 5 clearly posted signs. Like there's nothing here. Yeah, and I'm a felon. It's not good, exactly. But I literally, but they're knives that like they're hunting. He's a hunter, so they're his. He's allowed to have them. The house is
absolutely, absolutely.
So I'll just read you briefly what I found. New Jersey does not have a stand your ground law. Instead, the state has a general rule to retreat if it is safe to do so before using force in self-defense. But Krista, in your case, if you're not legally allowed to have a gun, well, that adds a different dimension to,
What if I my husband or he has a hunting rifle and I grab one of them to defend myself? Like it's not.
Well, you'd have to. Yeah, I guess I'd just make sure you're very well read on the laws in your.
You have to be careful.
Your specific, if you have a record and you're not allowed to do so, I don't know if that means it includes in the house or what, but I'm certain you sure should be able to carry, pepper spray or something.
Oh
yeah, stuff like that. Yeah,
and I think the states like that. I think you're allowed to have a certain type of a taser as well. And you definitely don't want felons and criminals carrying guns. That's why.
No, mind I robbed the government. Like it wasn't like a criminal. It wasn't like a violent crime. Stealing from the government, but. I'm thinking, if I'd be able to see the person, hopefully with the cameras, I'll jump out that window. I could jump out the window, I think. You know what I mean? To try to get away.
I got you.
You know what I mean? I'm going to try to get away first. But I also don't want to leave my 5 cats in the house either. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't like to think about it either because, there's really no reason for anybody to come in here. There's nothing to come here and get,
Right.
Except for maybe me. I don't know.
Right. And that's why I keep mine to an extent. Like Texas said, I untuck my shirt or I have it in my behind here in a holster like that. You don't need to advertise because you just don't, in my opinion. There are people that will. Who was it that 42 just said I live in Ohio and haven't seen anybody walk around with open guns? I'm telling you, it
if we could,
most people don't walk around holding them out saying, "Hey, look, I'm carrying."
Yeah.
They do, at least where I'm at, they do. I live in a country area.
Yeah.
Everybody and anybody is carrying, period. And that's the other thing. That's why I'm thinking to it. That's what I was trying to say. If you advertise, you're kind of a target then. It makes people feel like I'm going to challenge that. Just saying. So
it's crazy.
Yeah, you can have a black powder gun. That's true. I don't know that they make handheld handguns like that anymore, but you could. There's different ways that you could do it. The fanny pack. The fanny pack, you can just reach down and grab that. That works too.
My dad used to say that. My mom used to tell me that because I talked to them. They're going to give you back. And I was like, they don't want me anyway. I talk to them. I talk too much. I didn't pay my taxes.
Critical Minds. Wow, that's crazy.
Huh?
Critical Minds is saying pepper spray and tasers are illegal in New Jersey.
Are they really?
Seriously? Wow, critical.
I don't know pepper spray. I mean, unless that's new.
Blam blam. Yep. And then that's what I don't understand. They don't want you to defend yourself.
Mm-hmm. I
just don't understand any of that. That makes no sense. Yeah, Jersey. Well, I don't know if it's because of the state or whatnot, but I'm just talking about my situation. 42. That's all.
Yeah. Somebody asked me what I did, but I was on probation for possession back when I was 18, and then I stayed. Unfortunately, kept getting violated. And then I was in my 20s. I was working for a mortgage company and decided I wasn't going to pay my taxes. So I pulled a situation, and then so I got in trouble for theft by deception, and then also I was working at the same time. I was with my dad, working for my dad, and he got in trouble for Ponzi scheme because I worked for him. I got in trouble for that as well. So, but most of the time it was like drug offenses just over and over again because I couldn't stay good on probation because I just couldn't. I'm self-medicator. But then by the time I was like 30, I was 37 when I got off of it, 17 when I started, 37 when I was finally off of it. But my husband had paid off my fines. Like after 2012, I stopped. I got clean and stuff, and I just.
Did you say 37?
Yeah, I was 37 when I got off. It was 2017. Yeah, I'm 47.
What?
I'm 47. Mm-hmm.
Oh my God! I thought you were in your 20s. Wow, you're doing something right then. Good for you. Good for you.
Well, I've had I've had a lot of fillers and Botox and stuff, but I just started that a couple years.
You don't have to tell us the secrets. I just was saying. I just thought you were in your 20s. I don't know why, but okay. Well, good for you. I'm glad that you did all that stuff, and I'm proud of you for. I went through an addiction issue, and anybody that can conquer that. God bless.
Addiction, and I think addiction transfers too, like addiction transfers. So like you have to really I got clean like a lot. Right? I got clean, but I could never stay clean. And being a self-medicator, then I have to learn how to live like sober and be an adult sober, and I never ever did.
Gotcha.
Until I still smoke pot. I'm still on Suboxone, but I mean I haven't. And you see me, I'm so anxious all the time. I'm always like.
Listen, you're doing things the right way for you. No matter what it is, and that's all that matters. And I'm again, I know I mean nothing. It doesn't matter me saying it, but I say it to anybody that I know that has conquered that. I'm proud of you.
No, it means a lot to me, and I'm about to cry. So no, like you did something.
Don't cry. Don't cry. I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
No. Like I know because a lot of people say like they don't understand. They don't even know how I'm still alive because I went through a lot. Like it wasn't just me; it was like my dad too. So it was like hard to like when you have 3 parents. 4 of them, 3 of them are like that, and it's like when they finally just all of them, it's like it was tough love. I had to literally turn myself in and go to crisis, and I was like, I got clean, and I had I overdosed. It was like the last one. I overdosed on 2012. 21, 12. It was like the last one. That was it. And like that, after that one, I woke up in the hospital, and after that something changed, and I just couldn't do it anymore. I was gonna die. There's no way I hadn't ended up running.
Very good. Good, right. Good for you.
I haven't needle my arm since 2012.
You definitely should be proud of yourself because that's nothing. And it sounds like you at some point really didn't have a chance, in the middle of all that.
No.
A lot of people do go through that, and you beat it all. And that's why I say I'm proud of you. That's good.
I was a homeless felon, an addicted felon, and I was like, I was in my 30s by that point. My parents were like, that was it. And then I don't know. So I met my husband, and then I met him I got out in 2014. I met him in 2014, and I still tell everybody we're still on our first date. Like I came here and I haven't left. But no, he's the opposite of me. You guys would die. He doesn't even speak. Like he's had the same job for 27 years, same house, he's like the opposite of me.
He doesn't like change. I gotcha.
No, and I'm like Animal in the Attic in the Geico commercial. Did you ever see the Geico commercial and Animal in the Attic and the family's downstairs?
Yes,
he's
that
like
one.
In the morning, I'm like, because I'm like this at 3:45 in the morning. Like, he's like, babe. I'm like, he's like, I gotta wake up. I'm like, come on, babe, let's go. I'm starting to dance.
My wife is the same way. I have to. It takes me like an hour when I wake up. My wife will wake me up sometimes. Like, are you gonna get up? Are you gonna get up? Are you gonna get up? I'm like, yeah. She's like, I've been up for 4 hours. I'm going.
Me too.
I need to drink my coffee and wake up. She's like, come on, let's go out and clean the yard. Yes. I'm like, no, stop.
I know.
Yeah, I get it. I do. But no, good for you. I'm proud of you, and God bless. I mean, it's not none of that's easy to do. It's not. So anybody that's done that, I say that truly.
It's not.
It's probably one of the hardest things in the world. I went through it on both ends of it. I had a problem drinking. I haven't had a drop of alcohol in 7 years now. I'm
very proud of you.
Never want that. And of course, I had the pain pill problem, and 12 years of that was more than enough for me. And you
probably at one point thought, like, I used to think I'm never going to get off of these. I'll never want to get off of these. You know what I mean? Like, I was in our 30s, and I'm like, 10 years, look to 15 years, and I'm like, I didn't think I had a chance, honestly. Like, I didn't think anyone was going to marry me. Who was going to marry me? Who was going to, it was crazy. I mean, people say, like, he gave you this, he gave you that. No, I had to keep the husband. Like, he wasn't going to stay with me. Like, I had to keep the husband. I had to keep on working. And I am. Every year since I've met him, we've gotten better. Like, not better, but, like, things have gotten better. Like, we haven't. And he's normal. He's like a normal person. But
Absolutely.
I have a shopping addiction. Like right now, like I'm in a shopping addiction, which is part of the addiction transfer. It's bad. Like he has to take the cards from me.
Well, an addictive personality is an addictive personality. It depends
Yes.
on what you transfer to and from. When you go from
Right.
one thing, you can go to another thing. When you leave another thing, you go to another thing.
Yep.
And that's why it's very hard for me to stop smoking. I've quit the other things. I cannot quit smoking. I'm trying. And I'm afraid that if I quit smoking,
Yes.
I'm going to fail at it. And that's, you know what I'm saying?
Well,
So
yeah. I honestly, I quit smoking and I started vaping weed instead. And I'm telling you, I think I think it's because of that I was able to quit smoking cigarettes.
it is. A lot of people can do that. Yes. Yes.
It's like the lesser of all evils, I guess I would say.
Yeah. And like, for instance, a lot of people that I know that have quit smoking, they went from that to eating and they gained weight.
Yep.
And it's like, you got to have, if you have that crutch, it's there for a reason. You're at some point, you need to know, I don't need this. I'm trying to quit myself. And I keep telling myself, I don't need this. I don't need this. I don't need this. It's not working yet. So
I know my husband's he's tried to quit for years. He can't. I don't think he will. The doctor's always asking him, like his dad died from when he had that oxygen and stuff. I forget what it's called.
Lung cancer?
No, yeah, he had that, but it was
COPD.
Yes, thank you. COPD. Yeah, he was bedridden in like his 60s from it.
It happens. It happens. I have stage 1 COPD, but part of my problem is, and I'm stupid, I ended up with asthma because when I was a firefighter, I ended up with smoke inhalation twice.
Oh wow.
And that started that. It tore my lungs up. And I smoked then, but I continued smoking like an asshole. But and Lisa just said it, you have to want to quit. And you can tell yourself all the time,
true.
I want to quit. But if you don't, that means you don't want to quit yet. That's the problem.
Cigarettes are hard, man.
They are. They're probably more addictive than anything I've ever dealt with in my life.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of, like, my dad, my mom, like, even like my dad was an alcoholic. I watched him go through that with, like, he didn't get sober until he was in his 50s.
Right.
And then, it's like, and my best friend, like, my best friend's an alcoholic too. So it's always around me. But like cigarettes, cigarettes, it's like, I've seen people. Yeah. No, I mean,
I did that, Ranger.
Any better? Probably not.
I mean, there's something that, the way I look at it at this point, you guys, something is always going to take us down. You might as well try to be happy with it in some sense, or if you can, don't kill yourself trying to do it though. That's the problem, because a lot of people do that, and then they get mad at themselves and blah blah blah. I've tried to quit smoking at least 4 times. One time when I had my brain surgery, and I did it for a year successfully.
Yeah.
And then I got better, and I went out with some friends, and we were drinking, and my buddy started smoking and said, "Here you go." That was all it took.
Yep.
It is expensive.
I went to rehab, and then when I was in rehab, that's when I started smoking cigarettes. Because remember when you would smoke a cigarette the first time, you would get that like high, and I was like, oh, and of course I'm like, give me your cigarette, have a cigarette, and I got out of there and I started smoking cigarettes. It only lasted like 5 years, but I mean, still, it was like, people are like, you smoke cigarettes now? I'm like, yeah, I smoke cigarettes now. Like,
not wrong. It is what it is. And Beach Babe, good for you.
I'm proud of all of you guys, man.
And it's legal in where we're at
Jersey.
now. So
Yeah.
whether you can't really say much about it.
I go to the bodega and I get my cigarette. I get my weed now. Like I used to say, there's no way one day I'll be able to walk into the store and buy weed, and now it's like we do now.
And you know what's funny is I used to smoke like crazy back when I was younger. Okay, like every day, all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I just stopped doing that one day too because I didn't like it. And now I can't do it because my anxiety gets so bad when I do it. I get like I have problems. Like if I'm not in control of my body, or the way I feel, plus my COPD and my asthma stuff bugs me when I do it because it's very strong smoke. To me it hurts my lungs. So
right.
You know what I mean?
It helps me. I think it helps me with because I feel so fidgety all the time. So it helps that. It does help me. I smoke all day. It probably looks such a loser. But like the days I do my shows, I just I mean, I don't know. People get mad because I smoke on camera, but like I'm telling you, it calms me down. But my husband too, he gets very paranoid on weed. Like he's maybe once or twice he smoked with me, but
right. Good for you, Elisa. That's good.
Really
Even if it wasn't a problem, and you can foresee it becoming a problem. That's amazing. So good for you. That is amazing.
I mean, I took my first Percocet at 22, and I never in a million years thought that would be followed by 20 years of like,
That's where I started with. It was Vicodin when I first hurt my back. The doctor I had at that time, I think it was the way the insurance companies were doing this, and he didn't even do anything, guys. He just said, "Take that, and I'll see you next month." And I started on the Vicodin, and he gave me those, and then he bounced me up to the bigger ones of those, and then I was like, "Hey, this is still kind of like, not taking the edge." And he bounced me over to the Percocet 10, 325s, and then moved those up. And 12 years, guys. And I never went that far, but he did recommend those. And I said no, because I saw it being in first responder, I saw too many bad things happen to people with those. So no.
Yeah.
You going to say something, Eddie?
Yeah. So how do I put this? I'm not familiar with your evening format. Is this discussion like format? Is it true crime and missing persons, or is it just like
normally, yeah, but we just started talking about this and got carried away with it. That's all.
I sent you those 2 links for Pobs.
Yeah,
I didn't know okay, yeah, there's a members only. I think you probably should be able to open it anyway. I mean, I put the link in there.
I can. I looked at the one. Yeah, we just got carried off into the conversation.
Yeah.
That's all it was. I'm sorry, bud. That's all.
You should have you should do like one of these talks one night, maybe. You said something doing like music or something, like that'd be cool. Because I see a lot of people in the chat have like gone through the same things we've gone through. That's amazing. That like I'm so proud of all of us.
Yeah.
Twizzle stick. That's funny. That ain't happening.
Tell it. Eddie probably doesn't have half the stuff that we have to talk about.
Yeah, Eddie. I mean, yeah.
I would doubt it. He's too much of a good dude. Did you ever? Yeah, I'm sure you never had issues like that, right, Eddie?
No, I can't really contribute. I know people that we were talking about it in chat today. We're talking about alcoholism. Yeah, I've known some alcoholics, and I've seen what it does to their relationships and their lives. And yeah, alcoholics, they're not looking for help. They're just what they're looking for is codependents or enablers.
Yep. And it's really hard. Like I kind of enable my best friend. Like because I get addiction, but she has kids, so it's like that's when I didn't have kids because of my situation and mental health, like mental illness.
At least you were smart enough to do that.
Yeah, I just didn't.
A lot of people aren't. That's what happens out here. Is people they get wrapped up in their lives and they have addiction issues, and then they go out and have children, and that makes it harder on the children. You know what I mean?
I didn't want to go through what my mom went through, and I also didn't want to be my kid to go through what I went through.
Right.
So it was like, and like you never know. Like my mom just wanted to help me, and she couldn't. You know what I mean? And I knew like addiction was not her fault. But
I get it, and yes, I've seen that, Jen.
I was gonna type Jen. I loved it. I loved it. It brought me back, but I loved it because it's so real.
Right.
You know?
Did anybody else? I don't know how many of you guys watch this stuff. I watch him in here, but did anybody else watch Pavarotti's newest video? Anybody in here?
Like maybe 6 hours ago, I think.
I think it was from 6 hours ago. It's called Evidence to Finally Get the Real Narrative in the Idaho 4 Case. I know a lot of people don't follow him. It's interesting because I watched some of this earlier. Okay.
Yeah, I really like it.
It's kind of interesting.
It would be better to ask who hasn't.
Who hasn't seen it? There you go. Alicia, Good Trouble, Fizzy. Okay, so would you guys be interested in reviewing that? If you want to review that, throw me up a 1 because some of these points in this are kind of interesting to me. Who's Ravioli? Who Ravioli?
Like, because you guys know a lot more about the case. Like, if you watch it, we get to watch it. I want to see what you guys think because I'm like, oh, okay, well, he shows his work. So, him and Lana, him and Sherlock, they all seem like they work together. Sherlock Holmes, and I'm like impressed.
Lana, and Lana pulls parts and pieces from different things, but she does a lot of work. Hard work on her own. Yes. I agreed. Like I said, there were some points in this that I watched a little bit earlier when I got to see that were really kind of interesting to me. And I thought that would be interesting to review tonight.
Yeah.
And I thought, well, let's see what everybody says. And so far, I was told it was good. That's why I started looking at it. Eddie, are you good with reviewing this, bud?
Yeah, I have seen it, but
okay.
Whatever you want to do.
When I sent you.
Okay, I'd be curious to see your thoughts on certain parts of this once we do review it. If you're good with that, I'm down. Okay, I see a bunch of 1s in here. And
I forget what you said to do for one.
If you're interested in reviewing it, and
good.
it looks like most there's a couple twos, but most every hey LR.
And I didn't see the second one. I didn't see the members only. I haven't seen that one at all, so I don't even know what's on that one. I don't know.
I'll see if we can get through this and see what we got
Yeah,
here.
the first one I say is the one that is out first.
All right. No, I got you. For those of you that are not familiar, I know most everybody knows who Pavarotti is. Jay Embry's channel. Here is the link. Right there. And I'll show you the points that really caught my attention once we get through this. And I'll show you why, too. Hang on.
An orgy of evidence. No many orgies I have.
Doing a video yesterday did not impact my work on this case. And in this video, this is going to be a long one. It's going to be very detailed. You don't want to miss any second of this one, because this is the one.
It's not really that long, guys, so don't worry.
One where I bring it all together. And before I go any further, because I know good-hearted people out there want to stoke the fires of the nonsense about, people being unalived and brought back into the house and staging it. I think this one picture right here should shut all that up, and let's get down to business. That's right. When I say let's get down to business, I mean let's get down to business. Noticing in my comment section here recently, I've seen people say things like, well, yeah, you were wrong on the roommates. You backpedaled on that. You backpedaled on the AK. I have never backpedaled on the AK. It is quite clear that what put this thing into motion, and I've said it in a million videos a million times, started with the Fetty Bros, finished up with the Aryan family getting with the Aryan Knights to do the hit. There was just a few pieces.
We have that same picture, Good Trouble. We looked at it the other night.
In there that I was needing to put together to finish this, and I've got them. And I'm going to be bringing them to you in this video.
And let me put that out there too, right up front, folks. I've never, ever believed that anything happened outside the home either. So, like I said, you don't have to agree with everything. And I'm not saying that's what he's saying there. He's showing you. You'll see it. You'll see it. Hang on.
But I'm going to do this video in a different way. Because now that I have had a chance to look at 1112 video, go through, determine where the discrepancy was in the body cam footage of the Banfield stop, and look at all the court docs related to this issue that's been released and the reports from the MPD that were very valuable in me coming to these determinations. In this video, I'm going to go through each individual aspect that I feel like is key. We're going to break those down, but then at the end, I'm going to do it in little parts, and I'm going to do it all in this video, Lord willing. If I can get it all done, I'll have it out to you this evening. And if I do, I will do it as a premiere, and I will be in the comment section. So I know a lot of people were mad that I wasn't in the comment section of the premiere the other day. I did that so that y'all could actually talk to each other. But when I get this one done, I'll be in the comment section, because this is going to be the expose on the Idaho 4 crime itself. I'm going to give you all the evidence, knowing in advance what I've started out with here. With the Aryan Knights, the Aryan family, those are the presiding factors in this case. Those are the ones that called it. I believe there was at least one of them, if not two, involved in the actual crime. But there was also inexperienced people involved in the crime as well. And we'll talk about that. But I'm going to put it all together for you in this one. And then in the last segment, I'm going to wrap the entire Idaho 4 case in a bow. So you might want to hold on to your seats unless you want to extend your body out the roof of your house. Let's roll. Now, first of all, I'm going to call it all out around each particular subject that we're going to be taking clues from before we put together the final picture of this at the end. And it starts with the autopsies. And it needs to be noted that the defense began asking for things like this around February 22nd, 2024. And I cross-referenced it with the notes on the Franks. And when you go to this, and you'll see that on Thursday, February 22nd, 2024, I received an email from Detective Sergeant Gilbertson containing 2 scanned documents. These documents were notes taken by Idaho State Police Detective Tollison during the autopsies of the 4 victims in this case. I attached the scanned documents to this case file. When you go to the notes on Franks and the exhibit list, the defense specifically points to, and we never got to hear it in the open discussion in the court, in the hearing, but they specifically point to notes that were taken by Tollison on these particular autopsy results. And I find that interesting. So we know when the defense was digging into this, number one. But let me show you the real egregious parts, first of all, as it relates to the Koberger case, because you can see then on February 22nd, 2024, Danny Vargas narrative, X-rays of victims. February 22nd, I received a thumb drive from coroner Kathy Mabbitt, which contained X-rays of Chapin, Kernodle, Mogan, and Gonzalez at the Spokane coroner's office during the autopsies. I booked the thumb drive into MPD evidence. Here's why this is so key. Because when we go to the next court document, or the next MPD document, Danny Vargas then on February 27th, 2024, narrative, X-rays shared via OneDrive from Spokane Medical Examiner's Office. On February 27th, I downloaded the X-rays for Gonzalez, Mogas, Chapin, and Kernodle, which were shared via OneDrive from LA at Spokane County Medical Examiner's Office to Ashley Jennings, Latah County Prosecutor's Office. I copied the X-rays to a DVD and booked them in the DVD and MPD evidence. I had previously booked in a thumb drive with images provided to me by Kathy Mabbitt. The images were thumbnails of the actual image. So this is showing you a timeline of events. And guess when this evidence of the autopsy results finally get to Ashley Jennings? February 27th, 2024. 2024. Now, you got to understand, folks, here's how it works. The evidence comes first to the prosecutor's office before it can be disclosed to the defense team in discovery. So that means that Ashley Jennings didn't even get the autopsy reports until February of 2024 to even have the opportunity to get them to the defense.
And that's why he's saying what he's saying right now, you guys. Like Jen just said, the amount of shit that was withheld for 2 years plus, the autopsy, excuse me, reports and notes were asked for way back in early 2023. Why did it take that long to get that to them? Okay, that's the problem. And you got to think about what could have been or was done possibly in that period of time before they received those.
Why would they wait that long? That's such a long time not to.
That's the question, and that's a big point with this whole case.
I feel like, honestly, in my opinion, that a pow pow was used at some point. I do. I feel like I heard one.
There could have been definitely. The flash, the bang. We don't know what that is yet, so who knows?
Right.
Speaking of that, that was the first thing that was spoken of. There was a shooting, according to
Thank you, Eddie.
Christie.
Yep.
The DTS, Daniel, DTS show on June 7th.
Yep. That's how they first heard about it, was that somebody was shot. Remember that, folks? And that is interesting. If you think about that, it's very interesting to hear now this, knowing that was the first. Well, the first was what, a drug overdose, and then they said,
I heard that too.
So, and before they got to the actual truth on this, you know what I mean? And that's a good point, Eddie. I'm glad you brought that up too.
Now, why in the world? How could they get that wrong unless somebody knows that both were used? You know what I'm saying? Well, I mean, and you know what? All three
should have never been brought up unless there was a gun there. That would have never been brought out. I mean, people can make mistakes, granted, but that's no.
And maybe they heard it go off, maybe.
Right, and that makes you wonder how early. Like I said, we knew that they were told. People knew about this way earlier than that it was let on that they did. Okay, it was known way earlier than everybody believes.
Right,
How
right.
that happened, I have my ideas about people being on social media that were at the home. Was that stated in one of those messages that went out? We don't know, but I mean, it's interesting. Like I said, for Eddie to bring that up.
Yeah, yeah.
Very good point. Angel D, hello, welcome. Just saying, remember that thought, folks.
This is just such a violent crime.
Thank you, Eddie.
It's like
beyond violent. Yeah, it's one of the most violent things I've ever seen. So
yeah,
agreed.
exactly. And you think, like, what could they possibly have done to deserve that? I don't understand.
Ethan did have 2 autopsies, yes, and I still don't truly understand why, unless the family didn't trust the first one, or there were other things that they were trying to figure out. Maybe we heard his legs were carved, the cutting there, and that. I don't know, but it's a question that I do believe should be answered.
Guys, I have to add, I am happy that he has made an effort to disseminate the fact that this did not happen outside the home. I mean, that,
right.
In order for a theory to be a workable theory, it has to be plausible. And that doesn't work on so many ways, that it happened outside of the home.
Not at all.
We don't need to take the time and examine all the ways, but it really suggests that it would be fraternity members that did this. And if
right.
I mean, what else could it be? So let's just cut to the chase. That would suggest fraternity members.
Yeah.
Now, it doesn't work. Why would the effort of the entire state collaborate to cover that up? They're covering up for people who are in college,
right?
I mean, that ain't gonna happen.
Doesn't make sense, right?
Yeah, very good point, sir. Very good point, as always. Agreed. So yeah,
You think that's why, like Steve says, he's protecting they're protecting the school, the university. You think that's what Steve means by that, or because he thinks they're not gonna?
No, he definitely. I think Steve definitely feels that the university is protecting itself. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
I agree with that.
I just think, no matter what, though, like it happens on their campus. No one, it still happens on their campus, whether they believe somebody did it or not. Well, that worked at the school or the school next door. It still happened there. It's still, and you're not really showing people the truth, and people are still going to get scared. So protecting the university isn't those bullshit lies that we're getting. You know what I mean?
They're protecting their investment, is what it is. Yeah. So
I'd be pulling my kid right out of there. What happened?
Agreed.
You know what I'm saying? We don't have any answers. My kid's not going back to school there. Well, it's been 2 years now.
I agree, and that's why I kind of questioned.
Yeah.
How some families allowed their children to go back, like after that happened. Even I'm not going to get into that part right now, but
yeah,
I do have like issues. I couldn't have done that if I had multiple children going there. They would have never went anywhere near that school again if I had anything to do with it. So
this is off on a tangent a little bit, but I just have to weigh in with this. It feels like the unmarked patrol car was on like a roving guard patrol. In other words,
I agree.
Almost as if they were aware of a danger and
made sure it happened.
I mean, like, so okay. How do I express this? Like,
take your time, brother.
They don't know how to assess the level of the threat. They know there's a real threat, but they don't know if it's on a scale of 1 to 10, if it's a 1 or if it's a 10. So,
well, you know what? That will hold that thought right there. That is perfect because we were told early on this was supposed to be. Now we don't know if it's true, but it does make some sense. Kim came out and said that she knows and was told that this was supposed to be like a shakedown or a confrontational situation that went too far. That's what she believes this is. And that lots of people knew about it before it happened. So you saying that kind of fits the bill, Eddie, because if they had got word that something was going to go down, let's patrol the area and make sure that nothing bad does go down. You see what I'm saying? So that does make some sense, Eddie. It really does.
But think about this though. They actually saw 4 people approaching 1122 at 2:45.
Mhm.
You know, say they with the hour difference, whatever it is. So if they were
But they didn't-
worried,
but they didn't do anything though. That's the thing.
exactly, that's the thing. If they were that worried about somebody, a threat, if you've seen somebody approaching 1122, that's what you're looking for. That's really what you're there for, right? To make
If
sure
that's
nobody's
the
hurting
case-
these people.
If that was the case, yeah. Go ahead, Eddie. I'm
If
sorry.
that
to
was the
interrupt you,
case,
bud.
right?
So, you know, so what do you do? That's about the best you can do. If you anticipate that the attack, so to speak, is coming, you don't know when, what day, what time, if it ever will. But if you take some measure to
Yes.
to guard against that, I mean, you can't post the King's Guard complete with bearskin hats, a whole platoon of them to surround the place. You can,
Right,
but that
right.
would be too conspicuous, and then the media would want to know why.
Yep.
You can't
Right,
do it
but-
that way, although it would for sure deter any possible threat. So this was, it feels like their means to post a guard. But whoever did this just scoffed at it and said, I'll run right through your roving patrol, right?
Right.
And so
Very good point.
So in other words, I guess what I'm saying is, if that is true, then how did
they miss it?
The Moscow Police Department suspect that this would happen?
Bingo.
What about that?
That's what I was relating to. Sorry, Krista, hold on.
Yeah.
That's what I was relating to when I stated that, Eddie, with what you said. If that's true, what Kim had came in here and said that one time, that it was known that something was going to go down around campus for a week or so beforehand. A lot of people had heard and knew about something, which again, nobody is stating that. Okay, so we don't know that's true. But would they say something if they had heard about it because of the situation? That would make sense as to why they did that patrol there the way they did, and the way that Pavic showed that, the way they did that whole night, the whole thing. So it's interesting, and what you just said, yes, is very interesting.
And
Remember
it also
that whistleblower
completes-
thing, right? The whistleblowers before it even happened, which was crazy, that said this was going to happen. These
Yeah,
you know what I mean? But it's still like they still put it on there because they heard about all these things that could happen. Like that would probably want to maybe, even if they didn't believe it, right? And but still, you'd still want to maybe put an extra patrol out just in case.
Maybe, and that could be why
things
too.
came true. Like some other things he said came true. You would,
Yeah,
who knows? Just
that
saying.
would make a little bit of sense. I agree. Go ahead, Eddie.
It would also complete the unanswered question of, so now that this has happened, whatever was the true cause of this, whoever are the real perpetrators of this crime, that can never be revealed. Because if MPD knew about them ahead of time.
Agreed. Yeah, because then they would have to answer as to why you didn't stop it. Why didn't you do something about this so that this didn't happen? So agreed. That would have to be answered, and there'd have to be accountability there.
Yeah, and
it was an accident, mate. Like they just missed it. It wasn't like they honestly if it was you really didn't see it. You really just didn't clock what was going on. Like I wouldn't try to cover it up. I wouldn't try to hide it. I would just be like, look, we missed it. Sorry, we had to pull these kids over and we didn't see these ones. If it happened in 3 minutes, like Slick Rick, you know what I'm saying? Go gadget arms in and out. Nobody could detect a thing. Mr. Koberger allegedly. You know what I'm saying? So it was an accident. He was like Slick Rick. He didn't get in and out. So I'm sorry we didn't catch that, but we're cops. Sometimes we get, you know what I mean? It was a mistake unless they know about it.
Do I sound too loud to you guys?
No. Do I sound?
No, I think it's about right.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. But was something else you were going to say too, Ed?
Yeah, and I think it was has to do with the reason why they can't say what it really is because because it would be scandalous.
Sure. Yeah. I agree.
Corruption.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yes, sir.
More corruption than scandal, I guess.
Or combination of a little bit of both, possibly too. Yeah.
It reminds me of Ozarks. Ozarks meets Breaking Bad.
It definitely has the Ozarks feel to it. I agree with that one.
It doesn't even like how the town they run everything, the drugs, everything.
I always said Twin Peaks and Ozarks together, but yeah.
Yeah.
Hey Trish, good to see you tonight. Jen just says, in my opinion, it's always been people they knew in their inner circle or on the outskirts of that circle. Could it be random? Sure, I do not believe that, Jen, at all. But it's more plausible that it was somebody who knew that house, where to go and when to go, and not to say anything different. But when you saying that, Christy said that in the very beginning, that she believed it was somebody that was close to or knew Kaylee. That never changes. When she put that in my mind, that never went away. I'll just tell you that. So on we go.
Like there's so many like lights on it, like so many chances that you might not get out of there if there's 6 people or 7 people. You had to have known something.
Oh,
you were going to do this.
I know we're never going to get to it if we keep going, but I have to add this. So it's like,
no, you're good. That's what we're doing tonight.
The purpose of that, ensure that we tag someone for these MIPs, minor in possession, get that on body cam so it shows us out there doing the work. But it feels like that is a guise.
Good point.
Yeah. That is the cover for what they're really doing.
Mm-hmm. Oh my God, good point.
It makes sense. It does.
And if they have intelligence, I'm sure, because I've been following Pavarotti, I'm sure if they suspect that something is happening soon because they have, their antenna is out there and they have their intelligence and their sources. So if they suspect that something could be happening, that it all makes sense. The roving patrol is just tightly going around and around that place.
Mm-hmm.
And
if you noticed in the time period that they did that, they didn't leave that area. Think about this, folks, and that's something we know now for a fact. Based on the report. That's a very good point again, Eddie. They didn't leave that area till after the fact. Okay, then they scooted on over to another area and did this, and then they were done supposedly. But still, they stayed within that realm of area that whole time, and they kept coming back to that spot by the band field every time. And that's kind of a interesting theory, knowing like what you just said. That's quite interesting. So yes.
I also think it's a little odd that they waited. I didn't realize that the 8 hours, right? And then literally that's the next shift. They said that the same officers were coming back that were there.
Well, they called everybody in because of it was such a huge situation. They called people back that had worked that same shift and not, but which I understand.
I just thought like they waited, like Dylan and Bethany waited that long just to make sure that the same officers that were there.
Well, it could be. I don't think that you could anticipate that, but I have a whole other theory on that situation.
Yeah, I know. You guys aren't saying what your theory is.
That's okay. Musical Contessa, welcome. Good to see you. Right, that is true. We haven't heard from him yet, and hopefully we will soon with Lana. All right, on we go.
Now, how is the defense going to have a speedy trial in 2023, and they can't even get the autopsy results from the actual victims until 2024? You think this is a case that's on the level? Give me a break. But that's not what we're focusing in on in this one. What we're focusing in on in this one is what the autopsy results actually show and the egregiousness of what they don't show due to incompetence or frankly, intentional mishandling of evidence. And I will show you that. Now, although we have never seen the actual autopsy report, which we probably never will because they're making statements in the public explaining why they wouldn't want to do that. So I doubt we'll ever see the real autopsy. But what they did was give us abbreviated autopsy reports that described the damage done to Xana and to Kaylee. They didn't give us the results describing all the damage done to Maddie and Ethan. They just list the the death blows, which I feel like is probably, there's probably things in there that they don't want us to know, but we're going to take an unbiased look at the results that they did give us and tell us what it tells us and see what it tells us. So what I want you to try to do as we go through these results is I'm going to show you some things that I feel like are critical, but we're going to do it in an unbiased way. Try to clear your mind of everything you know about this case before we go into these results of damage of the victims. And let's just see what the actual results tell us. What can we infer from them looking at it without being biased? Ready? Let's go. Okay, first of all, this is a report from November 21st, 2022 by Danny Vargas. And its narrative is Spokane County Medical Examiner referring to autopsies. On November 16th, 3 days after the unalivings at approximately 7:45, Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabbitt and I, and when it says "and I," that means Kathy Mabbitt and Danny Vargas, attended the 4 autopsies for Xana, Ethan, Maddie, and Kaylee at the Spokane County Medical Examiner's office, blank in Spokane, Washington. The 4 autopsies were all performed by Dr. V.S. Gary Tollison, a detective with ISP, observed 3 of the autopsies, Kernodle, Mogan, and Gonzalez, as he arrived after the autopsy for Chapin was performed. What I find interesting is in none of this is a mention of Officer Gunderson. Now, if you go back to the Frank's motion, you'll see that Ann Taylor was pointing specifically to Gunderson being present in the autopsies. So him not being listed in this report must have been one of the things that she had noticed was omitted from these reports. But that's another subject. We're going to focus in on the actual findings. Now, they take a lot of samples and swabs. We're not going to get into any of this gross stuff. They take prints, and we're going to get down here to where they actually focus in on the injuries of the victims and see what we can ascertain from this. It starts with Maddie's fatal injuries. Maddie's fatal injuries included a left lung laceration and a liver laceration. Madison only had sharp force injuries. That means that Maddie was not beaten. Maddie was not hit with anything. Her injuries only included sharp force injuries, which means she was only stabbed. And her injuries included a left lung and a liver laceration. That does not mean that's the only injuries that she suffered. Maddie was, they're not telling us how many times she was stabbed, because once you start adding up stab wounds on all these victims and it ends up being too high of a number, well, then you know more than one assailant was actually committing these injuries.
Bingo.
But I think it's very important to notice that since Maddie only had sharp force injuries and she was unalived specifically due to lung and liver lacerations, what does that tell you? That tells you that the person who tells me that the person who unalived Maddie was very experienced in what they did. They were experienced. They went straight for the kill shots, which was the lung and the liver lacerations, which means they had knowledge of where to stab somebody.
And if you remember, I don't know, Krista, you may not, you weren't here, but Eddie, you probably do. Way early on when we finally realized what some of the injuries were, do you remember me saying, because of my experience and knowledge in certain things, that to me, this sounds like somebody that knew what they were doing because of where the injuries were? Knowing,
yes.
Yeah, okay. So I'm glad you remembered that, because I remember thinking to go for those areas. That definitely is somebody that has some kind of knowledge in the medical field to know that this is going to end somebody right now. Okay. So I'm glad he's saying that, because that's something I've thought for a long, long time. A couple of people said, no, they just got lucky. I don't believe that. I just don't. You knew what you were doing when you did this, because you knew that was going to stop them, period. So I will say that. I agree with this too. Thank you, Eddie. Hello, Kitty. Very pretty kitty.
And for like 2 people who have the same injury, the same fatal injury, like you said.
That's the secondary part. I was going to let him get to that.
Okay,
but yes, you're right. Because there's multiple people that have the same type of injury. that was done purposely. That wasn't just an accidental situation. It happened on purpose. Period. Jen says at some point a mistake is a mistake. That's understandable, but when it becomes a mistake after mistake after mistake, I've been saying this, Jen, for days, and they refuse to correct them. That's not mistake. That's done on purpose. That's purposeful misdirection, in my opinion.
You're not that incompetent. You'd have to really fire your whole law enforcement. Yeah, like, you know what I mean? All the mistakes that we think we see, unless we're missing something, how competent it looks, you'd have to literally fire everybody or like audit the whole damn plate. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Same thing like with John O'Keefe. If you really looked at it, you'd have to fire every freaking one of them. Because you don't use solo cups and leaf blowers to collect evidence. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. And
it's purposeful not to do that, or not to do it the right way.
Right. Are you taking off, Miss Tandy? Have a good night, dear. Thank you for joining us.
And I agree with you about what you just said, the mistakes, because, this has been years that I've been saying this, and I used to get so frustrated too, the whole intentional versus unintentional.
Sure.
I sometimes was just like beside myself, at a loss for words.
I know.
Because when people insist that it's, they're dumb, they're rookies, they made mistakes, I just bit my tongue. But yeah, this
you can
is
only make so
definitely
many mistakes.
Very intentional.
They
are very smart, and don't underestimate them. They knew what they were doing.
Yeah, thank you. And if you believe that they made this many mistakes, then this police department shouldn't exist. Should never be a law enforcement agency that should be open and working and running on a daily basis to be able to make that many mistakes. That's just ridiculous, folks. No. I'll give you one, maybe two. After that, at this point, with everything we've seen through the reports and everything else, it's absolute, in my opinion, intentional misdirection. I'm sorry. Hey, Zakali, good to see you. And Tandy, I'm sorry, hon. I hope you get some sleep tonight. I know you had a crazy day, and we will miss you, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. A subclavian puncture only accounts for 2% of vascular injuries, according to Mr. Google. Well, think about that then. That's perfect example right there.
And I think you'll notice that as we go through, it seems that the unaliving shots are very particular on the victims when you really look at what's going on. But when we get to Kaylee Gonzalez's fatal injuries included a left lung laceration. Now we're seeing some commonalities. A liver laceration. So the fatal injuries that were attacked on Maddie also included what happened to Kaylee. However, Kaylee also suffered 2 subdural bleeds, which means a subdural bleed means you penetrate the skull into the subdural portion of the brain. They call it a subdural hematoma, and she had 2 of them.
Now I'm going to stop him real quick. He's absolutely right. If you notice the same here, they're the same injuries. Those were done purposely, in my opinion. I think everything else that she had, Kaylee fought back. She tried to defend herself. I think those came as defensive injuries due to the fact that she was fighting back. Okay. That would make perfect sense. But these other 2 injuries, 100% in my opinion, were done purposely and absolute, period. So that's just my feeling.
Let me show you. This is going to get graphic because to get a subdural hematoma, that means that there was a
Trigger warning. This video includes sensitive and violent content that may not be suitable for all viewers. This video is for 18 plus only.
Blade that must have penetrated the skull into the subdural area of the brain. Now remember, the only thing that they're discussing here are injuries that are fatal injuries. So every one of these injuries that they're discussing on Kaylee would have been a fatal injury. That includes a left lung and liver laceration. Those were fatal on their own. 2 subdural bleeds. That would have been fatal on its own. A stab behind her clavicle, which cut her subclavian vein and artery. Those would have been fatal on their own. And I've pointed this.
Guess who else has a subclavian stab wound as well? Ethan. Again, this person knew what they needed to do to stop somebody. And I think, like I said, Kaylee's were so severe because she was fighting back. Just again, an opinion.
Out before, when you're stabbed behind your clavicle, that means you're stabbed in your back. So you couldn't be laying on a bed and be stabbed behind your clavicle. Kaylee had signs of sharp force injuries as well, but also asphyxial injuries.
Thank you.
Asphyxial injuries, we've already discussed, coincide with being gagged. And blunt force injuries. Kaylee had 20 plus stab wounds. The blunt force injuries, though, were caused by a different weapon. Don't let anybody fool you and tell you it was the butt of a knife, because that has already been debunked. And we have a paper trail on how that was debunked from the detectives telling us who to go to for the real answer and the person who gave us the real answer. And it lets us know that 2 different weapons were used during this event.
In the documents that just became public, there was a preliminary autopsy report that said she was stabbed over 20 times. Mr. Gonsalves said, and we haven't seen the final autopsy, but he has said she was stabbed, Kaylee, over 30 times. Do you know the amount of times she was stabbed?
We do. We know the exact amount of times that every one of them was stabbed. And it's not something that we would speak about for the privacy of the families. And but I can tell you, we've met with families, and his information that he has is very accurate.
Well, we know because of the public documents, her face was unrecognizable. And then the concept of, okay, a second weapon.
That is true. She could have definitely, and at least what Alicia just said, asphyxial injuries can also mean she choked on her own blood and basically drowned. That's absolutely another version of that. Yes. Thank you, Alicia. That's a very good point.
Ignore my typos.
Where do you stand on that to set the record straight?
We believe that there was one primary weapon. The same knife was used to kill all 4. As has been reported, and I think the family has spoke to this, Kaylee was struck in the face, and we don't know what caused the marks that were left by it. It wasn't fatal, and we just don't know what caused that. And we've never located, obviously, the knife that we know did kill all 4.
Maybe a golf club, folks. That's my thought. Just saying.
Notice how he's dancing around that question, though.
Big time dancing around it. And then he just completely contradicted himself at some point too, and kind of lied and said that they weren't fatal, but Steve said they were fatal based on what Mavit told him. So who knows what, you know what I mean? But yeah, he's definitely doing the dance. There's no 2 ways around that one, bud.
And we don't know what was used to do that.
Now, a fist can be a deadly weapon.
Right.
The injuries to the face, could that have simply been from a hand on her face?
No.
So you believe the injuries to her face came from something other than his fist?
Yes, I think the fist could have been part of it, but it certainly appears something else struck her to cause the marks that we saw that is not consistent with a fist.
And that right there, David, thank you, my friend, for making that statement, is probably about 100%, sir. He doesn't, let me rephrase it for you, David, but same statement. He can't add time to the one person narrative, because if he were to change this up, it's going to twist their story outward from where their narrative is. So that's why he, like Eddie's saying, he's dancing around this, thinking about how am I going to put this to make sure it stays within the realm of this narrative. Because you know, as soon as they step out of line with this, they're going to get hit with hard questions. He ain't going to let that happen. So good point, David. Thank you, my friend.
Saying they had no evidence against him when they told us the whole time they did, and now they changed it the second he pleads guilty. Everybody's going to start to figure out, like, wait a minute, what? Wait a minute, what? What do you mean?
That's what everybody's been doing. That's why we're having these conversations, right? Exactly. Tonka said the way he emphasized the word primary, thank you, says that there's more than one weapon. Bingo. It's all word salad, folks. You got to listen to it. But Tonka, that's good catch. Good eye.
Marks near her mouth that came out, I believe they came out in public documents. Bound?
Yep.
Gagged?
And those are what I'm referencing. And no, it doesn't appear, there was no evidence that she was bound or gagged.
Are the marks from a knife?
No. No.
So the reality is the extent of what was done to her may be a mystery forever.
You also notice that he's not offering anything else to help with that either, right? And he can't. He can't because it will go to the left. Sorry, guys. It will go to the left. It will go to the left or to the right.
He's like,
guys, Krista said something that's profound. You know, the lack of evidence. We all have to understand this is a strange case where it's actually the lack of evidence that they are using against him. For example, his phone was nowhere near the house. He turned it off, of course. Or his car was not there. They have some vague footage in the darkness of what could be any number of mid-sized sedans.
Right.
They cite headlights shining in the trees. Also, like in a quadruple stabbing homicide, the only evidence left behind is 16 or whatever picograms of transferred DNA on a movable object.
Yes.
Or he used a shower curtain, or he studied criminology to figure out how to keep the area clean, whatever. They can't locate the knife or clothes, and they assume he dished it somewhere. And in spite of the fact that he pled guilty, why bother asking him questions about where it might be or what his motive is? Because he's just going to lie to us anyway and victimize everyone for a second time. And
of course,
like the thumbs up selfie, but notice there's no wounds on his face or hands. They have nothing on him.
Oh, and then he adds to that here, even in this interview, and says, but there were many, many other thumbs up selfies that he took, which completely detracts from what they were telling us in the beginning. So yeah, right. Exactly, Eddie. And he you know, like I said, he could help, you know, when she's talking about this, they have no idea, like Alicia said, he said in the beginning, they have no idea what caused those injuries, but you could, what did you think may have done it? You know, was there anything that you guys looked into that could have caused those injuries? He's not going to offer that. That's just not going to happen. Probably one, he probably can't speculate because he's a detective, but for two, you could have said something, I think, but they're not going to because it would derail it. I think that's my opinion, at least. That's how I think of it. So
I'm just going to finish my thought real quick, because think this, if they can do that to him, they can do it to you. They have zero evidence against you, but they can build a case that would win against you.
Yes, sir.
They knew that his vehicle, they knew that his phone didn't travel, you know, to the east of the Moscow-Pullman highway.
Right.
They knew his cellular device was, you know, it was never in a stationary condition near the residence. They knew all that.
They also knew, Payne himself knows for a reason, we know why, that car was not his car. Period. So add that with what Eddie just said. They knew he wasn't there, and they just kept right on going. Amazing. And I'll be honest with you, Stitches is right. Even if they did know what the other weapon possibly could have been, they're not going to say it because it does not follow the one weapon Brian Koberger killed all four victims narrative. Period. That's it. You know,
they found a bunch of weapons, all right, everywhere, right? They didn't have. Now that he pleaded guilty, that's the evidence against him. That's what they can. Well, he pleaded guilty, so you ask him why. Now that he had, it gets crazy. Like
That's
now,
all they're ever going to say. That's right.
But
That's
that's
all they
it.
will ever say because there is nothing else to say.
my sister still thought all the other evidence was real because she listened to me. She doesn't pay attention to this. She goes, no, they had his they had his DNA. No, they had his car, remember? And I had to send her a bunch of videos. I'm like, no, just
They
watch.
ran that for 2.5 years until they couldn't run that anymore. And then he pled guilty. That's the evidence against
That's
him.
the evidence against him. Yep, pleaded guilty. So, oh, wow, we were right.
Yeah.
Lucky,
and
lucky guess.
that's true. You can tell, like I said before, when we first watched this interview, guys, you can tell that this woman was hoping and reaching and kind of prodding to get them to say something negative. They can't. They can't because it's already known. Therefore, they're going to be lying some more. And they'll be lying right on TV to the whole world. So therefore, they have to tell the truth. At that point, no, he didn't do this. No, that didn't match. And she's looking for that negative response about Brian. It's not there.
Because that's all they've been telling her. She believed the same thing we all believed.
That's why she seems slightly confused, I think, that was stated.
Yeah.
Right.
I would be too, because I'm like, wait a minute, hold up. What do you mean?
It is kind of an SNL skit, Borg. It's a good point.
Guys, just think of how that just wouldn't have worked. The trial, the judge would have been in a position where he would have been directed to run interference to the point where it would have drawn attention more than what it already has up to this point.
Agreed.
And I'm certain that had to be remedied. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Something changed, which caused an innocent man to plead to this quadruple homicide.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Fizzy, to answer your question, think about if there's two people in the room and she's fighting one, the other person can be getting her from behind her to try to stop her too. That's why I believe there's two people there. Because I've said that before. If they have back injuries and your front and back injuries, that makes me, not to mention the fact that we know there's more than likely at least a secondary weapon. There's got to be a secondary person to run that weapon. That's my opinion. And I'm not going to change that. I've felt that way for a long time now. So that's why I believe there was more than one person involved.
Definitely. Well, and what's one person doing while the other one's being attacked? It's like, you got to be go gadget arms to be holding one, holding the other down at the same time and make sure that was like,
They're not ninjas. And Brian definitely wasn't. So, right. Agreed.
Right. And if he was, who was he with? And how did he do it? Where's the space? How did he get out of there?
That's why he couldn't give that information up because he wasn't there.
He doesn't know.
Once again, that's why that could never be put out there because he wasn't there. He doesn't know. Welcome, Sherry. Good to see you.
He's just normal. I mean,
I don't think Borg. I don't believe Brian Koberger had any type of involvement at this point. Mm-hmm. I did for a little while think possibly he could have been involved. No, I don't think he did. I don't think he was anywhere near that area. In fact, I know he wasn't, based on information that we all kind of know. But he wasn't there. Okay, and I do not believe that Brian Christopher Koberger had any kind of involvement in this whatsoever. Nothing at all. And I will stand and die on that hill too. Nothing.
Guys, because think of it. If he had a part in this in any way, some level of involvement, what would be the purpose of what they're doing if they have him?
That's it. That's a great point.
Right. Point. Yep. Why? And then, if they have the death penalty, who is it for then? If they're not, this is one of the worst things ever. So if they have that for, besides Chad Daybell, what do they have it for? Because they had no case, right? Think about it. You were right. They had to take the death penalty because they knew they had to do something. He had to give it complete because there's no way they could have proved that he, by a reasonable doubt or maybe even factually innocent, that he wasn't there. So what were you going to tell the jury? This?
You can't, right. Welcome, Kent. Good to see you again today, bud. Thank you for joining us.
But that makes me think, why did he say yes? Because do you think this would? So I would be wrong, but this stuff wouldn't have been able to come out in court. All of this, right? For us to see, them to see.
Well, I still feel like this was never meant to go to trial at this point.
Right.
And Eddie said that because of this type of stuff coming out, because that would have changed everything.
But so this would have been able to have been seen in court, right?
What?
All of it.
The report of something, I would imagine, yeah, it should.
I would think, this is.
Everything should, but they couldn't allow for that to happen. That's why I believe that the discovery was stalled for so long. and quite a few other things that went on because those things couldn't be put out there, in my opinion, because people figured things out.
And they have, I think,
Diggle, we knew that way back that this was not designed to go to trial. Some could see it.
Right.
It's going to be impossible to say all the ones, but they inspired me and gave me the courage to say it because, there's Chica, Chains, Joanne. There's many others too, but we knew this before it came out whether or not there was going to be any DNA found in his car. If you have the eyes to see, you would have known it then.
True.
It was all there for you to see back then. And even if they did find DNA in his car, it still would have been that he's innocent. Because I was just praying that wouldn't be the case. Can you imagine? I mean, they probably had the means to do that. I still can't figure out why they didn't, but thank God they didn't.
Right. They picked the weirdest. I mean, if they were going to plant evidence of this. I mean, even the taillight was a better deal than with this guy.
Ray, for somebody who was asking that, from my understanding, what we were told was that he can speak on things, but he can't speak on the document, the affidavit that he had because they sealed everything until that's unsealed. Then he can talk on that. That's what Lana said. And that's kind of, I think that's what they're waiting on so that he can just be full disclosure when he goes with Lana to put everything out there till that stuff gets unsealed. That's my understanding. That's what she stated to me. And that's, I guess, what they're waiting on. So
guys, my mind is just racing right now, but can you imagine? I mean, we knew that with what little we had. We're on the outside looking in. Can you imagine what Ann Taylor and Eliza Massoff were thinking? Yes. They must have been wondering if they're actually in like a alternate universe.
Right.
I can't imagine what they were thinking. Because if this had gone to trial, the defense would have mopped the floor with the prosecution.
Right. Yeah, and like what Twiz just said too, going back to that, yeah, that's what he would be talking about. So there, in turn, if none of that is unsealed, he has nothing to talk about. So that there it is, right there. Good point. On we go.
Yeah, it may be. And his information he has is very accurate.
Rounded with stripes?
Yeah, it was a rounded object that had stripes, so it bruised her with stripes around her mouth.
So
now I'm just going to tell you, if anybody knows anything about golf, this is why I swear it's a golf club. A wedge has a big bulbous, it's about that big, depending, Have you ever seen them? They have lines on the back sides of them. Okay, they're engraved in some senses. If somebody swings and hits you in the face hard enough with that, it's going to leave an indentation of that object in your face. I feel that's why I've been saying for a long time, even before we heard about the lines, because they took golf clubs out of there. And I still feel like that's a very grand possibility that she was hit in the face with a golf club. That's all I'm saying. We have no proof yet and any way to verify it. It's my own opinion. You don't have to believe it. It's just my thought. I don't know. I haven't heard Ellie say anything we didn't learn in the supplemental doc so far. About what, SRB? They're speaking on... That's what I don't get. They're speaking on things that I'm sure are sealed. Maybe in some senses, probably. That's probably a good point. Yeah. Yeah. And that's another reason too, Stitches. I said that a long time ago that there was one club missing from a set that they took. That's why I've always thought that. At that point, when I heard that, that's where I stuck that. I couldn't get away from it. So that's very possible. And then you hear the line thing and all that. Now it makes me really feel like that's possibly what it was. Oh,
real
okay.
Quick, we just have to address the question real quick because it's a natural question. It's going to be asked. Why would he plea?
It bothers me though. I want to know. It makes me believe that. It really makes me believe.
It's so easy for us on the outside looking in, not knowing exactly everything, every word that's been exchanged, what has happened in, the privacy of where everyone is, something has, we can't just take it at face value. Like he just randomly chose to plea for something that he didn't do. Something provoked that. There is a reason. Something caused it, and we just don't know yet. And maybe we'll never know.
I wish that, I think the good thing of him not doing an interview or her not talking, I think that's a good thing. It means that they are trying to plan something, in my opinion. That it's not over. Because if I were him, I would be trying to. Why wouldn't people try to interview the crowd? Nobody else wants to ask them questions. We want to ask questions so we can understand. Are we fighting for?
We won't ever. If we ever get that answer, it's not going to be until if anything happens. When that happens, that's what it is. And Bobby, I didn't mean like a traditional golf swing. I mean, the rooms are small. I agree with you. You couldn't do that. But if you're holding it like this and using it as a striking thing, that's what I'm picturing when I say that it was hit like that.
And they said
there's no way in hell that room's big enough to make a full golf swing. I agree with you on that. That's all I'm saying. But that's a good point too, Bobby. Molly, what do we have here? Oh, yeah. That was one of the sets of clubs. Thank you, Molly. There were 3 sets of clubs, from my understanding. One was in a vehicle, one was in the empty room, and one was in, I thought it was Xana's room, if I'm correct. But there's one set. I think that is the empty room right there. Thank you, Molly.
Oh, I see it. I'm like, what am I looking
right
at?
Here. They're in between the shade or the curtains. So I don't know where it came from. If it even happened, it's just my theory and my opinion. So that's all. All right, on we go. Oh shit. Sorry guys, I dropped it down. Hold on. My apologies. Anyway. There we go.
When you look at the results of this, you have 2 subdural hematomas to the brain. You have a precision strike behind Kaylee to the subclavian artery. You have precision strikes on both Kaylee and Maddie to the lung and liver. However, you have a clear second weapon used to beat Kaylee around her facial area and cause fractures, as well as many additional stab wounds, many more that we know of than Maddie. What does all of this tell us? And we're told that this crime happened almost simultaneously between when Maddie and Kaylee were attacked. What does unbiased look at all this say? It tells us not only.
No, you're right on that. That's part of it too, SRB, for sure. Absolutely. Sorry it took me so long to answer. I had a piece of ice in my mouth. First floor clubs were in the first floor room in Ethan's Jeep. No golf club was missing. So we heard early on that there were. I don't know that that's true, critical, because it was stated in. I can't remember where the hell we found it at. It was way early on that there was a club missing from one set, from inside the home. I can't tell you that's a fact, but I can't tell you that you're right or wrong either. Is what I'm sorry. I can't say whether you're right or wrong. I'll just leave it at that.
So many things you guys
were told that. We were told that. So I don't know. I have no idea if it actually happened or not. There may not even been golf clubs. It could have been something different. It's just always been what my theory was. That's all.
Was this obviously 2 assailants? But it was obviously 2 assailants with 2 different experience levels and 2 different temperaments. One assailant is not going to strategically and decisively unalive one victim with precise blows and then lose their cool and attack another victim in a completely different manner with a completely different level of rage. It tells us that there were 2 attackers, one very experienced and very calm, the other inexperienced and with a very different temperament. It also tells us that the experienced assailant assisted with the other assailant with the final death blows. That is what an unbiased look at the evidence tells you. So there is no doubt there was not just one assailant that attacked Kaylee and Maddie, but there were two weapons and two temperaments and two experience levels from the two assailants. And that is what the unbiased look at the evidence tells us. And that is what the defense's expert also ascertained from that evidence. Like the judge said in his order on vague and undisclosed expert testimony, Mr. Turvey, who was the defense's crime scene expert, has opined in his report that two assailants were involved in the unaliving, partially because he believes multiple weapons were used against Kaylee Gonzalez. Inferred in his opinion is that one person would not have had the time or ability to use multiple weapons in the time frame alleged when faced with two victims. So he looked at the unbiased results and he came to the same conclusion. However, when we look at the autopsy results for Ethan and Xana, we see two cases that, although there are some similarities, there are some things that are glaringly different. And when we see that Ethan's fatal injury was from a stab wound under his left clavicle, which severed his subclavian vein and subclavian artery, and also his jugular vein, all in one stab wound. And it was all severed during that one stab wound. Ethan only had sharp force injuries. We know he had additional injuries to his legs. Xana Kernodle's fatal injuries were from one laceration in her right lung and two lacerations in her heart, which once again are precise injuries that caused her fatal injuries. However, Kernodle had 50 plus stab wounds, mostly defensive, but Xana only had sharp force injuries. So what does all of this tell us? It tells us that the precise strikes to Ethan was done by somebody with experience and a calm temperament. However, the strikes to Xana were caused by two precise strikes, one to her right lung and two to her heart. And she also had 50 plus stab wounds that were mostly defensive. Xana only had sharp force injuries. So there was not a second weapon used on Xana. Yet there are.
Bobby, I don't know about the golf club thing. It's just something I remember that we were told in the beginning. It could be wrong too. I'm just saying, I remembered hearing that. It way back when. So it could be completely wrong. Who knows? I just brought it up because of the others, what we were talking about there. I also remember doing a show, and based on what Steve had stated that some of the injuries looked like, showing what, if a golf club was broken in half, what that damage could be done, because Steve was seeing large gouges and things like that, and that end of it could have been used as a stabbing type weapon as well. Once you do that, then you have a smaller version of a striking weapon, okay, that caused blunt force trauma. And that was another reason why I had brought that up. Whether or not that there truly was a club missing, we don't know, but it was brought out more, I think, a couple different times in the beginning. That's why I brought it back up. So
real quick, Dago, I just have to add, notice how they blacked out the medical examiner's name. I don't know why they did that, because we had her name from the very beginning. Her name is Veena Singh.
Yeah.
I think it's Indian. I'll type it in the chat.
It is. I think I remember looking her up, and there was a medical board picture of her, and she definitely seems to be Middle Eastern or Indian, I guess you could call it. I didn't know exactly what that meant, but exactly, Siri. In the end, that's it right there. On we go.
Clearly two different assailants with two different temperaments committing the attacks. And what would 50 plus stab wounds, mostly defensive, tell us about the attack on Xana? it would tell us that Xana fought this attacker furiously. And with 50 plus defensive stab wounds, that tells us that the attacker on Xana was not as strong as the person that attacked the other victims. This would have been a weaker person. And this 50 plus stab wound attack, mostly defensive, would have likely taken some time. That means that the person that attacked Ethan would have either had to have attacked Ethan first and disabled him before attacking Xana, or both of these attacks happened at the same time. What this tells me is the person that was attacking Xana was a weaker person, such as a female, and Xana was able to fight her off while another attacker committed the fatal blows on Ethan in a swift manner. And then once that attacker was done, he went and delivered the fatal blows to Xana. And when you look at the totality of the evidence in this case, I believe everything is going to line up exactly like I just explained. And what that tells me, and what it told the defense expert as well, is both Ethan and Xana were attacked at the same time. And then the person that attacked Ethan assisted the person that was attacking Xana and delivering the final blows. But it also tells me with 50 plus defensive stab wounds that the first person attacking Xana was likely weaker and therefore likely a female. And these are different attackers that attacked both Kaylee and Maddie because there was no other second weapon used. So that means there are 4 assailants, one of them likely female, in my humble opinion. And Ethan was likely awake when this happened as well. And I'll show you evidence to prove everything I just said. And once again, defendant disclosed expert opinions from Brent Turvey that more than one assailant was necessary to accomplish the crime in the time frame alleged. Specifically, he asserts that there is direct and indirect evidence that attempts were made by the suspects to clean up the crime scene after the unalivings. When you see a lot of the pictures that are circulating now, not the one I showed you, but the other ones that are circulating, you've got to understand that you're not going to see a lot of evidence outside the direct crimes because there were attempts made by the suspects to clean the crime scene after the unalivings, which would have taken far longer than the time interval alleged by the state. But also there were multiple weapons used against Kaylee, and Xana and Ethan appeared to have been attacked at the same time. Those results came back just like we looked at it with an unbiased look, and it tells us exactly what it told the defense expert in this case. Now, is there any other evidence that suggests 2 assailants attacking Ethan and Xana at the same time and Ethan being awake? I think there is. Because when you take Dylan's first statement directly after the crime, you get a clearer picture in what she actually said. She said she heard a male voice say, "You're gonna be fine. I'm gonna help you." Dylan said she did not recognize the male's voice. So when you go to the first statement Dylan made of "you're gonna be fine, I'm gonna help you," and then you cross-reference it with what she said in her second statement. Her second statement said she could hear Xana crying in the bathroom, which obviously wasn't the case. She heard her crying in the bedroom as the female assailant was attacking her. But then Dylan said she then heard a man's voice say, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." And it got watered down with this statement. But she follows it with, Dylan said it was weird because the statement was not in a nice way. And the voice was one she had never heard before. The statement was not in a nice way. So when you hear "you're going to be fine, I'm going to help you," not in a nice way, that is the experienced attacker telling the inexperienced female attacker, in a not very nice way, you're going to be fine. I'm going to help you. That is what an unbiased look at the evidence shows. And the likelihood of Ethan and Xana both being awake during this incident is very high, in my opinion. And when I say high, I mean H-I high, according to Bethany, because in her third interview when she was in Reno, Nevada, the officer asked Bethany about the drug use in the house and who used. Bethany told me Ethan and Xana both took Adderall when they drank alcohol. Bethany told me she saw Ethan and Xana both use Adderall the night before the unalivings. Bethany told me she saw Ethan take a pill and saw Xana crush up a pill and snort it by using a rolled up bill in her room. Bethany also said she thought Kaylee also used Adderall, but was not sure. So the night of the unalivings, Ethan's taking Adderall, Xana's sniffing it up her nose. You can bet they're both still wide awake when this atrocity takes place. Now, if there's 4 assailants, you would think there would be more than one knife, and the blood transfer between victim to victim would either confirm or dispel more than one knife, among other evidence. Let's see if that happened. Now, on November 16, 2022, at approximately 1955 hours, I drove from Spokane Medical Examiner's office to the FBI office located in Coeur d'Alene. Met with Special Agent Bryant Gunnerson. Several of the clothing items collected during the autopsies were still wet, needed to dry in the evidence dryers overnight, and they go on to explain how everything dried. And remember, all of these swabs that they took during the autopsy that would show the evidence transfer of the blood from victim to victim, therefore determining if more than one weapon was used, was collected during this time as well as all the other evidence. And they transported the remainder of the evidence items back to MPD and placed them into the evidence fridge in the MPD evidence room. Why wouldn't they have taken it to the Idaho State Police lab for testing? On November 17th, I drove to the FBI office located in Coeur d'Alene, met with Special Agent Gunnerson, removed the dry items from the dryer, and along with the items I turned over to Special Agent Gunnerson on 11/16, I collected 2 additional items from Gunnerson, and those were 2 additional items. But then Gunnerson released the items back to me on 11/17 at approximately 11:28 hours, keeping that chain of custody. I transported these items back to MPD. On November 17th, 2022, I worked with TS, the MPD evidence technician, and booked all items collected in the autopsies into MPD evidence. Where do they put them all? In the evidence fridge in the MPD evidence room. So that's where that evidence should have been collected instead of going to the ISP lab, right?
And we all know what happened to that stuff. So there's that too. That still doesn't make sense to me. They're testing biological evidence that has sat out for years and years and years. So I think it's different for different different types of DNA or evidence, whether it's blood or certain things. That I don't know. I have no answer. That is a good question. I've thought about that too. But I think it depends on how it's to be tested and what it is. That's just an opinion. I'll have to look that up because, in fact, I'm writing that one down.
I mean, what are the chances
I'm
of
curious
that?
myself.
Crazy. What are the chances that the fridge goes down? Like when you have all the blood evidence in there. Like, what are the chances?
Hey, Chet. Well, I think that was done on purpose too.
Yeah.
Or maybe they even lied and said that it ruined it when it actually didn't. That's another thing too.
True.
Just saying. Saying.
Anything can happen. Anything's possible.
I wouldn't be surprised by any means whatsoever.
Right.
Except for one thing. Now, strangely enough, I can't find where any of the items that were sent to MPD evidence was then sent to the ISP lab. It seems like the main thing sent to ISP lab was just the knife sheath with the touch DNA on it. But as we look at this, and this is the narrative around the evidence refrigerator, number 203, located at MPD, where they sent all of that swab evidence that would have confirmed more than one weapon. On Friday, January 24th, at approximately 750 hours, I arrived at the Moscow Police Department to start my shift. When I reached my door, I could hear an electronic beeping noise. Upon entering, I determined the noise was an alarm sounding from the evidence refrigerator unit. The digital temperature display reached 60 degrees Fahrenheit when I left work the day before, Thursday, January 23rd at 1200 hours. There was no alarm sounding. The evidence freezer, which is a separate unit, was not effective. I immediately contacted my supervisor, Captain Hathaway. Captain Hathaway recommended I transfer the items stored in this refrigerator to our secure outbuilding where other evidence is kept due to lower temperatures outside. No refrigerator in the building just due to lower temperatures outside. I turned off the heating units inside this storage area. Oh, this storage area not only didn't have a refrigeration unit just because the temperatures were lower outside, but it also had heating units in there, and they were apparently on until they turned them off, and opened the large garage door to allow the inside temperature to drop quickly. This is a scientific method for lowering the temperature. You open the garage door. The outside temperature was freezing that morning, and within 10 minutes, the inside temperature dropped below 50 degrees. And how did you determine that? Which is the lowest number on the thermostat? Oh, that's how you determined it, because that's as low as the thermostat goes. All items were transferred by 8 o'clock. At approximately 1230 hours on the same day, Captain Hathaway brought a new 20 cubic foot refrigerator to the outbuilding, which he plugged in and set the temperature. An hour or so later, I checked the temperature of this fridge. Thermostat read 40 degrees. I then...
Okay, now here's my issue with this. And going back to what Alicia was asking, I think it could answer the question slightly. If the door was left open on the fridge, then you close it. You don't need to replace the refrigerator. You just need to close the door, because that's what they stated was the door was left open. They didn't say anything about the refrigerator being broken, but okay, we'll go with that. Then on top of this, I think Alicia's right to an extent, because they could have, and because Heather explained it right there. Okay. That, the warmer it gets, the harder it is to test it to get good results, but still, it still could have been tested. So that makes me believe that they just told everybody, well, they're no good now. We can't test them. Sorry. That's what this sounds like to me, truly, when they would have been fine to test, in my opinion. But that was their way out. I'll just put it that way, okay? Because that's what it sure as hell sounds like to me.
Yes, Daigle. Also, it suggests that evidence would have held the answers as to
more than likely
the number of perpetrators and who knows what else. Maybe other things.
Think about it, Eddie. They lost camera footage. There was a fire. Remember the fire? There was a fire that burnt things and lost things. The refrigerator. It's so convenient that all these things happened that degraded or destroyed evidence. That's amazing to me that it happened that many times in just this case. Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying, Alicia. I agree that she's right that it just sat there for a few hours. It still could have been tested, but that was their out. Oh, it got ruined, guys. So they tossed it very quickly, I'm sure, because it was no good now.
Yeah, that person had to have gotten hurt in this vicious attack that was going. Somebody bled or got hurt, because I mean, come on. We've seen a lot of crime shows. We're not like, you know what I mean? There's a lot of it's just, I don't know. It does look like on the blood splat. It does look like splatter, you know what I'm saying, on the one wall next to the bed, right, where you see the pillow and the wall. Like, it looks like the splatter goes this way, and
right. And
I don't know, like, where they're supposed to be laying, but who is, like, how was somebody behind it? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know.
I think it did, and that wall looked like somebody wiped it. To me, it looked like somebody wiped it. I don't know. It looked like I don't know. Just
could have been. Welcome in, Breaker. Good to see you.
tried to.
Ashley K, I didn't say hello to you yet, dear. Thank you for being here. If you look it up, it says that when you are working a homicide case, there is always 2 sets of swabs done during an autopsy. One set stays at lab. Autopsies were done at. That's interesting. That's interesting, Backwoods. Exactly. You still test to see if you can obtain. Right. They didn't. They just automatically said it was ruined and tossed it. That's
Right.
bullshit to me. I'm sorry. And I think Eddie's right. That right there makes me believe that whatever would have been there and would have been tested would have given an answer that they did not want to be put out there. That's my opinion. Once again. Okay, and let's not forget the swab, according to the testimony that came from MPD, and it was after this breakdown. Thank you, Heather. Yes, ma'am. And yep, and again, Twiz, that's if they follow protocol, which I do not believe they did. It's insane. Absolutely insane. So on we go.
Transferred the items to this refrigerator. But what were those items? I mean, oh, dang it. It was all the blood swabs, blood sample card, DNA card. Oh, all the hair taken from the.
Basically, everything that's of any importance whatsoever is right there.
Victims, the nail clipping. It was all of the evidence taken from the autopsy report that was stored in that dadgum refrigerator that broke one night and destroyed it all. So I guess we'll just have to guess if the same unaliving weapon transferred blood from victim to victim. Now that's the end of part 1. Part 1, I just wanted to unbiasedly establish the fact that there were 4 assailants in this crime. I have broken down everything in all of the documents now, the released video footage and everything we already knew. And now I have a working theory of everything that happened in this case. And yes, if you want to know why this happened, go watch my first 500 videos. That'll tell you why this happened and who is ultimately responsible. And when I say the Aryan family and the Aryan Knights, I say that because when you think about who's ultimately responsible for this thing, and you go and you look at how cases are worked when it comes to major cases, who always is the top person that is charged with a case? And that is the boss that called the crime. Go to any mafia case. They always go after the Don, even though the Don never got his hands dirty. That's what we're looking at in this case. But when you take the totality of everything involved, I'm going to blow your mind at the end of this series. This first part was just establishing the fact that there is likely 4 assailants, one of them female, involved in this crime. The way I'm going to do this series, though, is going to be different. Every single episode that I attach to this, I'm going to leave the first part and the last part. I'm going to leave it all in this video. A lot of people say, well, you can't, it's hard to even figure out your videos, Pavarotti, because they don't go in order. This one's not going to be hard because I'm going to continue to attach it every single video to the video so that when I'm done with this series, it'll all be one video. So you'll notice these videos getting longer and longer and things you've already seen. Well, that's done for a reason, because at the end of this series, you will no longer have any questions about the Idaho 4. I assure you. Please like and subscribe to this channel. Post your comments, thoughts, criticisms. And until next time, Pavarotti's out.
And guys, if you have not yet, I've been dropping his link in the chat here. Please do. I appreciate the stuff that he's been doing. And very much so. Oh, wrong one. That's Krista's link. Hold on a minute here. There we go. And he did drop the second video.
I didn't know what that one's about.
About an hour ago. That's the second part of this.
Okay.
So I don't know. There's his link right there, guys. And again, I appreciate what he's done. I do too. That's why the second video is existing, I think, SRB. Okay, Eddie, at this point now, based on what we just reviewed, any thoughts?
Yeah, it's first of all, it's really impressive how he put that together. Of course, now that we've learned it, it's easy for us to take it for granted, but he put all that together. That is using common sense and logic, intuition. That's quite an impressive
yes
thing that he did, showing how in that crime scene, and there's 2 crime scenes in that house.
Of course.
There's one, of course, on the 3rd floor and one on the 2nd. So in each of the crime scenes, he kind of broke down what was happening. Short of having the perpetrators' names, I mean, it's got all the elements of really what it looked like in that crime scene.
Right. And that's what's in over the past 2 months. He's really interested me in a lot of what he's talked about. And I've been kind of reviewing it and talking about it because I see it. You know what I mean? I see it, I understand it, and I feel it in some aspect. And it makes me go, okay. But there are still a lot of questions. I agree. A lot of questions. I see some people in here saying that they still have some questions, and I get it because I do too. That we may never get answered.
Yeah,
and that's SRB's got a good point. At this point, there's a few people that could speak and still not leave with questions, guys, because there's too many of them. I agree with that, SRB. Go ahead, Eddie. I'm sorry to interrupt you, bud.
Yeah, the crime scene makes sense. He's showing that someone who is inexperienced or weaker was, let's face it. It's not easy to dispatch even a small little animal. Right? I mean, it just isn't.
Agreed.
I don't know how else to express it, but can you imagine the level of difficulty trying to, dispatch a person?
Yes, I agree. And I started thinking, I've always said there was multiple people. Kim said, and I'm not saying it's fact, okay? But when she talked about this almost 3 years ago, she said that she believed it was 3 to 4 people involved in this, if not even more. She believed there was 2 on the inside, or 2 or 3 on the inside, and 2 on the outside is like lookouts. Okay. And that would make some sense. And again, don't, this is all theory, folks, pure speculative theory, because there's no absolute proof that verifies it, but it's still very good. Okay. It makes a lot of sense. That is what our problem has been with this entire case, is we can't make it make sense. I've been screaming that for years. Make it make sense, please, because it don't. And if you put the pieces together little by little, you'll get to a point where you about have the puzzle put together and there's 2 pieces missing, and you're like, shit, now what? And then you tear it all apart, you put it back together, and then there's 3 pieces missing. You tear it all apart, you put it back together, then you got 1 piece missing. We're not going to get to that point. The theory, I will say, though, that the theory, and I've thought this too, we've talked about it before, Sarge even brought it up, about a woman being involved, would make a lot of sense.
Never thought of that, ever.
It's like if you think about the possibility of what Rosie saw when he said he saw, was it 4 or 5 or 4 people walking towards the house, that one of them was blonde. Guys, it's a possible, anything is plausible at this point, and yes, it is a very possible thing. Hell, I even went as far, because I don't believe anything that Molly says, right, that maybe she brought people with her.
And I'd like to know, did they really order DoorDash? Did they actually order for themselves? That would be such a good. That would be a good. I just want to know, because if they didn't, what a plausible plausible. I was trying to think of that.
Plausible deniability.
Yep.
Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, like she was there. She had to deliver the food. So even if she was there for 1 or 2 things, like that was, it's her alibi why she was there. Or we don't need an alibi, but
I agree.
Food there.
I agree typically, and I don't mean to sound insensitive here, folks, but I think
they both need to.
Bethany definitely needs to talk. The fact that she wasn't there, okay, I'll give you your grace.
Really?
You were traumatized, so on and so forth, but I gotta tell you, I'm still skeptical about that. Is that why you weren't there? You refused to come back before too. Why? If these were your friends, this again is just my opinion, folks. It doesn't mean I'm being mean or nothing. I'm just saying. And I still feel, I don't know why I'm stuck on this, but I still feel that there's a grand possibility that Ethan and Xana were the initial target, or that they were killed first, and then Kaylee may have heard what was going on, came down, saw, and freaked out, ran upstairs, and was chased back up there, and then her and Maddie were killed. That is, again, a working theory in my mind that has not changed at this point. And I just can't step
Why
away
leave
from
the
it.
other two? But why leave the other two? You know what I'm
I
saying?
didn't say that I'm, again, this is my theory is based on multiple people. That's, again,
Yeah,
multiple
yeah.
people.
Well, yeah. The beer pong table too, like the one end's completely destroyed and the other end set up to start the game, right? With the balls in it. And if Dylan or Bethany has to run by that, turn around and look at Xana at the same time, there's a very small space to get through. She didn't bump into that, looking back, I'm trying to run.
Well, here's the thing, though. Maybe she did. A lot of people are screaming, like, why is that table not flipped upside down? Maybe it was. There was 8 hours to fix all that.
That's what I'm saying.
That.
Yeah, like all of this is just, it's
right.
Like the game was, like, they already played the game on one end, and the other game that they didn't start the game at all. It didn't make any sense. The balls were still on the thing, perfectly lined up on the edge. It's like they already played, so why was that? Why did that end so? Like
agreed, yeah, and yes, where'd it go? Yeah, I don't want anybody to misunderstand. There's no way in hell that I think anybody should believe that a woman couldn't do this. Okay.
Oh yeah. With the
There's women out there that are stronger and more agile and virile, not virile, but versatile. That, what the hell is the word I'm trying to think of? Athletic, we'll just put it that way. Than some men are. Okay, and in some senses, better, more equipped to be able to move through a situation than a man is. So there's very strong, very capable women out there. Period. I'm not saying that a woman committed the entire thing by herself. Like SRB just said, but it's very plausible that they were involved. Okay, and Twizzy
makes sense.
that maybe if there was a woman there, that she got cut.
Yep.
And that's what the whole "you'll be okay, I'm here to help you, don't worry about it." Maybe that's what that was about. Who knows?
Huh.
Just saying. I'm just saying. Hey, Siggy, welcome. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us, Siggy and Mike. Great to have you here. It's very possible. And listen. Nowadays, people are crazy, folks. You can't go back to a woman couldn't do this because they wear dresses and they're barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen. Bullshit.
The way
I'm calling bullshit.
Yeah.
That theory is out the window, folks. Women are just as capable of doing in my opinion, more than some men can do. Okay, that's a fact. And like you guys know how I feel about women. Period. That's all I'm saying. Is in some senses, like I said, I feel like Brian, if Brian was the one that did this, that Xana would have beat the living shit out of him. Period. And probably a mark on him. I'm sorry, but no. Based on what we know about Xana, what we've heard about Xana, what Kara has told me in the interview that she did the one time about Xana, like there's no way in hell, and we know that Xana fought to the death on this, and it breaks my heart. But there's no way in hell that I think that Brian could have gotten away with this. Xana just seemed like a badass, folks, period. And Kaylee the same. And we know that those two fought. So knowing that Kaylee came from the Gonsalves family just gives her a whole other up to me. The way that they've discussed things and talked about it. I'm just saying. So there's no way in hell that a woman could not have done this. Just saying. Right. Yeah, that's another one too, with all the female bodybuilders in Moscow. That's a fact, and we found that. We found photos. A lot of these people that were there went into doing this bodybuilding thing. It's kind of crazy.
That's weird.
And you know what? It was already proven one time. Hold on.
I mean, I the way Pop explained it, like one, a guy, probably a big, probably that knew what he's doing, and then the girl that he's with, like, he had to help her finish the job. Now that would make sense, but like, because fighting back, trying to fight the woman, I don't know. I don't want to think about how horrible they probably didn't think, you know what I mean? But I mean, you would think fighting a girl would be, I don't know.
There was a whole thing we found in Idaho about these female bodybuilders and about them using steroids and things like that. I ran the whole thing, and I'm gonna tell you right now, what do steroids do to people?
Right.
Talk about being angry and things like that, and it can give you an edge. Just saying, especially if it's an angry edge. Not saying that's what happened. Don't take that for fact, please. I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, it's everything. Anything's possible. I mean, at this point, the way that it's
Right. Well, I didn't say that there was. I didn't say there was just women there. I'm saying there was a guy there.
That's what he said.
There were guys and women as well. You know what I'm saying? If it's a thing, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying it's possible.
Well, they saw 4 people approaching. I think 2 girls with long blonde hair and 2 guys, and that sounds.
What if it was 2 guys and 2 girls that went in and did this?
That would make a lot of sense too. The
I
girls
don't have any.
fighting the girl, and the guys doing the guys are doing, and the girls fighting the girl. Then they stop and here, I'll help you and finish the job. Like Bob said, that makes sense to me.
And yes, Bobby, that's what we're supposed to believe. That
I also thought that they were
sugar and spice and everything nice. That's right.
Right. And like last week, I thought they were all fed. So my perception changes. Last time I was like, oh, they're all fed, including Brian, because I'm just like, my brain can't wrap around how all this happened or why. And the why bothers me too. Like, what did these kids do that these people thought that they deserved it? And the only thing I could think of is snitching on about something, doing something, making money with them, and then running on them.
I'm not going to even go there, Krista, because there's too many different angles. You can. That's fine. I'm not.
Yeah, it's my opinion. It doesn't affect.
I'm just saying I can't go there yet because there's too many different angles that this could be. Right? Yes.
Like this possibility of like what would make somebody like want to. I mean, I'm just saying.
There's too many different answers to that. There's too many that could cause that. It could have been a bunch of different things or one specific thing. Who knows? And that's true, Sherry. That's the sad part. There's a lot of this that we may never ever know. Sadly.
I wish maybe one day the person that actually did this will confess and we'll know like what actually happened. Maybe 20 or 30 years down the line. I don't know. I'm just saying they get caught and they end up. I don't know, but. It's the horror of what they had to, for that amount of time, just the horror of what they had to deal with at the end of their lives. Just who deserves that? Like,
nobody, of course. It's horrifying.
Exactly. So it's like, even the worst I could think of, like, the worst things that they could think of somebody deserves that. They're kids. You know what I mean? They're young. They don't really, if they did something fucked up, maybe not kill them. You know what I mean? Like maybe.
Well, if you go back and follow but my question on multiple people is if Dylan is I'm not saying Dylan. I didn't say Dylan is the woman involved by any means. I'm talking about Rosie said he saw 4 or 5 people walking up towards the house. It could have been them. Okay. I still don't believe there's a car. I think they were on foot. That right there kind of gave me a little bit of okay, that makes some sense to me. But if Dylan is to be believed to be involved to some extent, there was only one person seen walking out the slide. Right. And that's all that was seen. That's all she said she saw. We don't know that could have been the last person there.
True.
Everybody else could have already went out. And there's footprints. I don't know if they were from that night. They're going 2 different directions. Okay. There's footprints that show walking around. If they're from that night, don't get me wrong, walking around the stump, walking towards the front. Then we have a set of footprints going west towards the white apartments at the same time. Were they from that night? Were they different, going different directions to split up? Did they go through the back? Who knows? We don't know. That's the problem with this, but it's all speculative theory. And yeah, other people could have left beforehand. That could have been the last person out. Other people could have left after that. She said she shut her door when she saw him leaving. What happened after that? Did other people come walking through?
Maybe at different times, different people were there, different times that did certain things at the, maybe they were the last 2 that had to.
I don't know, but here's the other problem. Do we believe anything she says?
No, not at all.
I don't. I don't. So who knows if that's even true? So
but that's not. Yeah, exactly.
There's a lot of females that have been convicted of manipulating a man. Yes, Bobby. Thank you.
Watch Snap.
Bingo. Like any one of those. If there was a girl involved. Or 2 girls involved.
And they look the ones that
they absolutely hated these girls or something. Okay. Think about that. And there was a lot of shit stated on, and I'm not saying it's fact, but there was a lot of stuff stated on 4chan about how people disliked these girls and did not want they wanted them gone. I'll just put it that way. I'm not saying that it's justified. I'm just saying there was a lot of that talk. And 4chan, take it or leave it. You perceive it how you want. It would make some of that make some sense. It truly would. I'm not saying that it's real. Once again,
the movie Scream came out my senior year, and that was very traumatizing. But like this really reminds me of Scream, like how probably the people that you knew are involved. Like you don't even did this.
Well, it's kind of funny because it is a lot like the Scream movies, the
Yes.
original one, is based off of the Gainesville Ripper.
Is
out
it
of Florida.
really?
Yes,
I
it
didn't
is.
know that. I did not know that.
And that they already, in the very beginning of this case, they
Yeah.
related the similarities to the Gainesville Ripper from this case. So that
I was
makes a
gonna
little
say,
sense.
It's crazy. I was like, this reminds me of the movie Scream. Like we all were like so afraid of something like the Scream mask for years, and then
Right.
that's what it seems like. So it's like it's calls coming from inside the
And
house.
here's another theory, you guys. We also read in the reports. I think you guys, Eddie, you were with me the whole time we read these reports. You might remember this better than me, but wasn't there a couple reports where they explained that all of the girls had left their respected sororities?
Mm-hmm.
I don't recall. I don't have that.
Okay. I'm pretty sure that they had all left their sorority, or all but maybe two of them, maybe. I'm not sure, but I know Kaylee and Maddie definitely left their sororities. I think one other one may have too. I'm not 100% sure. Xana. So let's think about that for a minute. Maybe there was a situation that went down.
Paying for the apartment still or something. Did they have to pay for both or something? They made them still pay for that
and right.
sorority, and then the new apartment, like
who knows? And they pissed somebody off. I mean, these are just theories, guys. They're all theories. Have a good night, Jen.
because I mean, Brian, even if Brian did it, like we still don't know why. There's no motive. Like what his motive to be so vicious for 4 people? He doesn't
There is not one. That's the other problem. I don't see one for him.
Yeah, and you got to believe that Dylan protected him. She didn't call 911 when she saw Brian Koberger. She doesn't know him. You know,
right?
Like you can't identify him. If you saw him, then say that's Brian Koberger. Look at him. You can't. Then that's why she couldn't. And,
right. Yes, I thought so. That's right. So the victims all had left their sororities, but Dylan and Bethany hadn't.
Oh my gosh.
That's interesting. And Dylan goes and gets Kaylee to go to be her +1 at her thing. Like, come on.
I'm trying to talk her to come back.
Some of these things are just a little too
just weird. Like you let her dog out and you didn't tell her that you did. Like, where's my dog? Where's Murphy? Have you seen Murphy? No. But you're the one that left him outside. Why would you let her dog stay outside like that? Like you admitted to it. That's weird. Like I went inside because I was cold. Fuck Murphy. And then where's Murphy? Oh, I don't know. Really?
I don't know that that's how that went down, but
well, yeah.
I think she was really drunk that night and probably got confused. I still question why she was taking the dog out and Kaylee wasn't.
That's what I'm saying. Why would you?
Because it was Kaylee's dog. But I mean, maybe they did that for each other. Who knows?
Well, I heard also that Dylan used to kick the dog. Like
it could be. It could be.
I don't think she's a nice person. I think she's she looks like the mean girl that would like really like stab you in the back. Honestly, not in the physical sense. I'm just saying, like it's crazy.
Right.
Isn't what happened. I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm speculating.
No, I get it 100%. Right. And Ethan was collateral. That could be, and the other reason they maybe because he was a male, they were worried that he was going to stop the situation because he was a big dude and strong. They had to take him out because of that. Who knows?
That's what they said. I mean, what they said they did to his legs, like to get him from stopping him from running. That would make sense, It
could, and that would explain why Pa believes that he was a lot awake during the situation. They had to shut him down. That makes sense. I agree with that. Very interesting theory.
I just want to remind everybody some facts about Dylan.
Mm-hmm.
So Dylan claims to have memory problems. She is not sure if what she heard or saw was real or if she dreamt it.
Yes, sir.
She had too much to drink and can't remember. She doesn't know if it was real or if her mind was just playing with her. And lastly, she's been inconsistent with her statements.
Good point. Very good point.
How come no detectives had a follow-up question about why you didn't call for help? When you say you had a dentist appointment or you made dentist appointments and you thought it was fake or near, so you called your friends, they didn't answer. Again, if they're not answering, aren't you then more concerned? You know what I'm saying? I know it's all it's all like rhetorical, but
as Eddie would say, in a right side up world, you would go check on those friends physically.
Yes, you're right. You're right.
This is not that situation at all. That, in my opinion, tells me that it's not. So there you go. Was it a jealousy issue? Well, let's ask this question. Knowing that they were no longer with the sororities, knowing the reason that we were told why, okay, is there something else that was going on? And was the whole, Maddie, what did you say to Adam? And I told him everything. Maybe that's what that means. Maybe that's what that related to. Who knows? But I still feel, God bless you, Sherry. I swear to God. And this will never leave me because of what she said to me. But she truly felt that statement had a lot to do with what happened with this. And I agree with her. I really cannot let that go.
Where's Adam?
Adam was in the bar that night.
Where is he? Can we ask him what he was told?
No idea. No idea. I haven't not seen or heard anything about Adam other than a tiny little bit in that report. And do you think he's truly ever going to tell you? No, he's not. He'll just say, I don't know what you're talking about. He didn't tell me anything. That was bullshit. Just as much as what Steve said. Oh, it was girl talk. What? Come on, dude.
Yeah.
And yeah, who was Showalter referring to? They're going to get you for that. Who is they? And where did you go, Jack?
Right.
I'm just saying, guys, all these little things point to something bigger to me. That's all I'm saying.
I think that he knows who did it, and he knew that they were going to try to set him up. And I think that's why I definitely don't think he called about his water. I think they thought he's like, they're going to set me up. I'm out of here.
No,
they're trying, like, you know what I mean?
That whole water thing was a police tactic to be able to get into his apartment. That's all that was.
And I think he knew that too. And he's like, they're trying to set me up for this. He might have known the truth, right? But he's like, I'm not going to let them set me. Like, they're going to try to get me first if they don't get Koberger, you know what I mean? Or whoever they thought. And that's what I feel now. I don't think I think that they went in there and without his, obviously, but his apartment. But I think it was like, if he's in the bathroom, right? You can cut yourself shaving. Men cut themselves shaving a lot. Even though I did
You're
look
not
around.
going to find it on the wall by the light switch, though. I cut myself shaving almost every day, and I don't fling blood all over the house, or on the toilet, or on the shower curtain, or in the drain. So that's a little too much. That's a little too much for me there. And like Twist said, I didn't realize that, but you don't see it in the report, so therefore it tells me he's right. MPD never even investigated those statements.
Right.
I don't think Adam was bothered with. They may have said, "Hey, do you know these girls?"
Yeah,
okay, have a good day. We know they didn't follow up on shit. And they definitely didn't record things. So there's no way to know what they said to Adam or what Adam was told that night by Maddie. And Maddie must have been talking to Adam when Showalter was standing there talking to Kaylee, who he said he didn't know for 2 hours.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Listen, their cell phones probably tell a huge story. Like whatever was going on leading up the months up to this, somebody that's probably going to tell whether we ever see it or not, or they ever release it or not. What were they doing leading up to the months leading up to this? And I mean, I don't know if they had burner phones or whatever, if they were doing anything at all. I'm sure their phones will tell a story, but I guess maybe right now we're just not gonna. We don't have. I mean, listen. I was shocked when you could find out that unless they're not wearing Apple Watches or they don't have iPhones, but
they did.
Where John O'Keefe walked westerly 40 steps up and down steps. You know what I mean? If you can tell us that. Whether you want to use it in court or not, at least we would know. You know what I mean?
That's why in the 911 call that I played for everybody, you could hear somebody, not 100% sure who it was, but somebody said, "Can you just at least get the watch for me?" or something like that.
It's Christ, yeah. But I mean,
what does that mean? Who knows?
Right.
Just saying. I'm just saying. Too many of these things. One, there's not that much coincidence in the world, folks. I'm sorry, and too many of these things locked together so tightly, in my opinion, there's no way to ignore it. That's all I can tell you with that. There's a lot, so many that I don't think we'll ever get answers to, unanswered questions, folks. If it would have went to trial, I still feel like half of this wouldn't. That's why I think it didn't go to trial, because I think if any of this stuff were to come out,
but things like them releasing it makes me feel like we got to be missing something. I don't want to keep saying this, but are they really going to just let us all this evidence come out, knowing that with people like Lana and people like Pod, that when we're going to make a voice and
what are they going to do about it, Chris?
Nothing. They're going to say, screw you guys, we don't owe you shit, right?
That's it right there. There's nothing anybody can do about it. So what's the point?
That's true.
Other than they can say whatever they want to say. We can do our math and add things together, whatever. Do something about it is basically what they're going to say.
Well, I mean, like, all right, could just land. We're like, we the people just answer a few questions so we're not going crazy trying to figure out why this happened. You know what I mean? Like at this point,
They don't care. They don't. You understand that too, I hope, hon. They don't care what we think or feel. That's a fact. They do not care.
Yeah, I know that.
They and Eddie, I know you can agree on this one. They do not give two shits what the public thinks on this, nor anybody else at this point. They did what they had to do, and if they're in their minds, it's over. They're done.
Right.
That's right. Yeah, and they're not gonna give us any useful information that's gonna lead to anything. We've all had enough time reading these reports. I'm gonna kind of leave you guys with something to think about. Do you guys believe that they were falsifying the reports? Do you detect that? Do you believe that?
To some extent, yes, sir, I do.
And
based on the fact that, well, a lot of the stuff that I read when we went through this, I read it word for word on purpose, okay? Because you can read in the reports, well, the things that went on. For instance, let me just put it that way: the fact that Brett didn't record any of the interviews he did. Does anybody else besides me find that highly alarming?
Mm-hmm. Is that his normal? Like, is that his normal? You should look at his like history. Is that his normal thing to not record?
I don't. He was never a detective until this case happened, so I have no idea. But
okay, so it's like this. It's something out of the norm. You know what I mean? Like it would be.
And I'm sure
sure
that they can play it off. Well, he's a new detective, guys. He just started this. This has never been a detective before, so maybe he just didn't know. Bullshit.
All the time to not wear one. This is smart. This is the worst thing that's ever happened probably in that city. It's a what time not to wear your recording.
But that's the thing, though. There has been Molly's in here now. Now I can refer to her as I do all the time. Like I said, after this happened, Molly and I in the Discord had looked at. She brought to me multiple times police logs and said, "Dago, look. Dago, look. Dago, look." There's no reports ever taken on half their calls. And Molly, you can verify that. Maybe 1 out of every 10 calls, they'll take a report because they have no choice at that point, okay? Because it's a car accident or something that has an insurance claim. They have to do that. There's no
right.
But anything else, they don't record it. They don't. They. It's almost like they deal with it themselves, and nobody needs to know about it. We got it handled. It's done.
We trust each other's word. We take each other's word.
Jody. Yeah. I mean, and it's insane to me.
It is
so
really.
Yeah, going back to Eddie's question, I feel like in some aspects that some of those reports were very much probably falsified. Yes.
Okay, let me ask you this: what would be the purpose to write up the reports after the fact?
Because they got lazy, and then
they have to have something there. You have to have it, Eddie. They have to. They knew that there was going to be referrals to it. Like people are going to want to.
Anybody in chat? Guys, because they don't know what it needs to say yet.
Do you think it's?
That's a good point. I got what
Let me. Let me have. I'm going to lay this out for you guys so you can see this. It's kind of like taking this information, taking a step back from it, so you can see it in a fuller context. So, concerning these reports, can you imagine the surprise if any of them realized that the other was coincidentally also doing the same thing, falsifying the reports? Imagine the prosecutor's surprise if he found out that all of his detectives and everyone involved in the investigation was involved in something like that, falsifying the reports. And of course, can you imagine if the judge caught wind of something like this? After all, these types of accusations could get someone disbarred. In hindsight,
yep,
it is ideal that they were all blissfully ignorant of any of the others doing anything outside of the boundaries of the law. In other words, being on board with such an effort. Because if that were the case, it would fall within the realm of a conspiracy.
Right.
Good point, bud. Going along with that, SRB just said, and she's got a good point. If you think about it, I have a huge problem with how long it took them to write up reports. Maybe one or two could be delayed, but the vast majority, even months later, like Eddie just said, they had to build their story. Then you tell the story. You put the story together, and then you tell the story.
What a
And
time.
guys, if you didn't detect, I was being sarcastic. They all know. And when I say all, I mean all. They all know. They're all on board and in step with doing this.
Right. Do you think they realized they made some mistakes and they had to go back and try to lie to fix them so it didn't like look like, oh, we didn't miss, oh God, that was our car, not the, you know what I'm saying? Like, it seems like they were trying to cover up mistakes after they realized. No,
I don't believe that at all.
No. Like, oh, I forgot what I
dangerous to think that. I mean,
it is very
we got to
dangerous.
get out. No,
It is very
we can't even be allow ourselves to think like that.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what they want everybody to think, in my opinion.
I
is
know.
that, guys, we just screwed up. We never had something like this happen. We didn't know what we were doing. Give us a break. No. Nope. No. Not after everything I've seen and read. There's no way in hell. Fuck you. No.
The harm from thinking along those lines can't be overstated.
That's what's harmful. That's what he's saying. It's dangerous because if that is allowed, what are we going to do the next time?
Yeah, right.
Because there will be a next time.
And I'm like thinking, if it was like happened to me, I would want people like you guys and like my friends to, if it looked nefarious like this, I'd want you fighting for it. I would want you guys to care enough like you guys do for this, like how we do. You know what I mean? Like, I would want people to try to get the truth, because I don't think one person could ever do this by themselves. You know, the victim's family, which I think Steve might be he could be leading the charge at one point. You know what I mean? Because
that's just one small part, right? You're right. This is huge. Okay, this is a very, very big issue. Put it in the words of Cy Ray, that something very, very much larger is being covered up.
Oh, he did say, okay. I never know. Okay, I didn't know he said that.
That was in his affidavit, that I feel after 30 years, my 30 years of experience and 30 years of seeing and dealing with these situations, that I do not believe that this is, how did he put it? Misinformation, that it is absolutely 100%, in my own words, purposely being done to cover up a much larger issue, is what his words were.
I trust his words. I trust, if he said, I trust that. I really do.
I have no reason not to.
Exactly. That's what I was going to say.
Somebody, listen, and the reason why I'm saying that, folks, is somebody that has this man's credentials, 30 plus years of experience in the military, law enforcement. He created what he was there for. Okay. He's the one that created the whole thing. For him to make that statement would put him in danger of being completely discredited in his own field. Nobody with any common sense is going to do that to themselves.
And risk it a lie and risk his life, really risk maybe something.
You're risking your career, period.
Right,
okay.
right.
So somebody to make a statement like that in his position would be so stupid to make that statement without having something to back it up, which I know he does. And that's why Judge Hippler shut it down, and he's a conspiracy theorist, and no, we can't have that said in court here. Cy Ray said that typically in his affidavit. That's word for word what he wrote. I'm probably off by a couple words, and that's what I'm saying. Yeah, he is also the biggest backer of the Blue. He's on their side all the time, and had never ever dealt with anything other than never on the defense side of things did he ever deal with anything like that. Okay.
Yeah.
So.
And like, you guys just went through the Delphi thing, right? So it can actually happen. And then in Massachusetts, we know that this can happen. The cops are not always the good guys. Like, and it's scary that how close together this is, and I don't want this to be the norm. Like, I hope that 99 or 90% of the things, the investigations going on aren't like this, but it kind of seems like it's not random that this is how, you know what I mean?
I'm going to say that we're probably around the 50-50 mark these days.
Yeah, like if we really dug in, right? If we really dug in like this in other cases, I'm pretty sure.
It seems to conceal a much larger issue. Amen, David. That's what he said. And it does,
Wow.
And that's a scary statement to make. In his position, that's a scary statement. And it's got to be scary for him to make that statement.
Right. Why would he
know what he knows to make that statement? That's a scary thought. And if I was in his shoes, I'd be a little bit unnerved by that, truly.
Yeah.
And the judge shutting him down, that was horrifying to me to see that.
You know, notice how in the language Cyree used, it was very strong language addressed to the court, but diplomatic at the same time. Kind of like how Ann Taylor uses that detectives knew or should have known, right? She adds that little piece in there.
Well, she's right.
Yeah, I can see what she's doing. It's falling. It's not accusatory, but yet it's
like I've always stated, and I still
borderline.
Feel
it is.
Yeah, I know a lot of people have their thoughts about her, and I've not changed my thought process on her at all. I said this before, and I still feel the same way. I feel like Ann will not ask a question without already knowing the answer, and Ann will not do anything without knowing the outcome first. I feel that way about her. Truly, that's why it's frustrating to see how people like just were hammered down on her because of Brian taking the plea. I'm telling you, that's why I feel so strongly. There's something coming. I have no doubt in my mind at this point. What it is, I don't know, folks. And I could be completely wrong, and I'm okay at this point with that now because I feel that strong about it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll admit to it. I'll eat crow. It is what it is. I was wrong. So what? Moving on. Okay. But I do not think I am. That's my problem.
Like we're not losing hope, right? We're not losing hope. Like we still have like a couple days, like what, 20 days, 30 days left for that.
I think it's about a month or a little.
I mean, like, yeah, like we could, I
Guys,
do.
When it comes to Ann Taylor and whether or not she did right by her client, Brian, you know, Monday morning quarterbacking is so unfair. And it also assumes that you don't realize that, you know, show me the attorney that can withstand the force of a government sanctioned action that they've taken against Brian.
Right.
That's my, yep.
Yeah.
Like no one would win that battle. It's the cards are stacked against you. It doesn't matter who you put in that office, they're going to lose.
And I think she knew that. And I think maybe she trusted in the situation with Hitler in the beginning and started to see, no, he's working for that team too.
Yep.
She knew she had no chance at that point, in my opinion.
I agree.
This is our only out.
Yeah, that's why I wanted everyone to kind of see, you know, using these reports as an example. If you can see that the reports are falsified, then how can you? I mean, if the likes of you and I can see it,
right?
You know, think of how much more of this case that the judge could see, and how much more experience he has, and how much more wisdom he has than us. If we can see it, then of course, and I was being sarcastic, of course he could see it. And he did see it. Or at least I'll take a page from Ann's book. He should have been able to see it.
Right.
I agree. And I believe he pretended not to, in my opinion.
Yep. In the end, he just seemed like, are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure, Brian? You know what I mean? Like maybe in the end, well, no, yeah, because you like now seeing that all those motions, I know you guys went through it and all that, but like seeing how they denied all, like she knew about all this. It's, you know, it makes me think more that they wanted all this to get out to maybe have some backing of like the public. Not that we can just go in there and be like, you know, to make things change, but like I do think that maybe they wanted everybody to see like how crazy this is. Like, come on, guys, like, and maybe she needed help, and maybe I don't know. Because I do think, like, maybe they could have forced the DP sooner. What if he said he went and then he still tried to fight it? They could have made it happen way quicker, and then he would have lost his life probably. This way, at least he has time to fight. If it takes time, you know? It's really sad because I think they realize we have to do the long game or we're never going to win this. I'll be gone before I can fight this. I don't know. It makes me sad.
Sorry, I was muted again. The way I see this is probably always on the back because of what I think I know about Ann. This was something that was probably always on the back burner. that she was going to try every angle she could get and every avenue she could get. And when she realized, okay, we've done it. We have to go this direction now. We have no choice. This was always going to be something that she was going to have to do just in case, okay? Because that's the type of an attorney she is, in my opinion. Knowing, once again, like I said, that Brian was convicted by the court of public opinion. We know that, okay? Brian, in a sense, convicted himself by taking the deal. But I wholeheartedly, truly, and honestly believe there's a reason for this, and that we will see it at some point. I do.
Guys,
you know what?
Before hopping down,
yeah,
I just have to, besides Monday morning quarterbacking and Taylor, that gets under my skin. But the other
Of
thing
course.
that does, and just probably as much so, is when people say, oh, if Brian had any involvement in this, guys, that to me, that's just like nails on a chalkboard. Just for the record, he didn't have anything to do with this. He is innocent of this.
Yeah, I don't think there was any.
And that's a
kind of-
fact. You can
nothing.
bank it.
If there is involvement, it's not by chance, or it's not by his own doing or his own knowledge. Okay, if somebody stole something from him, for instance, the knife that he owned, and
Right.
did this, that's the only involvement there would be, but that wasn't due to his own knowledge of it. And you know what? Something else I noticed before you leave, Eddie, because I know you'll appreciate this. You know what I've noticed? I was just going to show you guys something that just came out a couple hours back. Nancy Grace, Grandma Disgrace, is still doing her shit. Okay. Koberger stressed inmates nonstop harassed through air vents, feds to seek the death penalty.
What?
Wait. You realize what that is? Still, the man is convicted in prison for 4 life terms right now. They're still running propaganda against him. Why?
Oh man,
it says a lot. I mean,
Yeah, you're
that's
right.
a whole. We could do a whole show on that alone. There is a reason for that, and I kind of mentioned that maybe a couple of live streams ago. I touched on that.
Yes, you did.
Notice
Yes,
how
you
they're
did.
keeping this. There's a reason. And let's hope it is that he does have an appeal upcoming. But
Yes,
They're
and I
scared.
think they know. They know that this is coming. Like I said, that's what I'm pointing out to you.
Yeah.
If you look at Ashley Banfield, Nancy
Mhm.
Disgrace, all these people are still running the propaganda train right down the track nonstop, like they never stopped.
Clickbaiting.
There's a reason for it. It's a reason, folks, because I'm telling you, they know what's coming. They got to keep the public opinion. Brian's guilty. That's all there is to it.
Nope. I'm so disappointed. I mean, I'm glad that I know now how effed and how much they don't pay attention. I'm good to know now, but it's like just people like my sister. She's like, I'll if it's on CNN, if it's on CNN, she'll trust it. I was like, well, here's the interview, the one that they can do. Here's the CNN interview for you. Okay, so you trust only them. It's like I want her to see how they without the evidence, the detective said we didn't know anything about him. We didn't literally until we had him. That's when we realized, you know what I mean? And she's like, no, but this, no, but that. I said, well, here, I hate to be mean, Chan, but
And that's that. You're right. No, I get it. And that's something else, Bobby. I'm glad you brought that up again. We looked into this, folks. Okay. And there's multiple people that'll tell you that Bill Thompson is lying straight to the world's face when he says that they approached him and asked for a plea deal. It don't work that way.
Right.
It has to be presented from the prosecution side in some source before they can go to him and say something. Okay. So no, they didn't just throw their hands up and go, can we please have a plea deal, Bill? No, it didn't work that way. Okay. It was presented somehow or another to them beforehand, and they had to accept it. Go look it up, folks. I'm telling you. So one more of his stupid victory dancing bullshit for no reason. Bill Thompson did absolutely nothing. Nothing in this
they
case.
didn't even find the guy. They didn't even find the guy.
And I'm telling you, in my opinion, that man is the one that needs to be in jail. That's my opinion.
He's scary.
The things that his power can do are just insanely scary to me. It's nuts.
He ruined Christmas for all of us for the next couple of
he
years.
violated his oath. That's for sure.
He sure as hell did. Yes, he did.
Dago, Thank you, as always. Always a great conversation. Krista,
Yes, sir.
thanks for the conversation.
You're welcome.
I'll hop down now.
Definitely
Dago, you got
agree.
the best show on the internet. I'll tell you that.
I appreciate you, buddy, for saying that. I don't feel like it, but I think I take your word on anything, Eddie. So thank you. I appreciate that, brother.
You have the best chat. I'd say that too, because literally, I'll get other like lives, and the same group of people were all there, and it's like everybody supports each other, and it's like it really means a lot. Like it's awesome to see. It really is.
Well,
and
I
is here, like you have is really, and I'm really proud of you. Like this, the way you run your channel.
But I appreciate that too. I really do. I'm proud of this community. I'm grateful. I feel very lucky to have attracted this specific group of people to be together. And I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what anybody says on the internet. I don't care whose channel it is. I don't care if they got 750 million flipping subscribers.
It means
they're not better than this community.
No.
And I said it a lot tonight. I'll say it again. I'll die on that hill. This is the best community on YouTube, whether they're in this channel or they're in Willie's channel or they're Lana's channel, wherever we're at. It's the best community on YouTube, in my opinion, as far as true crime goes. And in this community right here, I absolutely love and adore each and one of these persons. Eddie and Krista, all of you guys. I would not be sitting here if it weren't for you guys. I would not want to come back here every day.
Right.
Like I do twice a day sometimes if it weren't for you guys. And I will continue to do that.
I love it. I love that you guys have. I love it. But because it isn't easy. This people. It seems easy in the beginning, but then it gets to a point where like this. But like the support that you guys have for each other, it's really awesome. I wouldn't have stuck around. You know what I mean? Like I've been in other chats. Like people don't. I'm not everybody's cup of tea.
Yeah, even you, Twiz. Even you. Even you, buddy. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. I wouldn't have a damn computer if it wasn't for him. So yeah, he's very important. But listen, I don't go and make all these videos and put all the work in. Like Pav is very talented to be able to do that. And the amount of time he does it, I'll give him that much. Okay. I don't make those I'm a commentary channel. That's what I do. I've always done that. Because I like to think and talk. I like to do the think tanks that we do, and I like to break things down. It's all the way down and build it all right back together and see what we come up with. That's what I like doing. That's why we do it the way I do.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do well with pre-recorded videos because I don't like to do that kind of stuff. I want people to be live in themselves when we're doing it and speak their feelings and their emotions when we do it. That's why I do it like this.
And engaging with the people is literally, I'm telling you, in the very beginning was this going to be a podcast pre-recorded there, and I thought this was crazy. And then my friend did it, and I was like, I could never go back to not having a live channel. Like engaging with the people, they love it, and that's why they come back and they know, like you care what everybody thinks, like and you give everybody a chance. Like,
I absolutely do, and you know why I started doing that?
Yeah,
I was in another community, and I watched many other creators before I came and started doing my own thing, and I watched all of these people. Some of these communities had 10 or 1,500 people in them, okay? Live. And not one time did some of these creators even look at their chat.
Thank you.
And acknowledge it. Throw a comment up. Nothing.
Thank you.
And I'm sitting over there going, there's people typing comments like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Look at me, look at me, look at me. What about me? What about me? Now, I do miss them sometimes when we have a lot of people in here. My mods are pretty good about telling me, hey, Dago, this one said this or that. Sometimes we miss them. That's fine. I am always looking at this chat to see what people are saying, what they feel, and what they think, because that is important.
Dago, you're on top of that. Yeah, absolutely. You're very
it's really
attentive and concerned and genuinely concerned, and people can feel that.
I hope so, because it's a real thing, because I don't like that fake persona that some of these people put out there, like, oh, I love you all, I'm so grateful you're here, and as soon as you hang up, fuck everybody. No, these people, we wouldn't be here if it weren't for all of you guys, and there's a lot of creators that do not appreciate or respect that.
That's so true, and that's so true.
Yep. That's what blows my mind I'm not jealous. I don't want people to think I'm jealous.
I get it.
I see channels out there that get 500,000 views on a video.
I don't know how. Yeah.
And okay, I will say this. There's another channel. I can't stand Gray, so I'll say it. Okay. He sits over here, and people have called me a grifter before. You got to be fucking kidding me if you're calling me a grifter. This dude has goals every day. Come on, people. I made more than this yesterday. You got to give me this. I got to get at least to this number. I got to do that. Are you serious?
Oh my God. Yeah, I got in a fight with that guy. I was like, I didn't know that he he doesn't like Brian Koberger. So I'm like trying to be sensible. And everybody yelled at me. I was like, fuck you all.
And then on top of that, he yells at his people because they have a differing opinion that he has.
I was like, I don't even know you. I just literally like,
That's not how this works.
Right.
It's not how this works. So no.
Planet
It's
Earth's
not how this works, guys. And I'm sorry. Listen, I try to treat people in here more than I would expect for myself to be treated, because that's what people deserve. That's why I appreciate and I celebrate people's birthdays.
Yeah,
people are important, folks. There's enough negativity out here that we don't need to add any more to it. And if we can express through all of us positivity, it's going to bounce out somewhere else. It's going to happen. It's going to roll out somewhere else to somebody else who's going to give it to somebody else to somebody else. So I'll never stop doing that until I'm dead. Okay, as long as I'm here.
I hope you continue to like the way you run your channel, and you're good at like. I mean, we both have ADHD, but you're so good at like keeping everything going. And I know you don't feel like it. Like, and I'm all my lives. I'm all over the place. Like I have a disclaimer, and I first start. I'm like, if you are annoyed with me, fast forward the first 10 minutes because it takes me that long to get situated.
I'm going to tell you a secret, folks. It's not just me. That's why I love my moderators. I'm telling you, I'm as connected with my Discord when I'm live as I am when I'm live, because they tell me things in the Discord that I miss a lot. Okay. They correct me. Alicia corrects me on almost everything I do. If you haven't noticed, if I'm wrong, she fixes it. That's how that works. The SRB sends me things and tells me. Molly sends me stuff constantly. Mama Bear does the same thing. And if I'm getting flustered, if Mama Bear's here or she's awake, she can tell if I'm off, because I do have bad ADHD and it does affect me, and it's hard to keep things organized. And anytime you see Mama Bear pop up in the middle, if it's not towards the beginning, but in the middle of a stream, that means I'm getting detached or frustrated. She knows that, and she can come in and it will straighten me right back out. She does it all the time.
That's like,
it's the whole thing, you know, and I have the smartest, most caring moderators in the game as well.
Yeah.
Look at Lucy, for Christ's sakes. There's not a question you can ask her that she couldn't answer you.
I know.
Meg, she's a sweetheart. She helps with everything she can. SRB is amazing. Like I said, Alicia's the Google queen, and she will correct anything you say that's wrong. Molly is beyond creative and can find anything. What else would I do without these people, folks?
I know.
Okay.
Like, it's good to have them, because I'm telling you, like I have one person, my friend, but she like literally does all my notes and my I have like when I sit down, I can just go right and get to my stuff. Like I would be able to do without them. I know how you feel. I would not be able to do without them, because I can yeah. I just went, and
you can tell when they're not here. And Tandy, Tandy's newer, but she's still very supportive. She's very good in here. Same with Tomboy. Tomboy gives a lot of information and helps me. It's a very
kind.
It's a very well greased and well working cogwheel, in my opinion. And if anybody says it's not, kiss my ass.
No, seriously, like it really is. Like, and everybody is kind, welcoming. That nobody's fake. And a couple people like don't agree with us, or don't agree with me, but whatever.
I listen. I hate fake people. That's why I don't. You can ask my mods. Every one of them will tell you the one thing I bitch about every time I talk about anything is how bad I hate fake people.
Yep.
There's no reason to be fake, folks. There's no reason. What are we hiding out here? Nothing. If you don't want to be in here as who you are, then don't fucking be here. That's all I can tell you. You know what I mean? There's no reason to not be real. It's a real show talking about real, true things. So be who you are or don't be. That's all I'm saying.
I know. I've tried to jam. I mean, it's hard for me. Like, it's hard for me to like not be. You know, I'm just too sensitive. I get really like, I'm very sensitive when people, you know, I know that I have ADHD. I know that I look like I'm like all over the place and all. Like, I get it. But like, you know.
I'm probably one of the only male creators that you'll actually physically see cry online, because I don't give a shit what anybody thinks of me. I've done it many a times. When people hit me in the right spot, it comes right back out. I don't care. Yeah. If you think I'm a crybaby, move on. I don't give a shit. And Fizzy, I appreciate that, but I have to say I disagree with you. I think that I compliment them very well. They don't compliment me. I compliment them. Okay, they're amazing. This would not run like it does if it wasn't for them. And I do truly love and adore every one of them, because I wouldn't exist without them. And I can't say it enough. They know that. They
yeah,
know that.
yeah, and it's I think they know that too. Like it's because it. And listen, like we have friends that are loyal to us probably because they have to be in our lives, right? These people don't really. They just met us and they show up, and they don't have to. You know what I mean? But they show up every single time. That means a lot. Like I say to them all the time, like you guys, I'm like, you guys do more for me than my friends have done for me in 30 years. You
Well,
know what I mean?
and that's another thing. There's a lot of people that have come and gone from my channel. Eddie has been here forever, and he'll tell you that he took a little hiatus for a while, but where's he at right now? Okay.
Right. Yeah.
And we've always had a very strong friend relationship, I can call it. We've talked on the phone. We've passed emails back and forth. We've discussed things. We have we've disagreed on things, but we still do it with class. And because we are friends, I'll call Eddie a friend very comfortably because he is to me.
Yep.
Okay. Stop it, Molly. Quit it. You know I love you. Anyway. And I will go to and these people will tell you that Captain Jenks has been around here for quite a while, okay? And he's not been around for about 3 weeks now, and I've been freaking out, like hoping that something's okay with him.
Yeah.
That everything's okay with him because I do care about the people that come in here.
Yep.
I love people, period.
So do I. Yeah, I know. And this is like it's a good community. Like especially when you love what you're talking about. Like if you're really like passionate about what you're talking about, how great is that you have a bunch of people that are like-minded people that can talk about the same things.
Yes.
Right. You know what I mean? Because in our real life, nobody talks about reality TV. Like nobody really cares. You know what I mean? And like true crime, like I'm telling everybody these stories, and they're like, no way, you're crazy. Like I'm like, no, they're not guilty. Like seriously, Karame's not guilty. No, seriously, the Delphi case. No, seriously, Brian Koberger. Like, it's important.
And look, there's people that don't like me. Okay, that's okay. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I understand that. That's fine.
We find our people.
But I've come to realize that the people that don't like me, there's very few reasons. One is because I felt completely different about things they feel. That's okay. I don't dislike them because the way they feel, but that's the way they are. That's okay. I've come to find out that there's other people that dislike me because they're jealous of my personality. I've come to find out. As stupid as that sounds, there are people that have told me that you're full of shit. Nobody cares about people like Dago does. Nobody gives a shit about the people that he talks to in his chat. Well, guess what? That's you, not me, bro. Sorry. I do care, so fuck you again. You're not going to say that to me.
Yeah, you don't even ask for money or make a big deal out of like you're not always like, oh, cash out. You know, you're not like always like at all.
But if you ask everybody else, I'm a fucking grifter. That's why that's a joke to me. It's hilarious.
People that say that this is grifting, this is literally major. That's the craziest thing I've ever fucking. You're doing it fucking too. It's not grifting. I'll grift away all day long. They think like YouTube doesn't pay like what you guys think it does. Like, but I mean, yeah, it's not grifting. Hello, it's called mainstream. It's really mainstream media. It really is, because the things that it's in the news, they don't care enough to put the details out there like this. And honestly, people need to know this. And just because it's just little now, podcasting and mainstream, this is becoming mainstream media, and this is podcasting becoming live recordings too. They're realizing how many views that this stuff gets. And like how many people showed up. Social media is what showed up at Karame for Karame. You know what I mean? Like people really they still care. It's still happening.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like, and this is why, like, you know, small communities, big communities, it doesn't matter. Like this is going to be mainstream media in the next couple of years. It really is. After
it's already there, because there's people that will come here to learn the news before they'll watch their TV because they don't trust it anymore. And that's how I am too. So that's absolute. Yes, I agree with you. And I granted, I wish I did get more views. I wish I had more people. I don't have it, and I'm
called
okay.
Organic. It's called You're Organic. The other people aren't. You know what I mean? Your stuff's organic, and other people's aren't.
And I don't do the drama. I don't play that bullshit. I won't run around. Oh my God, Sebastian's mommy did this to his daddy, and his daddy did this to that. No, I'm not doing that. I want to talk about. I want to talk about facts. I want to find the truth.
And like-minded people, you want to have discussions with people that know, like, that are literally, because literally, I guess, whose side am I on, right? Whose side am I on? I argue both sides, so it's like, people are always disagreeing with me, but like, we're never going to learn from each other. If this is planet Earth, it's not a cult. Like, we have to agree on every single thing. That's crazy.
With this case, I've said from the beginning, and people said, "Oh, that's not how you feel because you're a pro burger." No, I've said, and Eddie, you know this. If you can show me proof that Brian Koberger went inside that house and killed 4 people, let's talk about it. I want to see it. I've been wanting to see it. Nobody showed it to me because it doesn't exist.
and there's no reasoning behind why you think like people. Well, he did. No, tell me how you think he actually did this. If you really pay attention to what happened, tell me how he did it. Then, please, how do you think he did it? And now that we have all these people running around, that witness here, witness there, car there, how did he get away undetected? We have camera here, camera there.
That's the problem, Krista, and that's why the guilters get so pissed off.
Well, then why do they think
every one of us will say that to them? Okay, fine. I'll go with your Jeff H. I'm only saying it once, so don't anybody else say it. Jeff H. Well, say what he says, and I'll say, okay, then Jeff, show it to me. Well, shut up. Go away and shut up. I'm tired of that same thing. You can't show it to me because it doesn't exist. We're done. No more conversation. That's why he's not here anymore, because all he does is push and poke and fuck with people to get them pissed off, and then he leaves because he's irritated because he can't find the proof.
What is it? What is it called? It's I forget what it's called. You're just being that way just to be that way. Like you're just being contrarian to be contrarian.
He enjoys it. He enjoys the negative attention. That's how I see it. Sorry. That's truly how I see it, and that's sad to me. That's sad.
That name
Go do it somewhere else. You're not going to do it. And a lot of people, if you haven't noticed, guys, I've kind of become cold. Not to you guys. I'm still the same person I've always been, but I don't care about worrying about the ignorant people anymore. I just don't. I don't. Eddie, again, you haven't been around long, Krista. Eddie can tell you that they go 2 years ago. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. Don't worry about it. You can have 14 chances. It's okay. It's this, it's that. No, I'm done.
Well, you stuck up for me the other day, and I almost cried. Like seriously, and
that's what I do. Because if somebody's being real and you're not doing anything wrong, I'm going to stand up for you. My moderators, I will stand up for them. People should do that for each other, folks. Not just in here, not just because of this, but you should stick up and stand up for other people just as much as they should do it for you. Because we are all we have.
Yep.
So fighting over stupid shit and going to bed thinking you hate this person, me included, because I don't like Jeff, going to bed angry because Jeff H pissed me off again that day. For what?
I know.
What if I don't wake up tomorrow?
That's so true. And
shut up, Twiz. All I'm saying is it's not worth it, folks. All we want in here is truth. I don't give a shit whether or not Brian did this or didn't do this. You proved to me that he did it, and we'll talk about that. But I know he didn't because you haven't proved it to me, and you're not going to.
Could you imagine if we all just said the same thing and thought the same thing? What would we talk about? Like, what would a discussion be like? You know what I mean? Like, honestly.
I mean, it'd be boring as all hell. That's for damn sure.
Exactly. Nope, I get it.
Anyway, and I'm glad you do, because I got tired of, I'm not a floor mat. Okay. And as many people as I have helped.
I know. I
tried to help. Okay. New creators for different things and this and that. I'm always trying to help people, and I always will. You're going to wipe your feet on my forehead? Once again, fuck you. I'm done with it. I'm sorry. I will do what I can do for my people and the people that I care about. Don't expect anything more.
It's beyond me. Like, this is so beyond me. Like, when you supported somebody for so long, right? And then you start your own thing, and then you don't ever see them come and do the same thing for you. I've seen it so many times. I'm like, these fucking people, man. And it blows my mind because I don't get that. I don't understand that at all. Like, it's how hard to subscribe back to, like, the person that I was on his channel for a year and a half. We haven't been friends in about 6 months because he just, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand that at all. Like, you're not going to promote it. You stop promoting my channel. When do we talk? Like, I was on your channel for, you know what I mean? Like, for what? Like, what the fuck? You know what I mean?
I know. I get it.
Jealousy.
Because I think that there's something coming for this. And once again, guys, at the end of it, if nothing happens and he just sits the way it is, then that is what it is. I'm not going to argue about it or fret or freak out or be upset, because guess what? It's not that serious to me. I do want truth and real justice on this case. And I don't want to see somebody go to prison for life for not committing a crime, just like Richard Allen. Any of that, I don't want to see that happen to anybody, because I believe in our Constitution. I believe in the country that I live in. But damn it, you need to give me a damn reason to believe in it, and they haven't been doing it lately, and that's what I'm saying. If
the real people are out there that did that still. Think about it. It's still not justice for the people that are not here. Putting the wrong person away is not justice for.
That's why I'm doing this, because it needs to be known that this case was not a real investigation. It was never a real investigation. And I know Eddie will agree to that one too, because those were his own words. That it was completely done in a way to, let me think of the right word to say, to screw with the public's heads, to make us believe one thing, and they didn't realize how intelligent some people are out here and how important it is. That's the problem. That right there, I think, is the main thing, is they don't think, because they don't have faith in society anymore, that people give a shit enough about the Constitution to care about this. But guess what? You're wrong.
I think they're starting to see that we do.
You're wrong.
People drove cross country to be there for the Delphi case, and be there for Karen Reed to be there. Like, think about it. Like, people were driving across the country just to be there the day that she was going to find out if, like, you know, if she was guilty or not, obviously. But like,
how many times
even just to know that a police officer was murdered and nobody, and that somebody has been accountable for it. You know,
that's the problem, is the people that truly did this are still out there
and still wearing badges and protecting, and supposedly in charge of our safety. Like, what?
There's judges. Yeah. I mean, the whole situation, if you go that direction, yes, I agree with you.
How could you not believe that could happen somewhere else then? That's my whole thing. Like, I was like, why not? It just happened in front of our eyes and they laughed at us. They're laughing.
Well, that's the problem, guys. That's why I'm still fighting and talking about this. And I'm not including Brian, if you haven't noticed. I haven't said his name at all tonight, because it's not about Brian. It's about the unjust justice that we're not seeing, that we should be. And the fact that this could happen to you, Krista, and you, Eddie, and myself, and anybody else in here, and it's violating all of our rights. Fact. That's it.
Like, my kid could be picked up on his way home from work, and they could just get him for something. You know what I mean? Anything.
And you could never see him again. And the rest of his life in prison. That's what's scary.
Think about his mom. He gets picked up one day. He didn't do anything wrong. His mom never sees him again. He sat there. There it is. No bail or nothing.
Like I said, I'm ready and willing, and have been for 2.5 years, for you or anybody else out there to show me the proof that Brian Christopher Kohberger committed this crime. Until then, it's not gonna happen with me. I'm sorry, it's just not.
Especially when they lied to us about the evidence. Well, made us think that, because they really did. Like, they
fabricated this whole case, Krista.
So bad, man. Because wow.
They fabricated the whole case, and they threw this guy in the middle of it. It's what they did.
Nobody believes it.
So that's why nobody can understand or find a motive on this, because there is nothing makes sense until that part gets exposed.
And I feel like, too, the victims, the truth of what could really be going on is so much fucking worse for them to try to reconcile than to think. Right now, they just think one person did it, right? Imagine if they have to actually admit to what's really going on, the victims' parents, families. That's going to really, because it's going to happen. I mean, they're going to have to start, their grief's going to start to wear out, you know what I mean? They're going to start to be able to see clearer and go, holy shit.
On that statement, I got to say that I think, and people will agree or disagree, and it's fine. I truly feel that prosecution, as well as law enforcement, knows that Brian did not do this, and possibly may know who could have done this.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm thinking that some of the families are truly starting to realize that maybe Brian didn't do this either. And that may be why the anger is so bad, because they know that, well, one thing Steve said really stuck with me, that he wanted Brian to stand up and say that he did this all by himself. Why do you need him to say that, Steve? Unless you're doubting that he did it by himself. And then you need to hear him say it for that reason, because that's what I think it is.
And he kept saying, let's see the evidence. Let me prove to me that he did it. Let's see how he did it. He says that. And it's like, and the way that they've lied to the family, you can see from her impact statement, Olivia, they have a completely different story, Olivia. What they think Brian did.
Listen, they don't have anything else to believe, hon.
I know, and that's a shame. It's fucking fucked up.
And that is why right there they're so angry, because they have nothing else to believe. And if that's the case, what would you do?
Like, they trusted these people for 3 years about their own.
They were used.
Yep.
And I'll say it out loud. I don't care. The Gonsalves family was used to run the narrative home, to drive it all the way home to get Brian convicted. And once that was done, they were done with them.
And Olivia really, it probably has to go to therapy just to deal with knowing that her sister was passed out. I'm just saying, like, I mean, I don't know. I think she really believes he did it until now. Now, I don't think she does. But
I have a feeling that they all doubt that Brian was involved at all. I truly feel that way.
Daigle, before I hop down, I have to agree with you that the state, you said the prosecution, but yeah, everyone concerning the state. They know exactly what happened. There's
Mhm.
nothing that they don't know.
I agree with that.
I hope that,
and
I really
with
do.
that, I'll hop down and go and chat. But
All right,
thanks
buddy.
again
Thank
for
you as
always
always.
appreciative for allowing me to be up on panel and to share my thoughts with everybody.
It is always an honor to have you here, brother. You know that my door's always wide open to you. I appreciate you very much.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
You too. Bonnie Bailey, my love.
See
Speaking
you,
of,
everybody.
wonderful to
Love your
see you, my
opinion,
dear.
buddy.
Krista.
I meant to say hi to you earlier, hon. I hope you're doing well. I'm glad to see you tonight, and I'm always thinking about you. I hope you're doing good and feeling okay. Eddie, thank you as always, bud, for being here. I truly am grateful to have him around here, guys. That time he was not here, I truly missed him, and I think a lot of people did too. His insight and his thoughts into this, it's amazing to me. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you much. Nah, don't do that, Robert. Don't do that to yourself at all. You say what you got to say and what you
Oh,
think.
no,
you
yeah,
think,
yeah.
you think you're wrong. That's on you. Don't let somebody else tell you you're wrong. Okay,
Mhm.
that's not fair.
Yeah,
Don't do
I
that to
feel,
yourself. Good night,
yeah, I feel the
SRD.
same way all the
Thank you.
time. I feel the same way a lot, but listen, once
Listen, unless you're talking about aliens landing in the band field and walking over and doing something, okay, then I'll tell you. I don't know, but don't let nobody tell you. Don't let nobody talk down to you. Don't let anybody tell you that your thoughts are wrong because they're your thoughts, not theirs. That's all I'm saying. But one thing I will tell you, you don't have to believe what other people believe just because they do. And a lot of guilters, that's what they do, folks. They feel like they have to fit into the cool group. So therefore, they have to say they believe. Because I'm telling you right now, there's guilters out there that I know do not believe that he did this.
Exactly.
That's all I'm going to say.
Some of them just want to be contrarian to be contrarian, like people,
Yeah.
like the Jennifer Coughlin diver. She's not an idiot. She's not stupid. She knows. She can see. You think she's that dumb?
I'll argue that point. I'm sorry.
I mean, she
I
wasn't.
will argue that point. I'm sorry. In my opinion, she's a complete total idiot. Sorry.
I just think she does it for attention. I really do. I do.
Right.
I think she does it for attention.
Yeah, and that statement that Alicia made a little bit ago, I put up there. I didn't get to speak on it. Let me find it here because she's absolutely right, guys. And that's what I'm saying. Earlier, before this all went down, I did myself state, but I will never degrade them because they're families, they're victims themselves.
Mm-hmm.
But they were completely used to get to this point. I'm telling you, they were, and they were completely abused in that aspect. They were lied to the whole time, and people are attacking them left and right. You got to slow down, folks, because they should be mad. They should be freaking out way more than they are because they know they were used at this point.
And it's just hard. Imagine they have to come to terms with they believed the lie for 3 years, and now they're really finding the truth out. They're not going to know who to be mad at. That's lashes. Just the reality of what could happen, and they might not ever get there either. You know what I mean? Because it might.
Well, how do you think? How embarrassing do you think it is for them now that what they've said? Steve knows what he said through this whole thing, and the things he's put out there, and the way he's reacted to things. Being a father, as I would do too, and then you come to find out, and I'm sure it's worse now that they've read through these reports.
Yes.
You come to find out that it was nothing but bullshit, and that they used you. I don't blame him at all, and he deserves to feel probably 100 times more than he does right now.
And
they all do. So that's why I know a lot of people are upset with Olivia's statement
because she believes.
But that's what I'm saying. That's based on what she's been led to believe.
Right, exactly. I don't think she would say it unless she believed it. But honestly, I think she has her doubts. But to think about so clearly what she had to say, she thought about what she was saying. Right? You know what I mean? So she really, in her heart, believed that was what happened. But obviously now, they said we didn't know any of this at all, guys. They told us very little. And to think you had your kid cremated because you believed what these people said. Maybe it's not, you know what I mean? Like now they're probably thinking all kinds of crazy things. Like maybe it wasn't as bad, or maybe it was. We don't know because we can't get straight answers. This one's going this one leads this way. You told us this was going to happen. Steve still thought he had a kill kit in the woods, and the detective said no. He didn't do any of that. It was random. He did it by himself, and Steve still believes that. It's like they gotta start to.
If you listen to the things Steve says. The whole kill kit, that's all stuff he was told by somebody.
That's what I mean. It's like they're telling you that's not true.
They told him those things because they knew he was going to come back out and tell the rest of us. Okay.
Yeah.
In turn.
Yep.
Dago. What?
Sorry,
What? Twiz? They believe. Then come up here, Twiz.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I can't keep my eyes open. I'm like,
Thank you for joining me tonight. I appreciate you very much.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate you even more. Trust me. I love it.
Anytime. Like I said, it's wonderful having you guys up here and hearing your thoughts, feelings, and opinions on this. I love it.
Yep. Thanks, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Yes, ma'am. Have a
I'm
great
live
night.
Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 12:45.
All right.
But still.
Have a good night, Krista. Thank you so much. Guys, go check out her channel, please. Oh, my 1122 thing happened again. Now it's 1107, where it throws me out and then I come back in, restore all that fun shit. You know, it is what it is. They believed the profilers and were trying to get a response. Yeah, I think some of the stuff that they said, I agree with that they were putting things out to see what the response was going to be. So that does make sense. Yes, it is now 11:07. I don't know why they changed the time, but they did. Oh, hold on 1 second. I'm being back in real fast here. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry, guys. I had to fix something for my wife. My apologies. Okay. There are kids that aren't even potty trained that can call 911. I love it, y'all. I love it. He just clicks on shit. I don't know. I do it all the time. I'm not perfect. You guys know that. Yeah, I need to figure out why that does that. I fixed the last one without even realizing that I fixed it. And now it's doing it again. I got a few things I got to fix in here. I don't know how to do it, though, because I'm not a computer guy anymore. The old computer systems, I could. No, you can jump up real quick, Robert. I'm about to end it, but you're welcome to jump up real quick. I have to push buttons to do what I'm doing, or I can't. I got to figure out how to hook up my... I do need to get on the phone with you, dude. Again, Twiz, because I got to figure out why I cannot hook up my microphone through my soundboard. And I need somebody to walk me through how to do this before I end up wrapping the wires around my head again. So... See, look how mean she is to me constantly. Always. Tonka, right. Are you leaving, Bonnie? We love you, Bonnie, so very much. Thank you for stopping in tonight, and I hope to see you again soon. What's up, buddy?
Not too much. Yeah, I've been thinking for like the last couple of days.
about the story I read from apparently Steve G is trying to get Olive Bryant's commissary money taken away, and
He can't do that.
he's talking to a couple of Idaho legislators to get all the people who convicted of murder, their commissary money taken away and put into like the firing squad
You
or
can't do that. They can listen. They can take up to 50% of what he gets to pay his fines, and that's that. They're not going to change the law for this guy. They've been doing that forever, and that's just that's too much. Okay, like you got what you wanted to an extent, and I know you're angry. I get it. They're never going to do that. That's a waste of time, a complete waste of time. So
yeah, because Steve G said in the interview, I want to make sure this guy suffers for what he's done to my family.
where was that at? Where'd you see it at?
I believe it was News Nation.
Was it new?
Yeah, one of the newer ones.
I didn't even know he had anything new out.
And it was also printed as well. Yeah, that's where I read it at. It was printed as well.
Okay, gotcha. Interesting. Yeah, I hadn't seen that yet, but that's ridiculous. Like they're not going to change the law for one man because he's upset because he didn't get what he wanted out of this. Now, I agree he should be upset. I would be beyond pissed off. That's not going to happen. They can't if they did that because of Brian's situation. Do you realize what they would have to do throughout the the whole state or the United States, depending on how they do it? But I'm just saying.
Apparently, these two Idaho legislators he's talking to is in works to draft a bill to where all murderers in the state of Idaho would have their commissary money taken to pay for the funds of investigating their crimes that they were committed of or going to the firing squad.
They already take a percentage of that money for things like that to begin with. They're not going to take any more than they take because it would be violating his human rights as a human being, because that is what he needs to survive while living in prison, to buy his soap and deodorant and this and that and everything. They cannot treat people like animals, whether they should be or not. They cannot treat people like animals. And no, you don't even treat animals that way. Okay. So they have to, those are human rights. That's not even like prisoner rights. That's your human right. You cannot, no, they're never going to do that. In fact, they're probably going to, and I feel bad because I get the man is angry, but they're going to laugh him out of court if he tries to get that done. That's not going to happen. I'm sorry.
No. And I agree with you. He's pissed off that, that this guy didn't get the firing squad. It didn't go to trial.
I agree.
And him and his wife touting the death penalty T-shirts every time they appeared in court, and and now I guess Chronicles of Olivia is engaged to Steve Jr.
Oh yeah, that's been going on for a while. They've been dating for quite a long time, so they're engaged. Good, congratulations to them. But it is what it is. Yeah. But that statement there, that situation, no. Maybe this is it right here. Hold on, buddy. I think I did find it, guys. Let's check it out real quick because I didn't even know this existed. 1 minute. And I like to follow up with everything he puts out, any kind of interview, in case we learn something new from it. So hold on.
That's what I do best. I sleuth.
Well, I appreciate you letting me know because I don't know how I didn't know this. I usually catch up with all these.
The murdered students' families. And that brings me once again to Steve Gonsalves, who lost his daughter Kaylee to the horrors on King Road. Steve, thank you so much for taking the time. So while it doesn't look like the crime scene photos are in this current batch of documents, do you plan to fight their release if and when that time comes?
Yeah, I believe all the families have let that be known to the prosecuting team that that's not anything that we were interested in. And we've been worried that we would see those leaked at any time when you had like certain stories and certain things been leaked since the very beginning. We were afraid that we'd wake up one morning and that may be on, might be on TV.
Yeah, Steve, I know there are people out there who want full transparency. They want to get every single aspect of this case. I do not see the value of that. I think that this is painful, it's gratuitous, it's disgusting. But for the people out there who want full transparency about this and say, I don't even know what the argument would be to see that. What would your response to them be?
No, you don't get that. Those are our children. And we're not settling for that type of thing. And I think it encourages. I mean, you got a whole show here with some people that are doing some terrible things to people, and that's one thing that I think we show a little bit too much of. And I hope that we can give these kids some dignity, and we don't have to go there.
Is there anything else in the current batch of documents that you plan to fight the release of?
No, they asked us about the toxicology report after we got that. We said we didn't care. The autopsies, some mothers wanted to keep that, and I understand that. That has it has like a injury by injury write-ups, so it's pretty gruesome. So those are the ones that we were. I think that'll be the last one that we really try to keep this to test.
And it's good to know that, as you said, families can be on the same page with this. I mean, there is this argument right out there, putting aside the public wants to know as much as possible about why these children were killed. And the question becomes, do you think the public has a right to know all the details of the case? Again, putting aside the crime scene photos, do you think the public has a right to know all of this?
I think the public should demand that 100%. Sometimes the courtroom doesn't realize that there is no courtroom without victims, and they need to represent them people and the community. The community has the right to know that they're arresting the right people, and the punishment is correct. And I think that the prosecution here purposely hid the facts of what happened to these kids to try to get all the parents to be in silos and not unite. And
There it is. The prosecution purposely hid the facts. Now you need to turn on and ask why, Steve. If you're going to be doing all this live stuff, then you need to go live and scream and demand to know why they hid it from the world. Truly.
I agree.
Yep, I agreed, Heather, 100%.
Force them to do the right thing, force them to have a capital case. They never had that. That's why they didn't tell the kids what really happened to our kids. They hid that from us because they knew that could be a riling cry for all the parents to get on the same page.
And I want to talk about that in a minute, and as well as Bill Thompson and current statements he's making. But, Steve, when I look at you, I interview victims' family members all the time. And you think about what they have to go through when the crime first happens, what they have to go through when there is a trial, what they have to go through the grieving process for the rest of their lives. But you're in this unfortunately unique position where this case has been amplified. And I wonder for you, how difficult is it knowing that you are going to have to deal with these document releases for months, that the story doesn't end with Kohberger getting shipped away, that now it's about the release of information and trying to protect your daughter and the other victims?
Good night, Alicia.
We have to do it better. They could have easily done better than this. This trickle effect of, the case is over. Let it out. Stand by what your decisions are, and the information come out. I know you have to give a little bit of time for sealing, but it's called control, find, replace. We do it at work all the time. It's not a big deal. We can replace. We can get through these docs real easy. So yeah. I think they got to do a better job. And this trickle thing's been going on the whole time. And it was torture. It was absolute torture for the families. And they kind of wore us all down. And that's kind of the strategy that, we knew that the defense was going to do, was to try to push this out, try to make it as far away from our homes, try to make it as inconvenient as possible. And, they had success for that. And in the end, they were rewarded.
Just to clarify something, how has communication been with the prosecutor's office regarding document releases?
Once the plea was in, we haven't heard anything. So, and they basically told us when we wanted to get all the discovery that we'd have to go through the state and we'd have to go through the federal FOIA request. They weren't going to help us in any way. They did actually help us with one. They did help us with the death certificate, the autopsy. They gave us that. That was given to us on a thumb drive. But other than that, we have to go through the official channels like everyone else. And when you guys are hearing about it, you're hearing about it before we are.
That is disgusting. I'm saying that in my opinion, that is so.
And see, they lied again because they told him when this was all said and done that they would sit. Mark my words. I promise you, I know exactly what I'm saying right now is fact. That when this is all over, they would sit down and they would tell them everything. Did they or did they not say that to them, the prosecution?
Yes, they did.
And they're not. They lied again and they fell for it once again, which they should have known. Sad, but it's true. The reason for hiding stuff will be framed as a protection for the victims. Yes, I agree with that, Eddie. Very much so. And yes, it's very predictable. Very. It's sad. It's just beyond sad. And again, I feel bad for him. I do. Because he wants to believe in his system, that his governmental system, as do all of us, and we cannot. Because this is what they do. Yeah, when it's all said and done, we'll sit down with you and tell you everything. Bullshit again.
Terrible. And by the way, so we're talking about the prosecution. So Bill Thompson has been speaking out about the case. A, what do you make of that? And B, do you agree with this theory that he's put out that Brian Kohberger broke into the house before the murders?
Yeah, we spoke with some FBI profilers, and that's where we kind of came to the conclusion that this person had been looking at this house and had probably tested that back slider and had probably been in that house multiple times and maybe even like attempted.
I'll bet you $500. I got to be realistic here. Brian Kohberger had never, ever, ever, ever been in that house, not even one time, in my opinion.
Yeah, because if you think about it, Dago, in the very beginning of the case, everyone on that block knew the passcode for that front door.
Yeah, true. Yeah, and to be honest with you, Robert, I think everybody else in Moscow has been in that house except for Brian Kohberger. That's my opinion. That's sad too. Once again, this is right here why they believe what they believe. He spoke to some FBI profilers. That's where he got his information from on that point right there, and was lied to. Because that made him happy. That made him feel good about the situation. That's what they've been doing the whole time with him, which is why this man is so angry, because he now, in my opinion, sees that they were used, period. That's all there is to it. Yeah. There are literal narratives in the MPD doc dump that Chief Fry handled of some other dude in that home. Thank you, Heather. Thank you. And I gotta wonder, I think like in the back of his mind, he knows it's not true, Eddie, but is probably between him and Christy, they want to believe it because it gives them some form of closure that they're not getting any other way. That's my psychological outlook on it. I could be wrong, but that's how I see this. Okay. They're not allowing the common sense to come forward, and they're being run by their vengeance and their anger and their pain that they're dealing with by this. That's what I believe.
Yeah. I was on their Facebook page last night, and Christy made this really odd statement, and she made it in a post. She goes, "I'm so pissed, I'm ready to fight the world."
Uh-huh.
But she didn't leave no context for it. Just all she said is, "I'm so pissed, I'm ready to fight the world."
Well, I can guarantee you it has nothing but to do with this. Because they're probably going through these reports still, Robert. And every time they read something new or see something new, they get angrier and angrier and angrier, in my opinion. Remember, according to Dave, there were 60 U of I and Wazoo students that were talking. Yes. Everybody knew about it but the people that were supposed to. Amen. Kim said the same thing, Jesse. That was 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning, and they all said she was crazy.
Yeah.
There it is. Just saying. Bingo. Their anger is blinding them, and I don't blame them. I would be beyond pissed. They should be, and I hope they do something about it.
Yeah,
Excuse me.
yeah.
I truly do.
And my youngest, she's 10 now, and I got 3 older daughters. One's 25, one's 23, and one's 21. And I sit, every day I go through this case, and I sit back and I think, what would I go through if something like this happened to one of my older kids?
Right.
And I'm filled with rage and stuff, but at the same time, I would want answers. And if I'm not getting them from the prosecution, then that just makes me wonder exactly what the prosecution is hiding.
Oh, they are wondering that. He says it himself. He's saying clearly that they have hidden this from everyone. He needs to be finding out why. That's what he needs to be doing, is unless he feels like he can't, but he should be. If I was him, I'd have been on the front doorstep of the Department of Justice saying, you need to fucking fix this now. That's what I would have been saying.
Yeah, and just like he said in one of his early morning interviews on one of the talk shows, they had to find out about the murders from the U of I book.
Uh-huh.
And he said because the university knew more about their kids and what happened than they did.
Everybody does. We do. I think we know more about it than they do. That's the sad part.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know. Think about that too, Lucy. Think about that. I'm sure you do, but everybody else. Doug Wilson is the guy that is the leader of the Christ Church in this town, right? That's where everybody thought this went to in the beginning. Everybody thought that this church was probably involved in this in the very beginning because it's such a strange congregational cult-like church.
Oh yeah.
And like Lucy said, when Doug Wilson himself said that no one from his church would vote guilty because they know. Everybody knows, but the families, everybody knows. It's a damn shame. Yes, that is very strange too, that their attorney is the neighbor of Doug Wilson's son, Nathan. The whole Papa Rogers Act is framed around the Stickergate issue. Yes, it is. Good catch. Good catch. She's so smart, you guys. I told you. Yeah, and is that the church that Kara's involved in, though? I hope not. Good God, I hope not. I'm glad she's involved in something, but I hope it's not that church. That's why, because everybody's so damn dead set on it being Brian that they cannot see past their own nose. It's sad.
To hide in a closet, those type of behavior patterns they explained to us. So we'd known about that, and they thought maybe possibly this individual brought a kill kit, some things to go in there, because anybody who goes into a house.
Another statement that Steve had no idea what a kill kit was until he was told that by the FBI. Just so you know. That never came out until somebody told him that there was a kill kit. That was not something he created or knew about until he was told that. Once again, building the narrative.
And goes through those scenarios, it's going to be very well planned. And there's a little tree line out there. He could have put some of those things like a backpack or some mitigating things like plastic, some other type of things. He could have left them out there, slid in. I mean, he even wrote about how he would prevent a crime scene from being contaminated. So you can anticipate that.
Because that's his job. See, this is what makes me mad about Steve. When he leans towards these things that Brian went to school to build his career on, he wrote about how he would prevent a crime scene from being contaminated. That's what he's supposed to do.
Wow.
That's what he's supposed to do, Steve. I'm sorry not to be rude, but that's what it's all about. That doesn't make him a murderer. Okay?
And see, it just goes back to, I'm also thinking about when the University of Idaho tore down the house as part of a healing process for the community, but they did it like 4 o'clock in the morning before.
They did it because they didn't want anybody out there watching it, but that's why.
Yeah.
They wanted to hurry up and get it done. Scott Green hoped that would have been tore down and gone before anybody even opened their eyes that morning. That's why they started so early. It was a damn shame.
And then I guess they buried it like really deep or something like that.
They took it out of the area, from my understanding, in truckloads. That's what I think they buried pieces of it, but took it out in truckloads of the area so that nobody could get a hold of any of it. I was even told that they went to I can't remember where they said they took it to. God, I'd have to go look that up. It's been a long time, but yeah, they buried parts of it, like the foundational stuff and stuff like that. But they took it truckloads of it out of the area, which is so ridiculous. They we don't want any of it here. We don't want to have any remnants of this. So shut up. It's ridiculous.
But if you look at it, the way the house was constructed, it looked like it was a bunch of matchsticks because it didn't look like very solid at all.
That house was the bottom portion in the beginning. That's all that was. There was a garage in the parking lot at one point, and it was flipped around. That's why the address is so screwy on it. Okay, and then they turned it into the multi-unit by adding the upper. That's why it looks so weird. They added that up.
The second and third floor. Yeah,
right. That was a 1-floor, 2-bedroom house, if I remember right. I think that's what it was. Scott Green grew up there himself. Okay. And then they added all this shit to it to make student housing is what it was. And they were getting more money out of it because of all the extra bedrooms. So yeah, that's a joke. And it was a shitty.
Even though Scott Green still wants to build some more student housings on the site of where the home.
That's exactly what they're going to put there. That's why they wanted that shit gone, because that whole corner, I guarantee you, 1118 and everything else is all going to be gone here relatively soon. And that's all going to be more apartments for student housing. Promise you that.
There's just more off-campus sorority homes and fraternity homes.
Right. That's what I was saying, Lucy. I tried to say the first floor, living room, and Xana's room. Yeah, that's what I was meaning to say. If I didn't, I'm sorry. The update is the kitchen, Dylan's, and yes, thank you. Yep, they're building apartments on that entire. I promise you, watch within the next 5 years that 1118's gone, and whatever was on that corner around next to that's all going to be gone, and there's going to be apartments there. Truly, campus housing is what that's going to be.
Yeah,
and Twiz and Lucy are moving in. I can see that too. Twiz already lives close to it, so you might as well. You have to be a student, though, dude. You're gonna have to be a student, but you could do that too.
Just the whole thing with the whole thing with the Banfield stop too. It's really screwy. You know, those kids that stopped didn't look drunk; they looked sober.
No, they didn't look drunk to me at all. Yeah, me too, Heather. I know that's what it's obviously been. There's a big money. That property is worth a lot of damn money, folks. It truly is. Think about it.
I used to have this this subscription to what's called Land Glide, and I put in Moscow on Land Glide, and it's really very interesting to see exactly who owns what in that town. Like Saeed, the guy from Bandstop that they stopped.
Yeah,
he owns his own apartment complex around the corner on Taylor Avenue, and Ann Taylor owns. Yeah. Ann Taylor owns several properties there too in Latah County.
I heard that, and I know that Kane Francis, the guy with the Linda Lane footage, him and his son both own lots of property and lots of campus housing there. So, that I did know. I didn't know that Saeed owned anything, which is interesting, but okay. Just another reason why my name is Lucy Morningstar, to troll the notary public listed on the property docs around there. That's why you do that, Lucifer Morningstar. I forgot about that. Yes, ma'am. Good point. Twiz said he thinks it's a different Ann Taylor, which it could be. Who knows? But they're all from that area anyway, so you should get Google and have an icon on the Google Maps. Yes, good point, Becky.
Those same things he wrote about are things that he actually did in that crime scene. And I think he intimidated the prosecution, and they were a little bit scared to have to go to bat against him, so they took the easy way out.
He intimidated the prosecution. Oh my God, that's a new one. Here's what I'm curious to see, if it ever were to happen, if it ever comes to be that the actual truth comes out and that Brian is proved 1,001,001% innocent. I want to see what Steve how he reacts and what he says in regards to Brian. What all of them say. I'm curious to see how that works out.
Yeah.
Because I have a feeling that there won't be nothing said. I just feel that way, that it's not going to happen. Brian is intimidating to the prosecution. That's a new one, folks. That just blew my mind.
That makes me laugh.
And they had so much evidence against him. I mean, really, they did. But going back to the point.
This is what kills me, that they still say this. Listen.
They had so much evidence against him. I mean, really.
Do they get high before they do their newscasts or something? Because, like, well, one, he looks high right here, but they had no evidence. Steve just said that.
Even Bill Thompson has came out and stated no motive.
This is insane. So much that while Thompson sleeps with a K-bar. I wouldn't doubt it, Twiz. Or a gun or something. It's ridiculous.
It did. But going back to the point, Mr. Thompson going out there and speaking about the case, do you object to that? How do you feel about it?
I prefer that he just be quiet. I mean, I want to hear from the officers. I want to hear about the people who actually did their job. I really don't want to hear about a guy who, called into work, talked to a coworker and said, hey, let's make a deal. Let's be done. I don't feel like working. Do you not feel like working? They came up with a plea deal and they went home and they got their summers back. So that's not who I think we should be talking to.
Did you hear what he just said? Listen to that again.
They got their summers back. So that.
Mr. Thompson going out there and speaking about the case, do you object to that? How do you feel about it?
I prefer that he just be quiet. I mean, I want to hear from the officers. I want to hear about the people who actually did their job. I really don't want to hear about a guy who, called into work, talked to a coworker and said, hey, let's make a deal. Let's be done.
So Bill called into work and called a coworker in Taylor and said, let's make a deal. I want to be done. I'm telling you, people still think that the defense called and said, can we have a plea deal? That's not what happened, nor how it happened. That's why I wanted you to hear that.
He just seems very, very pissed off at Bill Thompson.
As he should be. If this was my daughter that was taken and I was expecting the death penalty, or at the very least a trial, he should be pissed, because that is what just happened, what he said. Bill has never, in my opinion, followed through with an entire trial or a case. I can almost guarantee you, maybe two, but he's got so many under his belt that he's won by default because of loopholes, because he's Bill, plea deal Bill. That's who he is, folks. He does it on all of his cases, and he doesn't have to work. Steve's right about that.
I mean, he tells the Bill to, sit down and be quiet. Well, what have we been saying from day one about this guy?
I do agree, sir.
I don't feel like working. Do you not feel like working? They came up with a plea deal and they went home and they got their summers back. So that's not who I think we should be talking to. We should be talking to the FBI and those prosecutors and the boots and the men and women that actually helped put this case together. There's some really neat people, Hawthorne Labs, the IGG, all those things that they put together. I think those things should be highlighted. But Thompson, he's the last one who should really be talking about what he didn't do.
Interesting you say that. I want to play you something. This is former prosecutor, friend of the show, Matt Murphy. Listen to what he had to say.
The prosecutor, I've got a lot of problems. I got a problem with his media tour right now, where he's talking about how, what was the quote? Sorry, I got notes here.
We
had
did
the
our
opportunity
job.
to do it in a way. Yeah, to really give some immediate finality. We're pleased and relieved that the community and the victims' families aren't going to have to live through this. That's pretty tone deaf. The families never get over this. And, it's like, that applies to every single murder case. So it's like, what is do we just give everybody a deal now so you don't put the family through the case? And by the way, having watched Olivia Gonzalez, that woman, when she ripped into Koberger, I guarantee was not afraid of the process or facing Koberger in the penalty phase. And it's like, and this is crass, so I hate to say this, but if I'm allowed to swear, I keep thinking of Dave Chappelle's quote. Yeah, we could do it that way, Mr. Prosecutor. We could just give everybody a friggin' deal. Or you could shut the fuck up, because you are undermining I think, the integrity of a lot of death penalty cases in the 27 states and the federal system that still have it.
And guess what? Mr. Bill Thompson, that is the lead prosecutor for Latah County in Moscow, Idaho, doesn't believe in the death penalty. Figure that one out.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Essentially, you've got this example that everybody's heard of. If the death penalty does not apply to Brian Koberger, who does it apply to?
So, Steve, what do you think? I mean, do you think this sets a dangerous precedent? Do you think it undermines future death penalty cases by making a deal so not to take it to trial?
100% it does. And, this is a repeating pattern for this individual. The sad truth is my daughter and the victims in that house fought way harder than Thompson ever did. They fought for their lives. They gave every inch that they had, and he just didn't have it. I hate to say it, he's just a weak prosecutor. And he's got away with it for so long because there wasn't, you got to get on the TV. You got to do what I'm doing right now. You really have to put pressure on these people. Unfortunately, he's old and he's going to retire now. This can be his last little hurrah, but I would like people to put an explanation point to his name and say, he didn't do his job. He didn't do it. He didn't listen to the people. He didn't do the will. He didn't look at the circumstances of this case. I just heard about paperwork today where Brian asked somebody, a girl, a date that he was on, and said, what could you think of the worst way if somebody could be dead, could be killed? And she said stabbing. And
all right. Because Steve's only putting this in his terms. Let me rephrase it so that it's heard the right way. He was on a date with her, talking on the phone to a girl that he was going to be dating or something, and they got to talking about scary movies and asked each other, "What's your favorite scary movie?" And then they get to this point. What do you think the worst way would be to die? Anybody would have the same conversation. This has nothing to do with Brian Koberger being a murderer, but you're making it be that. You are making it be that, okay? It's ridiculous.
he said, like in a K-bar. So here's a man researching the worst way to kill someone, and Thompson can't stand up to that person.
Steve, the trial didn't happen. He's not on death row, but it was reported that he's spending, 23 hours in a solitary confinement cell. He gets 1 hour out, talking about Brian Koberger, showers every other day. When you hear about what his life is going to be like, that is going to be his day in and day out for the remainder of his life, does that provide any sense of justice to you? I mean, what do you think of that? What do you make of that?
I think that's a step in the right direction. I think that's a good,
That was my point, Midnight. I don't really believe in the death penalty, but you shouldn't be a prosecutor in a state where that's the will of the people if you're not going to uphold the will of the people. Steve himself said one of the reasons they moved to Idaho was because they had the death penalty, but you have a prosecutor that doesn't want to prosecute anybody to the death penalty.
That's an oxymoron, basically. It's an oxymoron.
There's definitely one thing you're right about is the moron side of it. Bill Taylor's a fucking pussy. He has balls the size of peas, in my opinion, and has no idea, in my opinion, also how to fully prosecute an entire trial. He's never really done it, in my opinion, once again. And people may be upset. I'm sorry for the language, folks, but I'm so beyond sick and tired of this bullshit with this case and hearing dumb shit like this all the time. It's dumb. It's stupid. I agree. Bill is a garbage prosecutor and a pussy. I agree with that too. But you know what? You knew this. You knew who he was. You've been there. You've seen things that have gone on in the news. You've seen everything else he's done. I'm not talking about Ann. I'm talking about Bill Taylor. Okay?
Bill Thompson.
Or Bill Thompson. I'm sorry. Not Taylor. Sorry. I'm so irritated with this shit, hearing these things. It drives me nuts. My apologies, guys. And Anyway, I'm just done with it. I'm done with the bullshit with it. Bill's a joke. He's the one that should be sitting in jail, in my opinion, for what he's pulled off. And I gotta wonder, I would love to see somebody go back through all the cases that Ding Dong Boy here has won, supposedly, and look and see how many other times this has happened. I know it happened at least one other time 29 years ago for that case. I guarantee you, if they look back at all of the cases he's prosecuted, you'd find a bunch of garbage bullshit that went on, just like with this case.
Yeah.
Oh, there definitely is, Stiggy. So much more.
In the 23 isolation, I love that. Let him be stuck with his mind of what a failure he is. I believe that that's the best we can do. I never really thought we'd ever see the death penalty, but I just wanted that isolation, and I didn't want him to sit there in the prison system and get educated and finish out his PhD and have influence. Whether
He's gonna do it anyway, no matter what you say. You cannot change the protocol, the curriculum inside the prison, and or the laws. You can't. So stop.
have the Son of Sam law in Idaho, and this guy's going to take advantage of the systems. We'll try to write a law and get it in place before he gets to this book, but we got to do a better job, man.
What book?
Texas and some of these other states that have figured it out, because it's an embarrassment. I love Idaho, but it's an embarrassment. People like Thompson have embarrassed us in front of the whole.
Oh, now it's you moved here on purpose because it was such a great state. Now it's an embarrassment. See, the book that he's swearing up and down that Brian's sister is going to be writing, that he's going to be part of making. That's what I think he's talking about.
But see, what I was talking about, him talking to legislators about legislation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not. They're going to laugh him off. It's not going to happen. Brian's going to do, if he's going to do any education, he'll do it regardless of whether they want him to or not. So it is what it is. What are you talking about, JC? Leaked photos. I've not seen any leaked photos. I've only seen the ones that have been put out like through the Today Show and stuff. And I have, the law book. I got you, Stitches. Okay, my apology. Just wait, Becky, because you might be wrong. I'm telling you, wait and see what happens, and then make that decision. Just wait to see what happens first. Did you find see or hear about some pictures or something, JC? Because I have no idea what you're talking about, hon.
Whole world, and we got some work to do. We got to fix some things here and get things back on track.
Well, Steve, my heart is going out to you and the families. This is just becoming an even more difficult situation for all of you. Thinking about you. Thank you so much for coming on, and appreciate.
That's such a damn sad shame that he's that delusional because of the things that he's been told. Once again, they weren't leaked. JC, hold on a minute here. Hang on a minute. These were put out. I'm pretty sure they're not leaked. Give me a second here. I've come to the realization I don't think Twiz likes me. He don't ever like to jump up on the panel with me ever. Yeah, the only pictures we have, JC, are where'd they go? Just there's a bunch of different pictures that were put out of the crime scene. You don't see the bodies, but you see different things in the photographs. The mattresses and like the clothing on the floor, stuff like that. Where the hell did it go?
Now, see, I thought in one of the photos that when they were taken down the hallway towards Xana's room, I could have swore that was Xana all blurred out laying on the floor.
I don't know if that's her, if that's the rug all bunched up now, because there was a black rug on her floor. Yeah, these are like, this is all we've had that I've seen, JC, that I've gotten, and I think everybody has seen these. That is Kaylee's bedroom. That's Murphy under the bed. Or under the desk. Jesus, I can't even think straight. There's that one. Hold on. Oh, I can take that down now. Sorry.
Then that would go against what we've heard in the beginning that the responding officers found Murphy sitting on the bed when he was actually under the desk.
No. I think when they initially came in, they couldn't get him out from under the desk, is what I had understood, because he was petrified. And so they shut the door and they walked away, went on about their business, came back later, and then he was on the bed. That's my understanding.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you look at him under the desk, he looks horrified, which I can't blame him for what he probably watched and or heard. Mostly heard, but could have seen. He could have seen it. Who knows?
Yeah, because at first we heard the doors were shut, and then the doors were open, then they were shut, then they were open.
They changed the story 52 different times. But nothing that Brian said changed. It all stayed the same. Then again, they never gave him a chance to talk either.
But yeah. I go back to that picture. The beer pong table sitting there perfectly put together, and maybe 2 cups knocked over towards the end. When I see that, I'm thinking, how could somebody run past that going downstairs to the first floor when you had that in and out cup sitting there on one of the stairs? That just don't make sense to me.
Well, they did have, mind you, they could have knocked it over. There was a statement made that they heard it flip over or something. Well, they had 8 hours to clean everything up. So there you go. They very well could have just set everything right back up the way it was and got to make it look good.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Yeah, he was taken, JC, after these pictures were taken. He was taken there. This is, I believe this is Xana's bedroom, I think. But these are the photographs if you're talking about. That's what these are, JC. They were put out through NBC and the Today Show and stuff. So
yeah, and it's weird that you have Steve Gonzalez and the Gonzalez family fighting to keep all these crime scene photos hidden.
Well, that's to protect the dignity of their kids, and I don't blame them on that one. I would not show any photographs that have the bodies in it. I just won't do that.
No.
But the other stuff, sure, we'll take a look at it to see what we can see. But no, I'm not showing the bodies. That's an amazingly huge point to me, Yvonne. Murphy's terrified of those cops dressed in black. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say. So, welcome, Trey. I just noticed you here. Thank you for joining us, buddy. So I've been here 5 hours, folks, and it is 11:55. I think I'm tired. I've been going all day now, and I will be back in the morning for the morning show. Robert, I want to thank you for joining me up here.
You're welcome. Can I talk to you behind the scenes when we're done here?
For a couple quick seconds, yeah, because my wife was like demanding me get off now. So yeah, I got a minute. Just hang out until I shut it all down. But this was court abuse towards Mr. Covert. Restart. Okay. So anyway, thank you, Robert. I want to thank Eddie again, and of course, Robert, you for joining me up here.
Thank you for having me, Dago.
Anytime, buddy. And Miss Krista up here. Appreciate you guys very much. And everybody in chat, you guys already know. Much love to each and every one of you guys. I really, really appreciate you all so much, guys. Please don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Please don't change nothing. You guys are the beautiful people. I will see you all very soon. Good night. God bless. Bye-bye, y'all.
Bye.
This ain't no slow burn. This a new chapter. There go Cafe the Meatballs. Yeah, we locking it down. Late night, no sleep, minding the chase. Found a new feed and I picked up the pace. The cafe, the truth, no lies on the table. Found my whole fam and this shit ain't a fable. Used to feel lost, feeling just like a ghost. Now I got a whole crew, man, I'm feeling the most. They go on the mic, yeah, his voice is a beacon. Every time he drives through my intellect, to awaken. This ain't for the clout, ain't for the quick fame. This for the lost ones that they forgot the name. We watching the cases, we digging in deep. While the whole world out here still fast asleep. For the cafe, this for the whole fam. This for the real ones that don't give a damn. We holding it down, yeah, we sticking to the code. The meatballs on fire, yeah, we breaking the mold. So thank you, Dago, you a whole leader. Built a real community for every single reason. Ain't no merch drops, just pure dedication. This ain't just a channel, it's a new nation. We all in the comments, we all in the chat. We got a real bond and you can't top that. From the missing to the victims, we seeing the light. We standing for the truth in the middle of the night. You gave us a voice, gave us something to believe. Yeah, the meatballs, man, you better not leave. We loyal to the real, we ain't doing no faking. Every new video, man, a whole squad awaken. He don't need no fame, he just need a real mic and a loyal crew that's gonna ride with him for life.
For the cafe, this for the whole fam. This for the real ones that don't give a damn.
We holding it down, yeah, we sticking to the code. The meatballs on fire, yeah, we breaking the mold. Meatballs. So thank you, Dago, you a whole leader. Built a real community for every single reader. Only on YouTube, but the bond is worldwide. From the cafe to the crib, yeah, we all ride. Let's ride.
Yeah. From the cafe to the crib, we all ride. Dago. The meatballs. To the last upload, man.